All right, welcome to the Mailman Podcast. I'm your host, Dick Colin, and today we've got a special guest who is going to talk about some interesting topics. We'll learn about motel life. We'll also learn about some hypnotics, so hypnosis, and what that's all about. And let's go ahead and get into it. You might get hypnotized by his voice as well there. So watch out, ladies. Mailman Podcast coming to you. Man coming to you. Talking about minutes on the internet. If you don't like it, you can go to hell. Mailman Podcast coming to you. Man coming to you. Ooh. All right, so I've got you on here. What do you think? Don Quixote is on today.
Oh man! Oh, blame Canada!
Yeah.
Oh, I don't blame Canada. They're very nice people. I do some marketing with some Canadians, so I don't blame Canada. But it's yeah. Oh wow, it really gets up there too, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. I turned that up to 11. Yeah, well we got to fill in that white space over there. So, and then that's the best the AI could do with a what did I type in there? Marissa Tomei as a I don't know old lady or something like that. I typed in. So it came up pretty nice. Yeah. Rough resemblance there.
My windmill up. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was getting a little tricky because it didn't really want to give me a Don Quixote looking guy, and that's the best it could do.
I'll take it.
All right. Well, it kind of fits, you know. I've got Don here, and he's got an interesting life. We'll put it at that, and then we'll kind of get into that. And at first, I wanted to get into like currently your job versus the business, right? Yeah. So working at motels, and that seems like a pretty interesting line of work there. So I guess the first question would be, you know, if you could sum up working at a motel like in like one word, phrase, or idea, how would you do that?
I have a letter from my hometown chief of police thanking me for closing a meth lab.
Okay. And I think that's a title right there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like after that, you know, it's both the most laid back job and the most insane job I've ever had.
All right. Well, let's get into that then. We'll start with the lower end stuff, and then we'll get into that crazy life there. So
there you go.
Yeah. So I guess like just kind of like curiosity stuff, like how busy are motels? Because it kind of seems like a hit or miss with like as I drive by them. You know, I'm like,
well, and so yeah, it's you know, depending on where you are. So you have some regions that are just kind of busy throughout the year. Like everybody has seasons, and then some areas, you know, like in Florida, California, just kind of depending on the weather, you're going to have like a really busy season, and then you're going to have like some dead spots. And it also depends on what kind of motel, because there's a big difference between, you know, like the Ritz Carlton and like the meth Carlton.
Yeah. There's a lot of those.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and so you're talking about the seasons. Like, which is the nice season to be at a motel?
Well, I mean, so the thing is that it kind of depends on the region.
Okay.
Because it's who's going to come in off season. Now, some places it's like really cool because maybe this is like a ski resort or something, in which case you get all those amenities without a bunch of people and tourists and yelling kids and people trying to steal your stuff. You know, I guess like, you know, if you're going to be alone and the caretaker with your family and you want to write your book, maybe not so much, because they made a movie about that and it didn't end up so well. But, you know, there's some neat places where if you went in off season, you would pretty much get it all to yourself. But there are other places, most of the ones that I worked at,
Hmm.
where when it's the off season, it's that we get a lot of locals and long termers. And the less
Uh,
somebody pays for a motel room, the less respect they have for the motel room and their neighbors at the motel.
yeah, I can imagine. And so, what's like the longest term that somebody stayed at a motel that
Oh,
you had?
years and years and years and
Wow.
years. The first place that I worked at when I came in, there was a guy. I'm trying to think here. You know, I don't like naming out people. Actually, this guy is deceased, but we're still going to give him a name. We're going to call him Tommy Boy.
Okay.
He's kind of the opposite, maybe like in like shape, you know, as
Okay.
Chris Farley. But we'll call him. He was actually an older guy who drank a lot,
Hmm.
and but he'd been there for years. He'd been there for many years.
Oh man, that's so. I guess like you have the option. So like how much is that kind of discount there for something like that? Like if you're going to be a repeat customer of that sort.
We learned some harsh lessons about long termers because of that little principle I just talked about.
Yeah.
That whole idea that, you know, the less they pay,
Yeah.
the less respect they have.
Yeah.
You'll find that like in a lot of areas and markets, you know, that um, so this guy was getting a pretty good discount. And, you know, back in the day before kind of some other, you know, groups took over and the way things are now, um, you could get, you know, in like, we'll say like 2010s money, you know,
Mm-hmm.
you could pay like 300 to 600 a month for a motel room. And if you like, you count in your power bill,
Mm-hmm.
if they even have coffee in the morning, let alone any kind of breakfast, actually, it's not that bad.
Oh yes, I didn't even think about the fact that when you're at a hotel or a motel, you're not paying electric bills. Like
Yeah,
so
no cable,
that's certainly
internet.
something as a business you'd have to consider. Like, is it worth having this person? We'll say.
Well, so you know, you can like you can switch places here and be somebody who's running a motel,
Hmm.
and you've got this off season. Now, during on season, you're going to be, you know, getting three, four, five times, you know,
Yeah.
depending on the circumstances, right? You know, well, that's maybe a little extreme. Let's say you're going to be getting like 20 to 50 bucks more
Okay.
a night, you know, and you're going to be getting it every night, and you're going to be getting people from outside of your region, so they're going to treat the room with more respect,
No.
and you're going to have less expenses of dealing with that. So you've got to balance that. But when it's off season, you've really got to kind of balance the, you know, you don't want to scare everybody off.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't want to undersell it, but you also don't want to you don't want to do it, you know, so low that you're barely making any money because like I said, you know, they won't respect it as much anyway.
Yeah.
Even this guy was relatively stable. We watched him become unstable over time.
Mm.
Um, yet you know, this wasn't as bad as I've seen. The first place that I was, or the place I was at for a little while there, it really got a lot of instability because we got stuck with long termers, which was even messing with our season.
Mm.
You know, and I'm also empathetic on the other side. Like these are human beings. There's something else, you know, I'll maybe even like kind of plant this seed now. You know, I wouldn't mind talking a little bit about what's happened in the motel industry and what it means for people who are low income
Mm.
because it's hard. You want an apartment, you're going to have to get, you know, I guess I'll hit it here
Yeah,
and then we
because
can
my,
revisit
my
it
my
if you
rent
want.
keeps
Yeah,
going up,
yeah.
so let's talk about
There
it.
you go. Okay,
Yeah.
so your rent keeps going up. Even for you to have rent, it's going to be like anything, you know, security deposit, last month's rent, first month's rent to this month's rent.
Yeah.
So three times your rent plus the security deposit. And who the hell gets to keep their security deposit?
Oh no, they'll find a reason to not give it
Yeah.
to you.
They're like, you sneezed in here once. No
Yeah.
deposit, you know.
Yeah, that's your
It's just
bloody
some
thumbprint on the wall. Like,
That's it. So some will even just get they'll wear dirty shoes in your apartment
oh
while they're
yeah,
checking it out, right? So, you know, and you know, you can be angry at landlords until you are one, and then you're like, hey, I'm making some money here. So I mean, you know, I
yeah,
can't. It's human nature. It's not the individual's job. We need a system that takes care of people. But that's the thing, you know, you can't afford that. But if you are paying day to day, you might be paying 1, 2, 3 grand in a month
oh yeah, yeah. At least for some
for a
places.
little room,
Yeah,
for a little tiny room with other people who are in the same desperate situation.
Yeah.
Some of these people are working day to day, or they're hustling, or who the hell knows what they're doing
Yeah.
out there to get that money together. And then the law doesn't protect a lot of them. It's like, no, you don't got the money, you're out.
Oh yeah. Well, that's a like a an interesting what do you call that problem, right? Like so you see people kind of come in and then they go kind of like in that one guy's case you kind of see him get down a
Yeah.
little levels. Do you see people go up? Like they come there and it's like that's the thing they needed to get to like okay I'm gonna go ahead and use this motel situation as a something maybe we'll get into later with the when we start talking about hypnosis stuff. But like I'm gonna use this time to like really dig in deep with myself and get the fuck out of here.
Well, I mean, living like that kind of
Yeah.
gives you some perspective. And either, they were already doing well enough that this was a temporary situation, or this is the time where they can stop living week to
Mm,
week, month to month. And they can, but it's achieving escape velocity because you can, hey, I'm finally doing good. I'm no longer just a server, I'm a supervisor now, but all my money's still going to rent
yeah. Yeah.
and fast food because I can't. There's no oven in my room.
Oh
I
yeah.
just got a little burner or a microwave, and the stress too. That's also,
Yeah.
humans don't think. We don't, naturally think in like next week, next month,
Yeah.
next year.
Yeah.
We think about the now and how it affects us
Yeah.
and what's going on with our hormones, the dopamine system,
Yeah.
neurotransmitters, what's kicking in right now.
Well, I guess on the outside, it is kind of that is the important thing, but like it's not necessarily the most important thing. So, it's yeah, we'll talk about that for sure because I think that relates to our second topic later on today. But so actually, what's kind of like not the weird ones yet, but
Okay.
what's the like average moteller? Like what do you call the people that go there? Like motellers or
I try to call them people.
okay, yeah,
Um,
yeah, clients maybe.
yeah, sometimes I call them other things. They're guests.
Yes, there we go. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't
And
think
then
of
also,
that.
there are guests. And then when I talk to them, I usually say, hello, neighbor,
Okay, yeah,
is I think it's a nice something, but that's also part of my job and part of my skill set is to be disarming.
yeah,
Because you're at, you're living, like the people that you see at work, the people that even somebody's being an asshole in traffic, they've actually put part of their best foot forward because you're not seeing them at 3 a.m. when they're strung out
yeah,
or feeling bad or having a bad morning or whatever. You're not seeing them walking around in their bathrobe with their hair all messed up and like not caring
yeah,
who does sees hanging out.
yeah,
So it's different when somebody's with you 24 hours.
yeah.
Um, so the average, I'm going to split them up again, is that you have transient guests, and I don't mean like transient,
Mm,
like I would actually, the second one are the ones that maybe, because that word could have a couple different meanings,
yeah,
but people who aren't local or when they are local are only here for a little while
mm-hmm.
that are guests, and then people who are using it for shelter. That's your two general
Okay,
types.
all right. And I guess at any given time, it kind of just like flip of the coin of what you're gonna have for those.
Well, it depends
Yeah,
on the season
yeah.
and the region.
And so let's talk about the seasons. So I know, like, okay, so for the busy season, obviously you're gonna get customers, and that's gonna happen. But for that off season, what are like the what are the events that you put on, or like do you put on like hey, come to our motel, like that that kind of thing to like build up that during that time?
We don't put up events, but the local area will put up events.
Ah, okay, gotcha. So you're
So, like,
kind of
you know,
advantage of not taking advantage, like
yeah, well, so you might be in the town where they're having an event, or you
yeah,
might be far enough away from the event that you've got people coming to see you because your prices aren't as gouged as they are right around the event.
yeah,
Try getting a room in a town where the Olympics are.
yeah,
Try
yeah,
getting even just a local or a national football game or something,
yeah,
and everything is going to go up 50, $100.
Oh,
And
at
so,
least that. I know when they do
yeah,
the
and
Boston Marathon or whatever, it's like $1,000 for a motel or something like that.
yes. So, a lot of the places that I know are in Florida. So, say Daytona, right? So
Oh yeah.
Daytona is
Oh
going to
yeah.
have
Bike
Bike
Fest.
Week,
Yeah.
right? Well, no, Bike
Oh
Fest
wait.
it's the same like section of Florida, but the middle of it.
Oh right. Yeah. Oh yeah. Bike Week. Yeah. Bike
Yeah.
Week. Yeah.
Bike Week is Daytona, and I think Bike Fest is like that Leesburg.
Yep. 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 Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Still
And
pretty big.
so it is it's sprawled. All those things all the places between like the villages and Orlando are
Hmm.
just trying to reach out and grab as much of that as they can, kind of desperately,
Yeah. Just trying to get to the ocean.
Um, yeah, that's it. Yeah, Villages isn't going to be happy until it hits Cuba
Yeah.
and freaking Texas.
Uh,
That thing is growing so
to
fast. So
Antarctica.
yes, yeah, at this rate, yeah, exactly. So, so what happens is like, you've got your Bike Fest, Bike Week, Bike Toberfest, Bike whatever. So that you'll have certain events. If there's, or oh, there's a local art show, they're doing antiques. There's this game, and here's like a busload of either the participants of the game or fans of the game. So you'll kind of be watching out for those. The way it used to work is you were kind of more alone. You were either part of a chain that directed you, and this is again because I started back in the 2010s. I've watched this happen. So now in the modern motels, what's happening is because of Expedia, Booking.com. I'm not here to say they're good or bad. I'm here to say they're different.
Hmm.
Everybody, what you can do nowadays is like and I did this, and you would do this too if you're in business. So don't judge me. Is that I would call another motel, and even some of them knew me because I do have a distinct voice. So I'd be like, "Hey y'all, me and my wife are trying to get a room. We got a dog. How much is it going to be for one night? What if we stay there for a couple nights?"
That's pretty good.
So
You should use
I
that more
do
often.
something like, yeah, I did, and so that's, you'd have to call around, and I've got a couple businesses, and
Yeah.
I've heard other people do it, and I'll even just tell them, I'll be honest with them. I won't mess with them, and I'll even kind of, I know where you're from. I know who you either they're a guest or they're calling and they're checking us out,
Yeah.
and it's like you were gonna anyway, so I'm not gonna treat you like crap. But nowadays you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Anybody can just get online and you can see all the local motel prices. And this is, maybe to kind of give like our fellow dudes out there, it's that you're going to see prices within about $5 to $15 of most of the other chains.
Okay.
And so you really want to look at reviews and you want to scout that place out, because if you're looking for just the absolute cheapest room, you sure as hell are going to get it. And
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to have to share your room with other critters, or that dude who knocks on your door at 3 a.m. asking you for a cigarette.
It's like, how'd you know I was here?
He didn't. He's just been
Oh
knocking on
yeah.
every door.
Yeah, right. Well, they like the it's kind of like buying shoes, right? Like if you buy a cheap pair of shoes, like it's gonna be a cheap pair of shoes. So
Except in this case, it's not going to be like a $50 difference. It's even that 10 to 15. Read the reviews,
ah,
walk around the place, ask to see a room. I guess we can do that here. And again, you can always like segue and we can always revisit. But if you're going to get a motel room, what you're going to do is, you can make your reservation online. I would say before you make the online reservation, walk up to the desk and go, "Hey, I saw it online for this much."
oh yeah,
And ask them for that or even a couple of bucks cheaper, and just see what you can do, even the chains. And we can even get into what major families are running these, because it's limited these days.
yeah,
Um, and you when you get that key to the motel room, this is not for you to get the key to the motel room and go, "Oh yeah," and then go to a restaurant. As soon as you have the key to the motel room, you go to your room. You walk into the room, you smell, you look behind the doors, you look under the bed, you look in the bathroom, you flip on all of the lights, and and I would say, being the kind of person that has to deal with this, out of courtesy, don't flip the bed sheets all over the place and take a shower and then come back and try to get the room discounted or free or to leave and get your money back, because that's kind of a dick move. And also it just, what it is as the person behind the counter, I'm like, well, now you made my room unsellable, and even if there were cockroaches or something gross in there,
Yeah.
somebody else might buy that,
Oh yeah.
but now I don't want to do housekeeping at like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
and I got to man the desk.
Yeah.
So, now you've cost us money and you've cost us trouble. And so what you do, you do pull the sheets back and you look under, and you're looking for pubes, and you're looking for stains, and you're looking for bugs,
Yeah.
and you look up and around the bed, you're looking for little dots or anything crawling away, and you lift up the mattress.
All right.
And what that's going to tell you, you're looking for little bed bugs. You're looking for that housekeeping. Did they clean the bed, or did somebody bang on that and then they just threw that over?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I saw a great meme to just remind you. I don't want to discourage you from staying in a motel, but if you ever see like a mattress that's been sitting on the side of the road, and you're like, oh, that's disgusting, I'd never sleep on that. Dude, what do you think is happening? Everybody, even there's no bed bugs or anything. That
Oh
freaking
yeah.
mattress has not been deep cleaned. Even if they clean the surface, you can't get the stuff out of
Oh
there.
yeah.
A mattress from the time that it's bought to the time it's used weighs multiple pounds more, because it's full of, it's full of body. It's full of
Yeah.
sweat and skin cells and dead bugs, man.
Well, it makes me wonder about my own mattress. The weird stuff that happens on there.
You got to flip it. You got to shake it out. You got to deep clean it.
I've got it on my
And
my schedule. Like I rotate it like like every
oh,
so
good, good,
often.
good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, but I had to write it down. Like,
If there's any bachelor dudes or me, I've had to like transition to like multiple locations trying to rebuild my business and stuff. If you have a floor mattress, what you do is you got to stand that thing up at least once a week for a whole day.
really? So,
Well, because a mattress, when it's on, it's some kind of support where it can breathe, then the moisture goes in and out of it. But if it's sitting on the floor, the moisture gets trapped in the bottom.
oh, okay, interesting.
So if you're ever just either in a temporary or long-term situation with a floor mattress, then you need to put that thing, stand it up
Hmm.
at least once a week and dry it out.
Interesting. Well, I guess that makes sense because the same thing would be like not an air mattress, but a futon, the Japanese style, not the American
Yeah,
style.
yeah, no, I did.
Yeah.
I had a Shiki. I have actually. I'm sitting right next to a Shiki futon.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well,
Or
it kind of depends
yeah.
on the person. Like, um, if you've got already back problems, then maybe it's not going to work for you. But
Great. I
yeah,
needed more than like I couldn't do the Japanese. Like the one that I have here,
yeah.
I can use it for a cushion,
Oh,
but
okay, yeah,
I had to have like a small one and a big one, and I had to wrap the small one and the big one, but it was still so much more stiff and flat than a regular bed.
oh
But
yeah,
it's amazing on I got used to it, and it was probably even what I'm sleeping on now isn't as good for me as this was.
yeah,
And then I got a girlfriend, and I didn't get to sleep on a Shiki futon anymore because she wasn't having that shit.
yeah. Well, it's hard on the knees, so I'll just. But like it's when I was in Japan, it was like you might as well just like put a blanket down. It's like it's real thin. So, but yeah, you had to hang that thing out like especially in Japan because it's so humid there. Um, but basically everybody just uses the balcony, so that's why it's like not only is it important to air dry your futon, but to clean your balcony, because you're hanging it off the side of your balcony. So there's like a lot of maintenance going on in Japan. Now, I did want to ask you because I think everybody's mind, the general mind, when it comes to motels, starts thinking about stuff like that. With like, how clean is that mattress, or why do my feet feel funny when I'm walking barefoot on the carpet? But
Mhm.
what are some good highlights or experiences that from working at a motel that you might have?
Um, I can find crack and meth pipes anywhere. It's like a sixth sense. I can tell what drugs you're on.
Okay.
Now I have a background in nursing as well, so, but it wasn't the nursing that taught me. It was just boots on the ground experience.
Yeah.
I've just seen every drug come through. And I've had to clean and help with the rooms. Um, So, that's a thing, and that's, and so drugs and prostitution, that's where there's a lot of support there in the motel
Yeah.
industry. When somebody can't, they've either been kicked out, or financially they're in a situation where either, again, they can't get, we were talking about this a little bit before, like, oh, my apartment's expensive. Well, yeah, last month's rent, next month's rent, this month's rent, and a security deposit. No, that's money I could buy crack with. Okay,
Yeah.
well, even a sack of weed. Some people, I'm not here to put down on anybody.
Yeah.
There's a hypnotic perspective about that as well, as to why people are doing this.
Okay.
But the bottom line is that you're going to see a lot of both of those,
Hmm.
and it's not really your job to judge. It's your job to provide shelter. Frankly, even if you're a manager, that doesn't mean you're the owner.
Yeah.
In my experience, the owner is usually not involved directly with those people at all, and probably can't handle it.
But they're just I pay you to do that for me.
Yes, very much
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Well, it's I always found it there is a distinction between hospitality and customer service. And it's I think they're hotels, motels. That's the perfect example of what the difference would be. Is in particular the motel, right? So you're at a hotel, you typically would have the staff, right? Like you have your receptionist, you've got your cleaning staff, you've got your waiting staff, your bellhops, whatever. But at the motel, it's generally just you, right? Like you're doing like all those tasks, or how's that work?
Oh, straight up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Next time I work a shift, it's pretty much just going to be me.
Yeah.
Maybe the maintenance guy. But he's going to be chilling unless there's maintenance to be done. It's not his job. But well, I'm not going to be cleaning though. Cleaning staff is different,
Oh,
and
okay. Okay.
there's a niche, and this is, again, we're talking about what it's like to work in it. So I'm not talking. I know a little, enough about cleaning the rooms. I've never been good at it. I may have even done a bad job when they asked me to do it, so I didn't have to. Because that's not, like, frankly, you're gonna have a harder time. Cleaning rooms is hard work,
Yeah.
and it's the question of, do you have some soft skills, or do you have some technical skills? If you are handy, be the maintenance guy.
Okay.
Because depending on, you can be like, the current maintenance guy is great. Just has the occasional cigarette and whatever else he does on his off hours, but he's cool. My last maintenance guy before that was so drunk. We've got some great stories about him. He actually used his drunkenness as a superpower. So, like, we'll put a pin in that one.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was
We're
pretty
definitely coming back
amazing.
to that.
Yeah. But he was drunk all the time. And then if you're like, and it was a motel, not a hotel. So when I'm like telling the boss, this guy's drunk all the time, and he's like, well, yeah, but I don't have to pay him that much. How drunk is he really? Yeah. So
Can
it's
he
like,
can he fix the thing that needs to be fixed? Can you turn a wrench?
her rate was, compared to his pay rate, still was profitable to the motel.
Well, that
So
is a consideration as a boss.
yeah, so it's all, this was,
Yeah.
yeah, we can even talk about, I'm not worried about any of that. This was the Slum King of Canada. How can I, like, further, like, dig this guy into a deeper hole than he's already dug for himself? And he's totally shameless,
Yeah.
And the thing is I'll say, like, I've worked for some evil people,
Mm.
and I've learned a lot from them, and I've learned not to be them.
Yeah.
And so I learned from him. I would even sit down and I would tell all of this to his face. I'd even go, hey, I did a podcast here, you're on it. I do. um because actually I learned some valuable lessons about business. But let me see here, like, I'm almost losing the plot, but I want to agree. Oh yeah, let's just to finish the thought of, so if you have, again, technical skills, be the maintenance person. If you have people skills, or even just soft skills, or you can let stuff roll off your back, then you be the front desk, or you could call it the concierge, but that's going to be a hotel, not a motel. Motel,
Mhm.
by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, motel is generally open. Motor in,
Okay.
it's, the idea back in the day is that, oh, you can pull your RV in here, and it's outside, and there's more parking.
Okay.
So if you're in an area with a lot of boats, they're probably going to be your boating people, which, another event, they're going to stay at a motel because they can park their boat because there's more room out there.
Yeah.
A hotel is going to be enclosed. It's generally going to have more staff and a continental breakfast instead of, well, I hope they make coffee in the morning, but they may just want to sleep in until you hit the bell.
Yeah. When I think also generally like when you're out in the middle of nowhere, you're more likely to find a motel to find a hotel there. So, convenience, I think, would be a difference.
They have less square footage that they have to run the air conditioner in,
Yeah.
and they have less cleaning they have to do. You can just blast the front, and then you got to clean the individual rooms.
Yeah. Well, so obviously there's differences in staffs and staff and the different jobs in there. Do you outsource or are they like actually attached to the motel?
Some outsource, and then some are more close knit, and it just kind of depends.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been in and out of the hotel industry or the motel industry. I guess we can call it hospitality.
Yeah.
But so some places will outsource like cleaning, laundry, those are things. And then even like the maintenance that I work with right now, he's kind of outsourced, as in he's our maintenance guy. He may even stay there sometimes, but he's got other stuff that he can do
Nah.
because he can come in, and it kind of works for him too. So he's going to get a couple hours. I don't even know if they're paying this guy piecework or if they're paying him by the hour. Some places the maintenance guy's there all the time, and then some of them he might come in and out, especially if it's a smaller town or something like that. Then so but mostly it's going to be cleaning would be more outsourced, while your front desk is probably going to not be a temp agency. It's probably going to be somebody who stays there a lot.
Yeah.
And if your boss is not a dick, they're not going to give you like busy work.
Yeah.
And so you get to watch a movie when you got to help people when you got to help people, but you're not cleaning the room.
Yeah.
So now I'm gonna, cool, this new movie came out, this new show I want to catch up on. For me, the only reason I'm even into it, because it doesn't, I'm gonna tell you, you're not gonna get paid a lot unless you're gonna hotel and in a relatively high position, or maybe the motel manager, but you're gonna have to do some things to maintain your sanity, or you're going to be front desk and cleaning rooms and doing the night audit and doing all this other stuff and talking to the cops when they get there. So
Yeah.
You're going to have to, one way or the other, but let's see. Yeah, well, I guess that pretty much covers it on that topic. Yeah.
Well, I guess that's the difference of having to wear an outfit specifically for the hotel versus wearing on the motel. You just have to look nice, right? Like there's no like specific garb.
Dude.
Yeah.
It's okay. So I'm going to say this, but number one, I'm going to apologize ahead of time because some people just get their feelings hurt no matter what. And then I'm also going to just say, actually, it's some of the most honest people that I've worked with among other people I've worked with, Indians. And even Indians will tell you, well, are you a gas station Indian? Are you a hotel Indian? Are you a doctor Indian? And I was a big comedian said, that's not my words. But they're very honest about it.
Yeah.
And so I've had them straight up. They would tell me, Donald, we need a front desk person if you are not available, especially a white person. Because they know that, they just, a white person will get a better response. A white person even gets a better response from black people. And it's sad.
Yeah.
It's sad, and for me, it's all people. And, I can, by the way, we can totally sidestep racism because I've lived with every race, creed, and color.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that the stereotypes are incorrect. That God, there is nothing worse, and I will call these fuckers out. There's nothing worse than having white trash at your hotel.
Well,
white trash is the worst. It'll do what everybody else does, but they'll do it proudly, and they'll do it loudly, and they'll do it on more drugs.
Well, I think it's interesting that we just talked about the stereotypes versus like that is a stereotype of motels. I think for it's the white trash guys and the wife beaters.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, they're there. That's why that stereotype is there. At least every motel I've been at, like it's definitely my experience with that. Now,
very much so. Yeah.
I don't want to say speaking of, but let's go back to the drunkard.
Oh, which one? The maintenance?
Yeah,
guy
the maintenance.
Or just people drunk. Okay.
Well, let's start with the maintenance guy, and then we'll get into the people.
Yeah, and I also do. I want to balance this to say that, even just, at the time, I've always felt like, from very early in my life, I've had compassion for everybody. And I have compassion for this person we're going to talk about. And then as I've done like the deeper work into hypnosis and like spiritual work, I've come to learn, there's a part of us that's all good, and all these things that we're like, oh, this person's an asshole, whatever. That's not genetics, dude. This is nurture and nature. It's nurture, and it's unchecked human nature.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so,
That's interesting. Unchecked human nature. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you got to think, kids are awful. Kids are just mean little shit smearing, running around, mean, saying the nastiest thing, laughing at violence and all this stuff, right? And it's like, well, that's where your responsibility and
Yeah.
parenting,
But you're not supposed to do
and
that? I
also,
still do that now.
huh?
Right.
Yeah, well, I saw smeared shit earlier. What are you talking
Yeah.
about? It's fun.
I
Man.
did that before the podcast.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm glad I was on a Zoom call.
Yeah, yeah.
No, but seriously, it's that, well, we're all, there's humans are all the things.
Yeah.
God, I know people. I've had like my own spiritual center, and I've had people who believe there are demons and all these horrible things. There's nothing worse or better than a human being.
Yeah.
And so this guy is a human being. And we'll even preface again to say, like, the hypnotic idea and, like, the psychological idea that anybody who has a substance abuse issue, there's a feeling that they're having, or a memory or a trauma that they want to get away from. And they're going to numb it out.
Yeah.
And so this dude had a lot to numb out. And the things that he would constantly, without me saying anything, dude, please don't fire me. Please don't fire me. I'm not going to fire you. I even tried to talk about you, and well, I already told you how that conversation went. Well, how drunk is he?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because this guy's gonna have to pay him more.
Yeah.
Um, and so this dude was plastered through most of the shifts. And so what would happen is, like, he could be reliable at times. Again, I was empathetic to him. I try to see past all of that to, like, actions are always just, this is just general guidelines, right? Whatever anybody's coming out of their mouth, watch what they do, and try to watch what they do when they don't know you're watching what they do.
Mm-hmm.
And that really tells you what a person is or isn't,
Yeah.
And maybe they could be better or worse, or they want to be better or worse,
Yeah.
but actions will always speak louder than words. And so, we could say, like, character traits. Well, number one, the self-esteem, right? Please don't fire me. And I'm like, dude, I'm not. And I'd even try to talk
Yeah.
nice to the guy, and, whatever.
Well, it's interesting
And then
because that is a form of like awareness that he's got there, right? Like,
yeah,
which is interesting. Yeah, sorry to cut you off there though.
Oh, no. He's throwing any thoughts
Yeah.
here, because this will go all over the place.
Yeah.
Scatterbrain from this work. And so there's that, but then he'd get too plastered, and he didn't really wasn't that great with his manners at first, and then I had a buddy that I brought in, and so I could kind of get, intel from him. And he's like, look, we had him fixing the air conditioner for this guy and his, like, two daughters, and he's like, man, this thing's drier than a nun's cunt. And it's kind of like, okay, we got to have a little talk about
that's pretty
how
funny.
it is.
Sorry.
It's hilarious to hear the story. It's horrifying to, like, we already have 2 stars. You really want to bring us down to 1.5?
Yeah. If that, like that's
It's like, dude. And it's not that tough to be a 3 or 4-star hotel. Just don't be so freaking drunk or so nasty with people. Part of my job, the biggest part of my job often was that I kicked people out. I could kick people out.
Yeah.
Because I could kick them out without starting a scene.
Yeah. Which is like a highly valuable skill that a lot of people need to learn.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. What would happen is we had 2 younger ladies from from one of those larger cities. And so, and then again, they're already dealing with, well, motel people, again, who aren't paying much for a room and aren't respecting it. So it's like, get out of here, you fucking whore, fuck you. And you get. And then if they can call them something racial, they will.
I think I've said those
and what
things.
do we do? Yeah, well, they get that's why you can't stay at our hotel anymore, Dick.
You gotta end it with that. Yeah. By the way, you're a dick.
Mr. Colin.
Yeah.
So,
I'm embracing it.
So they would do that, and I would use my abilities to escalate. And so I would stay really, really calm, and I would use, and it doesn't matter. You could be like a homeless person who's about to pass out in my lobby and may have shit themselves, and you can be this really nice guy who is basically trying to save some money. And I'm like, you're probably going to ask for a refund as soon as you see the room. You're all Mr., Mrs., or just whatever you want to call yourself,
Yeah.
and you're going to be treated nicely. And then even if you're doing other stuff, it's like Mr., Mrs. Badakajic, well, you've got to, please be nice to my other guests. Don't tell them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
And there's a certain smell and a certain feeling I get that maybe it'd be better if you went to your room,
Yeah.
you know. And so I'm not going to immediately do that. And so I would do that when it's time to kick somebody out, is that I come up and I'm like, look, if I'm here, somebody else already talked to me, and I only have one job at this point.
Yeah.
But I understand, I'm not judging you. I'm telling you, whatever you did or didn't do, somebody may even be, or because a lot of people are like, I didn't do that. They're blaming me. And I'm like, dude, the entire motel saw you punch your wife. And then the wife is like, he didn't do that. She's got like a black eye. And I'm like, now I got to kick you both out. And so I would escalate,
I know
but I
that
would
couple.
escalate slowly. Yeah, you were hanging out with him, and I'm like, you got to get out of here, Dick.
Yeah.
And guy who punches his wife, get
I'm
the
like,
hell
he
out.
punched his wife. I mean, he didn't, but
I banned you yet every time. I swear.
I just use a different name every time. That's all right.
That's what it is. Yes. It's just Dick. It's Mr. Colin.
And a mustache.
It's a mustache. He's a mustache guy too.
Yeah.
I should have known.
Well, yeah, I wear the
Oldest
same
dick in
outfit
the
when I
world.
go buy porn at the shop.
my other job.
Mustache,
I knew you were
trench coat, and
somewhere.
a top hat.
That's it. I thought it was 3 perverts in a trench coat.
Well, they're in there too.
My God, you monster.
They hang out in the back. I was hypnotized. It wasn't my fault.
Yes. Blame it on me. Everybody always blames the hypnotist. So what would, basically then is that I would escalate. So even, it's a true story, is that couple, I'm coming in, I'm like, like, ma'am, do you need to go somewhere, talk to somebody? She's defending the guy, and the guy, I didn't do shit. Like, half the hotel saw you. We all
Yeah.
know you did. You did, but you just want to keep your room. And then they're like, well, if you kick me out, what's going to happen? I'm like, well, you paid for a week, so you got this price. But by law, if you get kicked out now, I can only give you $10 back because now you're paying the daily rate. Well, that's not fair. And I'm like, you have a very good point. Why don't we call the police and have them come over here?
Yeah.
If I've done anything illegal or you've done anything, no, that's okay. We're leaving. So I would escalate. It even got, to the point. So there was like a couple that we had, and we'd had ups and downs with them. But what we had is we had one night where they were having like, the couple, it's like, somebody with their kid and the husband, and they're arguing so much, they're calling me. And it's like, okay, you got to be fucked up because now you're bringing me into it. You got to understand.
Like
from,
they're calling you to de-escalate their situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what happens is like, if you have drama, okay, I'm going to tell you, because again, I don't judge who you are. I don't care if you are the mustache man. If you have drama, don't drag the staff into it, because the staff isn't going to think about terms of fairness. It's going to be, first, you interrupted our movie. You interrupted,
Yeah.
it doesn't, whatever. I'm not going to judge if that dude's like smoking a bowl in the back, or he's getting laid, or he's watching a movie because he doesn't have to be on shift, or he's on shift. He doesn't have to check anybody in. Then, well, dude, then why are you interrupting? He's not going to be on your side because you made him do stuff.
Yeah.
And then if you're arguing and you're trying to bring him, so that's not going to work. So there I am smoking a bowl while I'm getting laid and watching a movie, and they're calling me. And unfortunately, I could say some comedy, but what happened is that the guy is going to drive off, and I'm like, that guy is really wasted.
Oh yeah.
And so now, like, the mom and the kid are like, please don't call the police on him. Please don't call the police. And I'm like, well, doesn't need to drive, and you guys got to stop calling me, or I'm going to have to come down there.
Yeah.
But if we can all calm down, I'm going to take you at the benefit of the doubt. You've been here for a while. Instead, his drunk ass got behind the wheel, and he almost ran over a 3-year-old in my parking lot.
Oh geez. Yeah.
And I went up
ridiculous.
to that room, and I'm like, where is he? And he's like, well, he's gone. And I'm like, I told you to.
Yeah.
He's not supposed to be drinking here.
Yeah.
And so I look at her dead in the eyes, and I say, you need to get the fuck out of here.
Oh man.
And she looks at me, and there's this pause. And she's so shocked. And she finally says, Don, I didn't know you knew that word.
That's why it impacted her so hard.
Secret of escalation,
Yeah.
right? I'm like, if you start off hot, where can you go from there? You're going to punch them?
Oh yeah.
No,
No,
you start
that's
off
step
and,
one. What are you talking about?
yeah. Yeah, that's it. When you come in, yep,
coming and swinging.
yep. Welcome to the hotel. You know,
yeah. It's gonna
want
be
a room?
it's gonna be 159.
159.
Oh man. Well, I can't like it is kind of hard to imagine like because from what I know of you, like you are a pretty reserved, like nice guy to be around, like, and like that would be a shocking like oh maybe I did do something fucked up for this guy to be escalating to a situation like this. So like I guess it works really well for that.
I know how to put things in context.
Yeah.
And so we can return to this like drunk guy. So this is because you wanted to hear this.
Oh
This
yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
just tops off the story, you know, because I do have ultimately, I have empathy for him. Ultimately, I had to kick this guy out. And we might even, you know, when we get to that, if we get to like what happened after the hotel closed, the story doesn't end.
Oh, great.
It gets actually crazier.
Okay.
Though I think the hotel was actually more dangerous when it was open. But the bottom line is that so one night, and I didn't witness this. This was my buddy, but I believe his story because he's pretty good witness on this. So we had a drunk guest, and this is what you'd have is you get somebody who's just wasted. They're not in the best part of their life because they're staying long term in a motel or even short term. And we've got this guy, he's so drunk, and we got to call the cops. And it's not great. By the way, if you're running a motel, I used to think you got to call the cops all the time. Guess what? If your reputation isn't the best, every time people see the cops, your reputation does not, in fact, go up. They don't actually think it's safer because the cops keep showing up.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that there's a lot of law enforcement here. That's no.
Yeah.
So this dude is wasted and he is not cooperating with staff. And the maintenance guy is also wasted. And so we have the
Oh, great.
relatively sober staff member, and he cannot get this guy to de-escalate, and he's about to have to call the cops. Well, finally, the drunk maintenance guy has got it. He walks up and he looks at this guy barely on his feet. He looks at him and he goes, "Look, man, you're drunk and I'm drunk, but you're drunker than me." And the guy looks at him for a minute and starts crying and hugs him, and it de-escalated the whole thing.
That's how drunk he was. You know, he was so drunk that he realized he fucked up.
You know, I teach a lot of people how to turn whatever's going on in your life to your advantage. And since the maintenance guy was already plastered, he actually just turned that. He saved the day.
Well, he was clearly someone that the other guy could relate to. He's like because you're drunk as well. Like
Yes.
you truly understand how I feel. I'm sorry. That's like an Oprah situation there.
Yep, there you go. Yes.
Well, the power of being able to relate to people. And so now in talking about that, like you know, what's the opposite of this like crazy stuff that happens? Like what's the benefit? I know you know, you get at certain motels you get to like watch movies, and maybe like if you're going to college, it's probably a great job to have to like do your homework and stuff like that. But what are some of like the perks of like meeting these people, or like you know what are some of those things that come up?
Well, so hands down, dude, I've just got so many interesting. I have a letter from the chief of police thanking me for closing a meth lab. I've seen I've seen like state, local, county, FBI, all in my parking lot at the same time.
Jesus.
I've seen SWAT raids. I've, again, just really, some people are interesting, some people are crazy. You also, if you think you know how to talk to people, you learn whether you can or can't. You learn more.
Yeah.
Just every walk of life is coming through. And then, depending on the arrangement, you can watch movies. Again, you are not at a motel, you are not at the highest standards of conduct and dress. And so you can kind of play with that, and you don't have to have that stressed out feeling of putting on like a suit and, you know, like stuck up the concierge is at a nice motel,
Yeah.
you know, you don't have to have a stick up your ass. And then you can be human with other people. And that's another nice thing. So it's, you know, you talk about the customer service realm. I've worked for like a major telecom. I wanted to work for 911 after that because I think people would be calmer on the phone in a life or death situation than when their TV goes out. But
Well,
you've got to really,
in my past, I think that would be true.
that's it. You got to pucker up and kiss that ass in these other situations.
Oh, please come help me.
Well, no, the customer doesn't pucker up. They're bastards.
Yeah.
But you as the customer service, you got to say,
Oh,
I'm
right.
so sorry,
Yeah.
TV's not working.
Yeah.
You know, I'll come to your house and I'll blow you. I just
Yeah.
feel so bad.
Man, I got these
Yeah.
cheeseburgers, man.
Yeah,
I'll
just
suck
whatever,
your dick.
you know, but yeah, it just, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
it just, you've got to be, you know, and anybody who's worked customer service knows how draining that is. And so at a
Oh.
motel, no, you've got to stand your ground a little bit. You've got to be more human, because if you're going to be too strung up, and if you're all like, yes sir, no sir. Now again, I told you with the respect,
Mhm.
but I was still human. And
Yeah.
that's even just because it's my default, like you said, you know. So that's just something I just kind of already was. I like to say, how are you doing today, and
Mhm.
treat somebody with some formality and respect. But what I don't have to do is I don't have to kiss her ass.
Yeah.
And I can be warm, but again, I just don't have to be in that overloaded, like I'm the desk at Kohl's, and you bought a dress size that's too small, or your pants don't fit, and now I'm
Yeah.
the asshole.
Yeah.
It's not like that.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting because you know, I had I think it's like about 9.5 years of retail experience, and I don't know, 3 years, 4 years, or something like that, serving tables. And I always think about it. It's like when people are angry just about anything, doesn't matter what it is. And I was like, you should go work one of these jobs for a year, and I
Yes,
guarantee
I think it should be
your
mandatory.
perspective in life and like how you treat people when you're mad about something is going to be different. So,
Yeah.
like,
Some people say you should learn a trade. Some people say you should go to the military for a year. What I say in America is that you need to work behind a counter
oh
for
yeah,
a year.
yeah, not a Starbucks. You need to go to a place that,
No.
yeah, where you got to actually spend time with people.
Yes, we're going
Yeah,
to find the worst part of town, and your ass is going to
yeah,
sit behind bulletproof glass or
yeah.
whatever, and you're going to see some real human beings, and you're going to see some real Karens trying to give you crap, and you're going to come out of that.
No, you
Um,
need to go down to the villages and work with those old people. That's what you need to do.
oh my God, yeah, yeah,
The
that's
worst of the worst, because they got time. They don't have to be at work. They're retired.
and it's a place that's closed. While I worked there, the guy who ran the place died. It's
Okay.
amazing. I have amazing stories, but I can tell you, man, the villages that are, they're really sweet. Some of those people so freaking rotten, you can't even get them happy giving them ice cream.
Yeah.
I'm giving you ice cream, old person.
Yeah. And a hand job.
Make sure everything's okay. Yeah, that's it. Oh yeah, I forgot how much you like ice cream.
It's like, yeah, but you didn't do the finger in the butt thing. You know, that's why I'm pissed.
Well, I can't, you know, everybody's ice cream tastes like ass. I can't do that.
It's like, well, that's because I put my thumb in my ass and I put it in your ice cream. You're welcome, sir.
That's why you're no longer allowed to work at the ice cream shop.
Oh man. So like how did you get into motel business? Like where did that come around? Like,
So what it was is that I've had multiple jobs. I was going to be in construction. And
okay,
then
as one
everybody
does.
fucked that up in 2008. And
Right.
and you know, and I wasn't even outside construction. I had an office job construction. That's the best construction.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, you go out there and breathe concrete dust. I'm gonna turn these plans back in and get them revised. But in 2008, everybody just wanted money so bad they crashed the whole industry, and I jumped ship before like a couple places went bankrupt, and anybody who didn't go bankrupt just really cut back on staff.
Nah.
And then to try to re-enter it, what was an entry-level job when I started, I was now competing with people who'd been in the business for 30 years.
Hmm.
And so I was either gonna have to start at the bottom again, or go outside, and my dainty hands would be all messed up for manual labor. You know, martial arts is different, but even you don't that's not compared to like work calluses.
Yeah.
And so yeah,
Like,
so I get
we're on
out of
cinder blocks, like
yeah, exactly, really, you know. Because conditioning matters a lot also in a fight. But the bottom line is that I was out of a career, and then I was out of the telecom career. I learned how to answer three phones at the same time.
I saw that
I
video.
just didn't learn. Yeah, so there you go. You even saw
Yeah.
the video.
Yeah.
And that video is absolutely true, is that it really messed with my attention span.
Yeah.
And it got, where if I did, it gave me ADHD like symptoms because I was doing everything at the same time. And the way you do that is that you pick up the phone and we would have like these codes. So I'm talking to two insider guys and then I have a customer on the line. So I would mute the customer while they're talking about their problem because I only need to hear the highlights while the one guy is like, oh, box number. And I ask them both the box number and I put the two phones down, customers talking in the background. And the one guy's giving me his box number. And even if the other guy goes, they're speaking slow enough. I type like 120 words a minute. So I'm answering all three of those calls. But man, and it wouldn't pay off. I even told them a system that they could use. And, just to give you a preview of how that went, I'm like, look, if you want me to implement this system, which is really simple, and I still think they should do it, don't have your technician call and have them text. And I'm like, I could do it. I could set it up. I could help you with the logistics, but I want 50 grand a year in like 2005, 2010 money. And they were like, no. And I'm like, dude, I'm almost making that an overtime right now. I'm asking you to just salary it and not make me answer phones all the time. And they're like, no. So I'm like, goodbye.
It's
So
because
now I'm going to
you've
get,
proven that you can already do it without the system. That's why.
well, and so I'm not going to give you the rest of it. And 2 years later, I actually met somebody else working for another branch of the company. They were still trying to implement the system. I would have gotten started that day.
Ah,
But that's what they get,
yeah.
and that's the thing, and again, and this is where you're like, oh, well, then all rich people suck, all bosses suck. No, it's a system, it's a structure, and they're trying to make money, and any and everybody would love to make money and not have to work hard.
Yeah.
And you've either got to be specialized or you have to exploit people. There's no other
Yeah.
way other than you either specialize or exploit people, or you hit the job lottery like the pet
Yeah.
rock guy
Yeah.
or the person who bought Bitcoin early enough, or whatever.
The guy
right?
made $1 million.
Yeah, well, that's it,
Yeah.
and I think, he did one of the rare people who did that without having to hurt anybody.
Yeah.
And I like that.
Well,
So
I mean,
these
that
guys
depends
are
on how
like,
many people threw those rocks. So,
well, I guess, that's your point.
yeah.
I can't remember who wrote that comic where some dude's walking a rock and he's got it on a rope and somebody else is like, what's that? And he's like, that's my pet rock. And he's like, that's stupid. And the guy's like, bad rock. And he's picking up the rock and hitting the guy. So it's a very loyal, a very good defender,
Oh, yeah.
pet rock.
It's very versatile.
So,
It heats up in the sun.
Yeah, exactly. It's warm, it's cool. And so I get out of town and I go back and I'm staying with people who are willing, some close friends, family that are willing to take care of me and put me through school. And so I'm going to give like a medical career. I'm going to be a nurse. And so if I want to be a nurse, I got a lot of schooling and I need a kind of job where nursing school, like almost all college is just like, oh, you go to a 2-hour class and then you study. Nursing school keeps you in like you're a little freaking kid. They lock you in for 8 hours and you literally can't leave.
Yeah. I don't know how people do that, man. Well, I mean, maybe we'll find out here.
Here, what it ended up is I'd work 2 overnight shifts and then I do a split afternoon shift on the weekends. And I do not recommend that to anybody. Well, maybe we, go ahead.
That's what's always confused me about that job is like, there's a lot of math and like real important things that need to happen, like decisions and things that need to be made. Like why that's the system? I don't understand. Like, because pilots don't get that. Like pilots have a requirement, like you need this amount of rest before being able to get in an airplane, and then it's like a long stint in between flights or something like that. At least in the military, that's how it was.
Nurse doesn't sleep, doctor doesn't sleep.
Yeah, that's what I just don't understand.
Who knows more about the effects it has on your health, but it becomes like a badge of honor.
Yeah, I mean, obviously if you're working a lot, you're getting extra money, but like, it's like a lot of those cases, that's not really the case. The case is that's the schedule. So, you
want to get rich, don't be a doctor. Even if you're a rich doctor, I know you're doing some work out there, brother. And this is not, again, that's why, like, I don't look at the cast and go, well, the doctors got it good and the nurses are screwed. Well, the nurses are good, the CNA. No, we're all getting burnt on both ends. And so, I would go to the nursing school during the week. It's it's tough school. All medical. It's like drinking out of a fire hose. That's what they say.
Yeah.
You're not going to absorb it all.
Yeah.
You got to absorb enough to get 80, 90. Even if you get 100% on your test, you didn't absorb all the medical knowledge.
Yeah.
And so you got to be able to drink out of the fire hose. You got to be able to get enough of the water in without falling over, basically, is how you think, right? You can't, if you try to drink directly out of the fire hose, it blows your face off.
Yeah.
If you step away from it, you don't know anything. So you got to get just close enough that it's going to sting. And so I'm doing that during the week, and then I'm working midnight shifts, for 2 nights, and then like Sunday afternoon. So then you don't sleep for 2 nights, and then you try to sleep in the middle of the, early in the middle of the day, and then you try to do the afternoon. So it was me and Benadryl, and don't take
Okay.
Benadryl.
Okay.
Just don't take Benadryl. And then we can circle back around when we talk about mystic stuff. I will tell you the most amazing mystic experience from Benadryl. Still don't do it. There's other ways. I'll hypnotize you to do it. Don't do Benadryl.
Okay. Specifically Benadryl.
Specifically Benadryl.
Okay.
Because a lot of these things, like we used to take them, and acetaminophen, which is it's in a lot of painkillers, and then it's not. God, see, it's been a little while since I've been acting as a nurse, so I've always had to say, like I'm an ex-nurse, I have an education nursing. Is Tylenol? That's it, Tylenol. If you take Tylenol every day, it's not the best thing for you. Now, if you have to take Tylenol, that's different. But if you're taking it as opposed to other practices that are less, as we call them in the medical world, less medically invasive, so if you're, meditation's going to be better than Tylenol,
Gotcha.
but meditation may not cut it for you, right? Exercise and healthy diet. But if you're not doing those, or if you have chronic pain, but over time, Tylenol is going to beat up your liver, and over time, Benadryl is going to beat up your memory and your cardiovascular system.
All right. Tylenol versus Benadryl, then, if you're going to take one of them.
Well, they have two different uses. I'd say for either one. I'm not saying, there's no medical advice. This is all for educational and entertainment purposes.
Yep.
So you can't sue us. La 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 la.
Yeah, this is a Mailman podcast.
That's correct. Yes, and so I'm only saying in principle, and it's that medical principle of if you take any of the, they have long-term effects if you're taking it every day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is kind of one of those things, like if you're taking any kind of medication daily, like you probably should already be looking at other, like what like kind of like working on a car. It's like, okay, the car doesn't start. Let's work backwards. What's gotten the car to this point where it doesn't start? What is it connected to? Is it the battery? No. Okay, well, it's not that. And it's kind of systematically.
Medical and psychiatric medications that people are taking on a regular basis that are preventing much worse things in their life.
Yeah.
It does need to be balanced. You understand, even if the doctor technically has all the answers, the doctor doesn't have all the time.
Yeah.
So
well, you're the one doing all the work technically. So
you are.
Yeah.
And the doctors are trained that you're supposed to be your advocate. So you really need to do, and when I say do your own research, this isn't just some random jack off on like, their own, like, we might, we're a podcast that's being responsible because we're making jokes and we're adding the caveat. Some people are just like, serious. You gotta put vinegar in your eyes and you gotta put pee in your butt and then you'll be okay. And it's like, no, come on.
Well, you gotta dip your penis in vinegar every once in a while to clean it up. But anyway.
Listen to this guy and at your own risk. And I did not say I do not condone the messages it's a parody. This is a parody that we're doing.
MALE, man, for men after legitimate estrogen-free masculine approaches to the nowadays. That's the acronym for Mailman Podcast.
Understood. So the bottom line is that So but to get into that, I needed a job that could compensate. So. And this is again, and I'm even, I'll play this podcast for him because I love my father. My father is from an older generation, and he was technically right as well. It's just the same approach would not work well, and there were even some flaws to the approach then, but I get what he did. And frankly, again, because at the time I didn't have a good ride, so my dad's driving me around, and his idea, and this is still happening to people in my generation, in our generation, and then the next generations, not the Star Trek, because that's an older generation. The people are watching whatever the new Star Trek is, and so it's that, the older generation, boomer generation's like, you got to have boots on the ground. You got to drop off your resume and shake their hand
Yeah.
so they see your face.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to say like my dad was right, but then even then there were other approaches, but this is the approach we used. And again, it's helping me out a lot. And again, he was right in that it's been a career for me since then as the motel
Yeah.
business. But what it was is it's me going to everywhere. I remember I'm in this tattoo shop and I've got a resume and it's like, I do clerical work. I answer phones. And they're like, dude, why are you doing this? And I'm like, you see how you have a big glass window? That's my dad sitting out there. This awkward conversation we're having right now. The easiest way to cut it short is you take my resume and you nod your head and then I walk out. And then you can throw it away.
Just
You can do whatever because you and I know this isn't going to help. But he's just like, we're going to stop everywhere. And I'm like, all right, Dad. And then again, I'm going to tell you again, it isn't even to make, because I feel like the most, like me, I feel like I'm a mini me and my dad. Like
yeah, yeah.
I hear him in my voice, get the same jokes, all that kind of stuff. And the bottom line is that ultimately, as much as it wasn't good to do the motel job, or he didn't understand some of the online applications that I was trying to make to get a slightly better job, we nonetheless at one point stop at this motel. And when I go up there, there's this kind of really laid back chick at the desk. And she's like, yeah, I like your attitude. I think we're going to hire you. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And what I didn't know is, man, she was so freaking high. So I get out of there and I'm called in for my job interview and it's 10 a.m. And I go up to the motel and the door won't open.
Oh, great.
And there's nobody at the front desk. And I'm like, what the hell?
It's destiny. You're supposed to be there.
Maintenance guy gets up with a set of bolt cutters because the person who was supposed to work front desk that day was locked in their room with the keys to the bolt.
How does that happen?
You've got to open the. It happened. Drugs.
Yeah, that's usually the culprit there.
Yep. And so he cuts the lock off, and we have a little talk, and then the manager comes down, and the conversation is basically, okay, can you come in another day and do the interview because we got a situation here.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh boy, this is entertaining to say the least. Okay.
So it's like,
I come back.
It's like, well, it's kind of like if you do come back, it's like, oh well, he's hired. He can deal with this.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Is that I didn't run away and I came back for the interview.
Yeah.
And so they started me off at the front desk, and I watched over about a month or two as they hired some people on, fired some people off. That one lady, and it was really difficult because it was like the person who hired me was also like not showing up, and I have to call it in. And then she's like, well, I hired you. You can't, don't be calling the boss and telling him that I haven't come in for 3 hours. And I'm like, man, you're really putting me in a hard spot here. But ultimately, now that I have the job, I kind of want to keep it.
Yeah.
So I kind of am going to do that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's really not personal. And that's, again, whatever codes or whatever facts I mix around, if that person was listening, like I said, I have empathy for every single one of these people, and I'm doing my best so nobody can name you by name.
Yeah. Was it's that fine line of like being honest about everything, and then it's like being aware that the effects of that honesty, I guess,
Say, like, based on a true story, the names and circumstances have been changed to protect the,
to make for a better story.
Yeah, to protect the people on drugs. So then we get into it, and at this point now, I'm starting to run the front desk and I'm starting to run into people. Also, I'm still a little naive. So we've still got, frankly, got a lot of homeless people coming in trying to use our sink to take a bath. And at first, you're kind of like, well, this is the public, and so am I allowed? And now, of course, I kind of see the game. And ironically, I both have more empathy, but also I don't take any crap. I'm like, you got to leave. You're not getting a room. No, it doesn't matter if you can step into the door of the business. That doesn't mean you get to stay here.
Yeah. What was that? It sounds like Denver.
Well, there you go. So, Denver is one of those towns where on off season, it probably gets pretty interesting. And so, I'm dealing with that. I got people selling food stamps and I got people
Wait,
wrecking
wait. So
rooms because
selling food stamps?
yes, this person is, and then also, so they've got a certain way of talking. So you'll have somebody and they're on the edge. You're like, this person looks like maybe they're just mentally ill and they're not homeless.
Mhm.
And that's even to say, I'm not saying homeless people are mentally ill. I'm saying, look at the statistics, dude. It's sad
Yeah.
as hell.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and that a lot of homeless people come out of the foster system. It's a people without a support system.
Mhm.
And we used to have more communities and families, and now we don't, and you atomize people. This is what you get. So you've got this person, and plausibly they could be staying at my hotel and they asked, or my motel, and they asked to stay to use the phone, and they get on the phone. And then I realize it's one of the local homeless that's usually on the outskirts of property calling one of her friends to sell food stamps.
So
So I reach out
using your phone as their business phone, I guess.
and I reach out and I shut the phone off and I look at her and I'm like, "You're not staying here." She's like, "Well, I didn't not say I was staying here." And
Yeah.
I'm like, "Time to go."
Yeah.
And so, I would so basically some of the basic scams that I did not yet understand, I started getting into.
Yeah.
This is somebody who's here to waste my time. This is somebody who's going to be a problem. This is somebody who is homeless, desperate, and isn't going to buy anything, but is going to attempt to use our facilities, is here to sell drugs, or is here to prostitute themselves by going from door to door.
Yeah.
And I started learning these harsh lessons about the real world. And it's not like I wouldn't be dealing with that in nursing either. They'd just be in a different context.
Yeah, you're getting them after the fact.
Yeah, exactly. And I can't even drug them to knock them out.
Yeah.
All I can do is just, is deal with the drugs that they're on, which might be uppers. They're going to be more hyper.
Oh yeah.
Uh, so, this isn't everybody, but it's also that when you have a nice guest, there's a feeling of relief, but frankly, they're not as memorable.
All right. Well, I mean
If I
that
know
obviously makes sense. That's how
Yeah,
we live our lives, right? It's like, what's the worst thing that's happening to me right now? That's what I'm focused on.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So, if I know your whole name and I know you very well from my business, it might be that you're a beloved guest. There's a couple of them that I know, but mostly it's like, Dick Colin,
Yeah.
what are you doing back at my hotel?
You know me, Don. I'm just goodbye.
You're wearing a mustache.
I might be today.
You got the other two perverts in your
Yeah.
trench coat.
Do you want the mustache on or off?
Lab.
Yeah, C Lab.
Oh man. Oh, I
Too
love
bad.
Captain Murphy. Yeah, too bad. Long as that baby doesn't touch my stash. Mustache.
I actually watched that probably like a couple of months ago. Yeah, I watched a couple
Oh my
episodes
God,
again.
yeah.
Yeah, that and
It
Aqua
holds
Teen.
up.
Oh yeah, it's still funny.
It just holds up, dude. Stimutax or Bebop Cola. Oh my God.
When he's stuck underneath
Yeah.
the machine, the
Yeah.
soda
What
machine.
are you making a necklace? We're gonna have. I mean,
Of the
some
teeth.
people are like, "What are you talking
That
about?"
was
Look
from
these things
the
up.
black hole, right? That little robot from the black hole.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The weird little references.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And he turns. Yeah. Bebop Cola. Mingus Dew. Yeah.
Oh,
those are
Mingus too. Yeah.
So yeah, obviously I go in there like, yeah, total nerd out, great writing territory. But yeah, so I started learning the harsh lessons of, and then I watch a manager come and go. And then I don't want to be the manager. Um, and because I'm not going to get paid anymore and I'm going to have a lot more stress. So then somebody else who barely has any experience in this, and this is where again the empathy comes in, is whatever they did, whatever happened with them, I was more scared for these people
Mm.
than anything because I frankly, I'm a nice guy, but I'm not a little guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know
And
you're tall, but how tall are you actually?
I'm 6'1". I usually hang around 275 pounds. I have I studied. You and I studied under one, well, like the same guy.
Yeah, yeah.
I studied under that guy, and then I studied under a bunch of other guys, and I have
Hmm.
done karate, taekwondo, MMA, Wing Chun. I've taught MMA. I was the assistant instructor at the Bushido Kenkyu School for 2 years. I've Kung Fu Sansu, which was actually one of the major influences, as I understand it, and somebody else can correct my ignorance, is the Cobra system that's used. I can't remember if that's Special Forces. One of the specialized branches uses this Cobra system that was derived from Kung Fu Sansu. And one of the big Kung Fu Sansu guys over on the West Coast, he teaches like Air Force and some other kind of military.
Mhm.
So and this is also to say this, it was like I was saying, that construction worker who lifts cinder blocks all day could probably still hand you or I our ass sometimes because conditioning's a big deal.
Yeah, I'll definitely take the farmer strength there. Yeah, over
Yes.
over
Yeah.
anything.
Farmer strength. Yeah.
So, because I've got a on my grandfather's side, they're all cowboys, and those guys are like super strong. It's incredible.
The biggest, baddest, nicest martial artist that I ever had the pleasure of learning from grew up working on a dairy farm. And then what he would do is so there's different ways to lift weights, and you have different approaches. And I know you already had a show about that. We're not going to go in depth, but this guy had a unique approach. So instead of shooting for the highest weight, he was shooting for high rep, intensity, or pyramiding, because his objective was to build useful fighting muscles for ground fighting and some kickboxing, but a lot of ground fighting. So the objective is to offload lactic acid and last longer and
Interesting.
be able to relax. So, but the thing is he'd been doing it so long that he would go ahead and he would max out the weight anyway, and he's doing a tremendous number of pyramiding reps.
Yeah.
So fighting him, and this is actually a guy. I was at another martial arts school that was more like the master was great. The master kid, we call him again. I can say safely about this because that way he can't be identified. I only have like one friend who knows the same thing. This man could teleport. You're in front of
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
He'd been doing this since he's 4 years old, and he just disappears, and you're in a fight, and just casually lifts his foot up and taps you in the stomach to show you he's behind you.
Yeah.
But he couldn't, basically the way that he ran it with the families, he couldn't wipe the floor with me because either he would damage my little 20-something-year-old ego, or he would scare his other students who were family students. And the thing is I, again, with my ego, thinking I'm helping people to be tougher, I'm hitting people too hard.
Yeah.
I'm not, I'm not breaking any bones, but these are people who are here to learn self-defense. They're not here to
Yeah.
fight. And so this other guy comes in, friendly as can be, proceeds to just, I like this move. Boom. It's like fighting a brick wall with those wrought iron spikes on the top of it
Oh yeah.
that can move fast. And every time you hit it, you hit the wall or one of the spikes.
Yeah.
That man dislocated my nose. My nose touched my left cheek.
Oh jeez.
And he was sorry, but he wasn't sorry because he was
Yeah.
teaching me how to not to run in, because with, mediocre martial artists, you can just run in with somebody who knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
Please run at me. Now that I've learned it, oh yeah, please charge me.
Yeah.
Because now I'm just going to land a side kick or put a knee, or I'm going to sidestep you, and we're going to take all your momentum, and you're going to hurt yourself. And I hurt myself. And then driving home, I see this little bump on my nose, and I reach up, and my nose goes back into place, and I almost crashed my car into the side of a building
Oh yeah, that's
because it hurt so bad.
There's the reason why you tear up.
Yeah. And on top of this, and we can get into this as well, because I just think it's an interesting topic. And it's not to toot my own horn, by the way, because there's a lot of guys who are like, oh, that's a humble brag. I have no fear of death, specifically because I'm quite sure I have toxoplasmosis.
I was gonna say, yeah, I remember it started with a T. What you said. Yeah.
Toxoplasmosis gondii. About 30 to 60% of the human population of Earth has this parasite. It comes from cats. It's a protozoan parasite that makes these little cysts, or these little things. You could kind of think like it encapsulates little versions of itself in your muscles, but your immune system fights it.
Okay.
Its natural targets are cats and rats, and specifically, so if you have a rat or a mouse, and it smells cat pee, or it sees a cat, but even if it smells a cat, it's scared to death and it runs and it hides.
Yep.
So we can have like a maze or a cage, and if we take a little cat pee and put that in one part of the maze, they're going to stay the hell away from that part of the maze. But when they get toxoplasmosis, and these little things, they'll insist themselves in their muscles and in their brain, they'll actually kind of almost be attracted to cats, and they won't care and they won't be scared of them.
Huh.
And so what's the cat going to do? The cat eats it.
Okay.
And then we have a lot of pet cats. So the cat ate the rat. And what does the cat do? Well, it goes and craps in the litter box, and somebody changes the litter box.
Yeah.
And now, and it's not all the time, by the way. So everybody who's now like looking across the room with their cat. And
Yeah,
going,
right. You bastard.
Well, number one, it's probably too late. But also, number two, there's only a small window when the cat gets toxoplasmosis initially,
Mhm.
because after that, it's encysted in the cat's muscles. So I guess if you eat the cat, so don't eat your cat or rats, or cook them thoroughly, I guess, if you do.
Certain Chinese restaurants you got to
Um,
stay away from then.
Whoa, dude. I guess it's I can't speak of like pedigrees or whatever, but so the bottom line is that that happens, and so for cats, it doesn't seem to affect their behavior. Or cats are already cats, so we can't tell because they're already independent and fearless or whatever. But then, so like maybe to get like to good intro to this. So there's like this, there's a surgeon, and he's still in his what do you even call it? You get out of medical school, and then you have when you're hanging out at the house. I should know this, and I can't remember because I was a nurse. So we did do this, but there's a name for it when the doctor does it, where a residency.
Oh,
So they're
yeah.
doing a
Okay.
residency. So now you're kind of acting like a doctor, but you're still junior doctor.
Yeah.
And so, people might be calling you doctor, you're seeing patients, but you're talking to other professionals. You're not totally independent yet. And so this guy's like an ER surgeon and kind of doing a little bit of forensic checking even after somebody dies. And so the senior surgeon tells the junior surgeon who's in residency, when you're checking somebody from a motorcycle accident, check them and their brain for toxoplasmosis gondii.
Interesting.
Motorcycle accident, like why? So now you're like, well, why would it be a motorcycle accident? Well, I'll tell you another story. There's this guy. He's like, I think he's Chechnyan. Again, if you can look these guys up, you can look this guy up if you just use a little Google, or I guess you can use ChatGPT if you want to use a whole lake to ask a question. It's this guy, and he studies this. So it's like one of the top researchers of toxoplasmosis gondii, and he's a little nerdy guy. You've known me for a long time. So when you first knew me, I was scared on all fronts. I was just a scared little guy. I was a big guy,
Yeah.
but I was scared.
Yeah.
I didn't know, by the way, anybody who has a tremendous amount of fear, that's actually adrenaline. And if you lean into it or somebody corners you enough, that's not good either. So one way or
Yeah.
the other, get over it, because concentrated fear is anger,
Yeah.
and it's not any better.
Yeah. It's got to go somewhere.
Yeah. And it's even just if you're not willing to cross fear into anger, that's how you stay really scared. So I was scared socially. I was scared physically. And so that's my nature. So that must always be it. Well, so this guy was the same kind of way. No offense to him, because he's a scientist. That's what he wants. He wants to hang out. He wants to think about stuff.
Yeah.
Well, he's in this country. He's in one of those contested territories that has rebels, and it's him and his fellow scientists outside gathering botanical or animal samples, whatever. They're gathering life forms. They're gathering soil samples or whatever out there, and a group of rebels starts firing machine guns at him and his team.
Yeah.
And bullets are whizzing by his head close enough. He's hearing this stuff, and he realizes, why am I just standing here? He has to kind of intellectually go, bullets are coming at me, and my whole team is running.
Yeah.
Why? Oh, yeah, I should run. But it's an intellectual exercise. But he knew that, well, people who take a lot of risks, skydiving, motorcycles. Now, yeah, there's the adrenaline part, because if you conquer the adrenaline, like I said, the fear turns into a thrill or it turns into anger. It's
Yeah.
depending on how positively you meet it. But apparently, toxoplasmosis interrupts that system.
Okay.
And because it does it to rats, it does it to other animals, and it does it to the human animal. So what this guy did is he tested himself for toxoplasmosis. And he found out the reason that he has no fear of death anymore is that he has toxoplasmosis, and it changed his brain chemistry.
No. Okay. So, what happens when when that becomes a realization? Like, do you have like so it's like there's tier 1 that you have it. Yeah. Is there another change that happens once you realize you do have it? You know what I mean? Like the acknowledgement and the productivity of the next step there.
Oh, and again, we could like, we'll whatever we're going to clear whatever questions you want in the motel industry if you want to cover any of that, or we can get to the good stories, and then we can go into the hypnosis. But I can also tell you, so I do hypnosis for other people, and I've done a lot of it for myself.
Hmm.
And also, I took one of those thorough educations where I was lucky enough. It wasn't the objective of the school. It shouldn't be the objective of the school.
Yeah.
It's almost the added bonus. I basically got the equivalent of a lot of free hypnotherapy of a high quality.
Okay.
So there are reactions that you have emotionally that you expect to be happy, sad, angry, scared. And it's surreal
Hmm.
the first time that that's been changed and it's just not there. There's a big difference between holding in your fear
Yeah.
and just not having it. So what happens to me is one day back when I worked for the construction industry, part of my job is to go down to different sites and check them, or if there's a problem because we're installing all over the state. Even we've gone all the way over to like the Virgin Islands and different places. We put these portable buildings, and so I've got to drive like a few hours down south, and I'm out on the highway, and it's a rainy day, and I was in my 20s, so I'm a little impulsive. So I'm probably following too close. And everybody hits their brakes. So I hit my brakes and
You
my
said
car
you said that
starts
was
like,
down south.
huh?
You said that's down south. That's like the most common place to as you're going down to southern Florida. There is like the most common area for that kind of thing to happen.
Hit their brakes, you mean? Like a jackass or
Yeah,
something?
well,
Or freak out in the rain?
just how everybody hits, and it's just almost like if you statistically like you're more likely to get in one of those kinds of accidents down there. So
I see what you mean. Oh yeah,
yeah,
like I-95 and some
yeah,
of
yeah,
that. Oh man, yeah. I got like the Florida, the like above whatever that road is running near Miami, and then a little
yeah,
above it.
yeah.
Oh
That's the
man,
one.
it's just
Yeah,
road warrior. So this is
yeah,
that kind of situation, and so they stop in front of me. When I hit my brakes, I'm still going forward. So well, number one. I curse I'm cursing myself,
no,
which by the way, don't curse yourself. Those words
yeah,
actually, we're going to talk
yeah,
a little bit about the impact of words later. But
yeah.
again, I was just a foolish kid. And so I hit those brakes and I'm still going forward. So I'm like, I must be hydroplaning. I was going too close. I'm about to hit this person in the back. And then when I hit them, the cars behind me are going to hit me. And either, I would like to say I was just worried I was going to get swished. I was more worried about the insurance.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what did I do? I put my foot down on the freaking e-brake and the car began to spin.
Oh man.
I did, I don't know how I did it. Well, I know how I did it. I did it incredibly calmly. It felt like I was like James Bond because I was just so calm. It was just it didn't mean anything to me other than my car's spinning now. Okay. And I did a perfect 180 into the shoulder
Oh wow.
and I didn't hit that car. It must have looked crazy to anybody else on
Yeah.
the road. This guy just, and then I'm sitting in the shoulder facing traffic.
How awesome would that have been if you had a pistol shooting out the window?
Well, that's what I'm saying. And the thing and that's what I say. No, I don't want it to be a humble brag.
Yeah.
I actually want, if anybody recognizes this, no, don't put yourself in danger.
Yeah.
And then also to realize that it serves a purpose. There's a reason why when that freaking bear is chasing you, when somebody could have a gun or a knife or whatever, and don't think, by the way, my badass martial arts move will save me. If somebody has a pointy or a shooty, it's going to get one or both of you, and it's going to be a matter of statistics. It's not going to be a matter of your superpowers.
Yeah.
Because if you're really that good, you can see a situation and get the hell out of there instead of, and don't tell me you're protecting your friends, dude. This
Yeah.
is an ego thing. Get your friends out too.
Yeah. Well, I watch a lot of Master Ken, so I think I'll be all right.
There you go. Yeah, hurricane. That's right.
Yeah.
And strike the groin and restrike the groin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, even my Wing Chun.
You gotta grab that knife.
That's it. Yep.
By the
Grab
blade.
it by the end. Grab it with your teeth. Yes, grab it with your teeth.
Well, I mean, I think it's a pretty good segue. We like to get into this mental part of like we'll start with the reaction kind of stuff and how that kind of goes into it, and then I think that's a pretty good segue into the hypnosis stuff because I've got a lot of questions.
Well, here, let me offload this even for the sake of your audience, and it's just because of some of my favorite stuff. So one night I'm with a buddy of mine, and he would stay over because he could use the computer and hang out. And again, like I said, these are the advantages. That's an advantage, is I could have my friend over when I'm working an overnight,
Mhm.
because I'm basically running the motel even when I'm not
Oh, right.
management.
Yeah. Mhm.
I'm the front desk manager, and frankly, because I'm so good at kicking people out, I kind of have got my little thing, so I can kind of chill out, and my buddy can chill out, and so we're chilling out.
Mhm.
And people come up, and I get somebody comes up and they say, "Man, it smells like ammonia outside." And like, that can only be one of two things. So I go outside. I don't smell the ammonia.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's either methamphetamine, something going on, or a homeless person peed here. Somebody
Yeah.
drunk peed here. And I don't see any of it. In fact, because of kind of the nature, and again, these are people dealing with their own problems, and you get sick of dealing with other people's problems. I was kind of the more responsible, little older guy. I'm in my 30s at this point. So when I show up, anybody who normally wants to start some shit, they scatter like cockroaches. They lock the door. So everybody behaves around me when they see me there. So everybody's locked back up in their room, and I can't smell anything. I can't see anything. So I come back in. Another guest tells me there's somebody loading equipment in their van. Looks like lab equipment and stuff. I'm like,
Oh,
so
great.
again, 6'1", 275-pound man, but I'm remarkably quiet, especially when I know the layout of the building. I kind of know where you'll see me and where you won't. And I have an idea if anybody's still going to be out, where they're going to be. They're probably going to be at one of the stairwells.
Mhm.
So I walk out, and then I kind of take this circuitous path where I'm going to see you before you see me.
Mhm.
And I go around the corner in the back, and this guy is sitting there with his two buddies. He doesn't have a shirt on. He's big baggy pants on, redneck dude. And he has got a Breaking Bad sized bag of meth. He's looking at it like it's the keys to his new car. It's his new baby boy. He's just so proud. This is even before Breaking Bad, but he had some big crystals in there, real high quality, 96%, or whatever. He sees me, and he tries to shove it in his pants, but the bag is too big, so it's still half hanging out of his pants. His two friends look at the wall, and so does he, and they're all just trying to act nice and hoping I didn't see it because, well, I think they might have taken a little bit to celebrate. I stand there because I have to kick in logic, because I'm like, I'm in a deadly situation and I have to intellectualize it
Yeah.
because I'm not actually scared. And again, like I said, you want some cool points. That's not good.
Yeah.
I do have compassion. People, I got family, I got friends, I got people who love me. Even if you don't think you have any family and friends, trust me, there's somebody who'll miss you.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So, and that's, so I'm sitting there, and I've got to give these guys credit, actually. They were real professionals, because I'm like, number one, I'm about to have to kick in some martial arts to defend myself because I'm not going to be as fast as these little skinny meth heads. And it might be a 3-on-1 where somebody's armed. And then number two, I might need cover from firearms.
Yeah.
So I'm standing at a wall where I'm strategically positioned, where one of two things is going to happen with that wall. It's going to be firearm cover, or I'm going to bash somebody's head into the corner in self-defense, mind you. I'm going to give them the chance to leave, and instead they just sit there, and it's the most awkward minute of my life.
Yeah.
They're staring at the wall like nothing happened. I'm staring at them, waiting for them to go on attack. Because if I move ahead, they're going to know where I'm headed. Surprise is going to be one of the only things that I'm going to have for them.
Yeah.
Or the fact also that there is literally no fear or anger in me. There's just this neutral feeling
Yeah.
as I stare at them and they stare at the wall. And then finally I pull my cell phone out. And I said, "You guys know I have to call the police." And they're like, "Well, yeah, we get it, man." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's cool. Hey, by the way, what room are you in?" This dude, because
You can
I
always
already
ask that
kind
to
of
somebody
knew.
that's on something. Like, oh yeah, I'm right over there.
At this point, I'm kind of almost having fun with it because I
Yeah.
realize they're not on the attack. And frankly, if they want to come and shoot me later, maybe they'll be like, "That guy was kind of funny. That guy was kind of nice." So the guy's like 2010. And I'm like, "Yeah, I figured you were in 203." So
Yeah. Like, yeah, we definitely have a 2010.
so I get on the phone and I'm looking at them, and then like when they start walking off, I walk off, and it was actually incredibly professional. And so meth heads, if you're listening, I didn't name you by name. And again, I have, like I said, I have compassion for all people. And I thank you guys for not coming back to shoot me, because from the time I made that call and I'm on 911, I'm walking around the building. At this point, it's not about the meth heads, it's about my guests.
Yeah.
You know, and that's always thought about. I got to protect the managers because they're just these little ladies, and I got to protect my guests, not with my life. I'm going to live, but that doesn't, if I see somebody opening a door, somebody else trying to play safe, trying to play brave, I'm going to be like, go back in your room. We called the police.
Yeah.
The guy, again, casually walking in the building, it's almost irritating them that he's going to a different room where somebody else is staying. They're unloading their room. They took like 10 minutes to do it. I normally want to kick people out, and they think the cops are coming because the dude hit his wife or whatever. They're out in a couple of minutes. These guys took 10 minutes, and he walks around, and then I'm walking around the building slowly, and then we almost run into each other, and it's like just inconvenient. He's like, and I'm like, hey man, I'm on the phone with, and I just keep talking to him, and I'm like, yeah, he's about 5 foot whatever, and I'm like, and I'm looking at the guy, and I'm like, the longer you stand here, the longer I'm going to describe you. So he just kind of shrugs and goes, and they casually left. I'm still talking to the police, and that's why, again, we're not going to go local here. I'm going to thank the police doing what they could, but the fact of the matter is, that night I go back in there with my buddy, and I'm like, I'm going to tell you what just happened, because he saw some of the activity. I'm like, they had a meth lab in their room, and I saw the dude with a break in. And I'm not gonna citizens arrest the guy, and they didn't attack me, so I didn't have to try to. I've got this really cool move. So like when you grab the balls and then you grab the throat at the same time, and you're obviously one hand is going to be up and the other hand is going to be down.
Yeah.
So then what you do is, as you turn your hips, the other hand goes up and the other hand goes down, and the balls go in the air and the throat goes down and the body flips. And I was really wanted to use that one because nobody is expecting that. I just described it to you, but I'm going to guarantee you when it happens, it's still going to be a surprise. But I didn't,
It's like the old step on the foot and push.
Oh yeah, it's a nobody. So many people.
That's a schoolyard move right there.
Boxer, man, they're not expecting. You turn them into one of them clown things that bounce back and forth. Oh yeah, you step on that foot, you deck them a couple of times, and then as soon as they start pulling against the foot, you lift it up and off their footing goes. Then you kick out the leg. Yep, I'm with you. When in Bushy no Kenku, we didn't study MMA for fighting. We trained some fighters, but what we did is we studied other martial arts and we figured out what stances and moves that they commonly used.
Mm-hmm.
And that way we could be prepared for it. Like this Taekwondo guy is going to stand in a kicking sideways stance.
Mm-hmm.
A boxer is going to put out his front leg because he's going to think his hands are going to save him. You're going to have an extra half a foot to a foot of reach with your leg. And unless he studied at least a little bit of MMA, you're going to be able to hit his sciatic nerve with a roundhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Do not engage because he's good with his damn hands and he's good at taking shots to the face. But you take out that leg and you back off of him and then you get on his 45.
Mm.
So, and that's, again, a fair fight's one you don't get into, because I'm going to tell you again, I have compassion for all people. So if you say you're going to fight me, I'm going to give you an out. If I think you're going to fight me, I'm going to leave first, even if you want to toss something at the back of my head or yell at me. One of the most badass dudes I know who could straight up kill somebody with one kick. And this is not like a joke or a humble brag. This is like an Olympic level fighter. Told me about the time he was in a movie theater and he told some people to be quiet and they're throwing popcorn in his hair. And I'm like, I wish I could find those people. And I'm like, look, you need to go hug your mom and your dad and your loved ones because you could have died that day. That man showed you incredible kindness. That man can teleport and he would have killed you casually. He would have had fun like a cat playing with a mouse. So that was like the craziest thing at the motel. And again,
Taxoplasma mouse.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So again, the no fear of death. And then, other highlights, again, I told you about the guy, get the fuck out of here, the family. And then also like, he was like, and then you can go to hell. And I'm like, I kind of feels like I'm already there when I'm dealing with stuff like this. And then again, how I kicked people out. I'm trying to think. The drunker than me, and we had an alligator. So this is where, if I send you to, it used to be Twitter at the time. It's x.com. We lost the password. Go to Motel Hell Life and you can read about some of our adventures.
Okay.
Because it's anonymous enough. You don't know exactly where it is. And what happened was that motel, when it closed down, my job was security for the next 10 years. So my job, much longer than it was open. And by the way, it caught on fire, and it caught on fire because of thunder. Thunder is why the motel caught on fire.
Thunder.
Thunder.
How does that happen?
So get this. And this was the guy who told us this. He was a fire inspector, and what his job was to, his job was kind of to really show you how firework. So he would be like, one of the things he's like, you always see in the movies, they throw cigarettes in and lights the gasoline on fire. And there were some cases where somebody's like, oh, this person with a cigarette caused the fire because they got it on the gasoline. So what I do is I'd go in the courtroom and I'd take a shot glass and I'd pour gasoline in it and I'd light a cigarette. And I'd walk up to the gasoline and you could see the vapors in the air, and I'd put the cigarette in the vapors and I'd show everybody, and then I'd put the cigarette out in the gas.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it does just put it out, right? Like
he would put the cigarette out in the gasoline because he wouldn't light the lighter next to the gasoline, the shot of gas, but he'd light the cigarette, and then he'd go up to the shot of gas, and put the cigarette out. So this guy knew what he was talking about. So I believed him when he told me this. So we were like, our motel, it's just like every time that it was already bad, it got worse. Legend has it that Ozzy stayed at this particular hotel after Randy Rhoads died.
Okay.
And I had somebody who claimed that they could hear Ozzy crying that night. This is all legend.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, I guess if we checked the drawer for cocaine, we could verify. If we checked the carpet and we saw that there was underneath the carpet there was half an inch of cocaine, maybe Ozzy was in there.
Some fiend found that cocaine. It's gone.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, probably. That's it,
dude. Somebody smelled it. He's like, I smell cocaine somewhere. It's under the carpet.
Three guys. That guy with the trench coat and the three mustaches. Yeah. Three guys in the trench coat and the one. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah.
Must have been all the cocaine.
Yep.
So the bottom line is, what happened was 1 or 2 owners ago, they had this room. I had taken over as general manager because it was just so insane there that I finally was like, everybody needs to stop their bullshit. And I've had dirt on you, and I'm not even going to spill all the dirt. I'm just going to spill enough to get your ass under control so you treat each other nice.
Yeah.
I could fire every single person in here. If you like, I'll tell you also, I was smoking out in the bathroom, and they're like, we'll call you on that. And I'm like, do you remember when I talked to the boss about the maintenance guy? Do you think he gives a rat's ass about me smoking out in the bathroom?
It's way worse than alcohol.
He's like, actually, you're pretty calm. And I'm like, yep.
Like, yeah, because I'm high, motherfucker. I mean...
So one time they had this guy, he's like a redneck James Bond villain. His face had been all put back together after a meth lab blew up in his face. A different meth lab.
Oh, okay.
A meth lab every March while the motel was open. Something about March. I guess it's coming out of the winter. I called it March Meth Lab Madness.
They're trying to get ready for the end of school season, so you get into the summer.
Yeah, it's summer's school's out, kids. Get on meth. So
get your meth.
So this guy. And then we also have this she's like 17 and 377 days. She's 18, but she's barely 18, and she wears short shorts, and all the guys at the motel are drooling over her. And I've seen this kind of stuff before because you've got pervs, you've got people on drugs. She is not helping by being on some kind of bouncy slidey thing and sucking a lollipop while she's playing on this thing. And she has a heroin addiction. And Methface is falling in love with her.
Oh, yeah.
And Methface calls me. Well, first she calls me and she's like, that one dude with the weird face, he's really scaring me. Can you make sure and I'm like, I know what room you're in, and you're going to be okay, but I'll check on you. Thanks for letting me know. And then I'm like, she's slurring a lot. I bet she's on heroin. But that's not abnormal. Methface calls me. He's like, oh my God, this girl's going to overdose on heroin. We got to go in her room and save her. And I'm like, you're just high on meth, and your delusion of she will one day be your wife, girlfriend, or rape victim, I can't tell which, wants you to get me to open her motel room door for her. I just talked to her. She's not dead yet. So he's in the hallway, and I'm like, you're not going upstairs. And he walks around me, and I don't have a fear of death, but I still had anger then. I had a lot of anger because you knew me back when, I was very scared. And so the people who could see I was scared put a lot of anger in me.
Yeah.
And then when I finally get into my 20s and 30s and I study a lot of martial arts, all that anger wants to come out.
Yeah.
But again, the same way I didn't give into the fear and turn it into anger, when I finally have the anger, I'm not immediately, I could probably had a legal reason. And then again, if you are angry and you are looking for an excuse to hurt people and you're like, well, the cops will let me shoot this person or hurt this person, please get help. Please don't hurt
Yeah.
people just because you're angry.
Just take a jiu-jitsu
Okay.
class and they'll take care of that.
That's it too. And that's it. So it'll teach you more about survival. And then again, if you're not trying to enact your anger and you're really about self-defense, then you will de-escalate and get out of the situation.
Yeah. And
So this guy
you'll
walks
realize how
coming.
useless your anger is in a fight.
Yes. Also, you're not, if I told you, the guy that I ran at with anger just, he fractured a rib and he dislocated my nose, and I basically did it to myself.
Mm.
The best fighting I've done is when I was calm. And so in self-defense situations, when I was calm, that's when I could defend myself. And that's, I would say, almost worse with this guy, because first, I'm just a little pang of anger. I'm like, well, number one, the way you walked by me, I had a really good throw for that. Number two, now that you're by me, I've got a really good kick for that. Number three, the way even you're acting right now, I probably have an excuse to go hand to hand or even with a weapon. And I could say, well, somebody was in danger. He goes upstairs and he starts punching this metal door.
Oh, jeez.
Number two is that as he's punching that metal door as hard as he can, we got to get her. And I'm like, she's scared to death in there. You got to stop doing this. I'm also watching him and I'm like, I would have been through this door 3 or 4 times already.
Yes, it's like, that's the wrong door, man.
Well, it was the right door. It's like, it's the wrong person, because I'm like, so we've really studied. There's this move where basically you drop, you can do a strike as you do it. Because you generally, if you can, always ring the bell on the way in or out. And then what you do is when you grab the ankle, it's that same kind of principle. Like I said, when you switch the balls and throw, this is where you take the ankle and their center of gravity and you bring that up over your head.
Mm-hmm.
And he was lined up. And I'm like, basically, once he breaches the door, he goes off the balcony.
That's like an ankle pick.
Yeah, it's, I guess, yeah. So I'm ready to do this. And again, I can see I would have been through the door 3 or 4 times now, and he's still just punching the door. There's no pain, but there's no brain.
Yeah.
Did
he check to see if it was unlocked first? Because that's,
well, it's never unlocked motel rooms, but no, he didn't do that. He's just immediately punching it.
That's like step
but
one.
motel rooms automatically lock.
Oh, okay.
Or they should. And if your motel room doesn't automatically lock, you go and complain and you get it back to functioning that way.
Okay.
Because you need to be safe. It doesn't matter if you're in the Ritz or where I work or worked. And so, yeah, so this guy, and then again, I'm just doing the math before we throw him off. And I'm like, I don't want to do this. I know even if I'm like, you can get that little smug satisfaction, or you think you're going to be okay to hurt somebody. Again, anybody who's been in the military, I know people, and they're like, dude, I had to run somebody over. I had to do this. You can play all you want, dude.
Yeah.
It scars your soul.
Yeah.
It scars your soul to do that to somebody. And so I don't want to scar my soul, but I also don't want anybody else to get hurt. And I'm willing to take that to do this, because I don't even want to, even this guy, like I said, I got compassion for him. It doesn't, and by the way, you can have compassion for a snake. Don't give it a hug or kiss it.
Yeah.
Get a stick. And then even then, don't get brave. Don't, when you hold the alligator's mouth, it won't open. No, don't fuck around.
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
maybe a baby. Yeah, you might be safe on that.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, throw the baby to the alligator, and that'll distract it long enough. So
women and children first. Isn't that the rule?
Yes. And so one of the little ladies that I'm usually worried about walks up and starts talking to this guy like she's his mom. And he stops punching that door and puts his head down, and he's so ashamed.
It's like the Black Widow and Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, that's it. Sun's going down, big guy. This is more like, you've been a bad boy. I told you not to do this, and you can't believe it. I'm like, oh my God, he could just crush you like Bud Spencer in those old Italian movies with the one dude. They Call Me Trinity, just bash people on the head. He could just do that. But and so I used to worry about him, but this is where the tough, the whole tough whatever, she just starts giving it to him, and her personality is so much bigger than her size that she was safe. And I was going to have to kill his ass. And then the cops get there and neutralize him. So that about runs dry, though. I could keep going. There's all these little stories about people being so high. There's like the guy that I thought he was on acid, but it ends up he was schizophrenic. And I was like, dude, it would be one thing if you're doing whatever you're doing in your room, but you're coming out and you're waving your arms in the sky.
Yeah.
And he's like, I should go now. I should go now. And I'm like, no, go sleep it off in your room, but I'm not going to renew you tomorrow. And he's like, I should leave now. And I'm like, no. He walks outside and he ducks behind our sign that's only like knee high. So I see him peeking over it.
He's
And
like
he's looking
Gilroy.
at me like he's hiding. Yeah, Kilroy style. And I'm like, oh no, this dude ate way too much of whatever psychedelic bath salt, whatever the hell he's on. And I was worried about him. And then he runs off. And I actually got in my car. I locked up the motel and I drove up and down the road trying to find him.
Oh man.
Ends up, what happened was he was a schizophrenic who heard the internet went down. And once the internet went down,
the year 2000.
yeah, the whole world went down.
Yeah.
And so he was starting to have an acute attack, and we were close enough to the loony bin that he went over there. And I call it the loony bin because I've been there. When I was 18, I got Baker acted, so
Yeah.
I've been in that. And this isn't even me, this isn't a criticism of the mental health system. It's to say they need more money and more support than they have. They just put people in there for 3 days,
Yeah.
and that whatever I was already going through, that was the biggest the biggest challenge to my mental health was being in one of those places.
Yeah.
But then somebody like this, they're also going to be better than the streets when he thinks the internet's down, and I've got to kick
Yeah.
him out of the motel into the streets.
Yeah. Man, I can't imagine what that might have been like during COVID time for him. So, jeez.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's about the motel, and yeah, we can then transfer. We talked about people. We talked about
Yeah.
people with mental illnesses or whatever. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. I need a doctor's note to work on a medical condition or a psychiatric condition, and yet I have cleared medical and related conditions that what I say about hypnosis is that it shouldn't be medicine and psychiatry should not be a replacement for hypnosis. Hypnosis shouldn't be a replacement for medical and psychiatry. What happened was the big father of psychiatry, Sigmund Freud, studied hypnosis, and he had wooden teeth, and he was a cocaine addict who was obsessed with nose surgery. And as much as we say, well, we don't do anything Freud does, I'm like, that's really odd because you still lay your patient down, sit him down, and you talk to him
Yeah.
one-on-one every week, and you have this whole therapeutic milieu. And by the way, it helps people. That's the thing about your psychiatrist or psychologist, to differentiate between what I do as a hypnotherapist. And by the way, because this goes to multiple states, there's only certain states where I can be called a hypnotherapist, and other places I'm just a hypnotist or a consulting hypnotist.
All right. So
anyway,
what does that actually mean though? So if you were to define being a hypnotist, or whatever the other words they used for it, what did you call it? Hypnotist, and what are the other two?
So I am
hypnotherapist.
Yeah,
and...
to do my alphabet soup.
Yeah.
Right. I am a certified clinical and interpersonal hypnotherapist, and I am an ICBCH hypnosis instructor. And so a hypnotist is anybody who hypnotizes.
Okay.
And they might hypnotize to help you, they might hypnotize to have fun. And those are both useful, because even the people who the hypnotism to have fun skills came out of the people who were hypnotizing to help people, and the people who help people by hypnotizing learned a lot by the people who do it for entertainment, because the people who do it for entertainment are very boots on the ground, and they've just done a lot of hypnosis with a large variety of people.
Okay.
So to say hypnosis itself, let's see, the ICBCH definition is a natural yet altered state of mind in, or not the ICBH, I'm sorry, the IAIH. See all the alphabet soup I told you. IAIH is where I learned the deeper work of hypnotherapy, and it's very strongly spiritual as well. So we facilitate meditation, and we clear traumas that we're legally allowed to clear, or the ones that we clear with the psychiatrist or psychologist note. And the same with medical conditions, is that we still have to have that note or supervision to do that. And then again, the hypnotist is anybody who can hypnotize for any reason, even just to feel a different feeling than you feel in your conscious waking state.
Okay.
Have you ever been in a different state of mind?
Oh yeah, like I was pretty drunk for like 2 decades.
Okay, so I'm with you there. I
Yeah.
listened to the Meow Wolf episode.
Oh
That
yeah.
was pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
But also, so let's take again, and I've made some call outs to your audience because I've listened to a lot of your show. Like I said, I've known you for a long time. I really like how you've managed to kind of wedge in with all the humor and whatever, we can say whatever immature, funny shit, but also you've tackled some serious subjects, and dudes kind of need that softened for them.
Yeah.
We kind of need to have a little bit of fun, and then we can say, by the way, dude, maybe you could eat a little better.
Yeah. Well,
By
see,
the way, dude, get some exercise. Touch grass, dude.
yeah. What it is, it's it's selfish in a good way because it's my way of kind of like getting through that stuff as well, and it just so happens I'm doing it on a podcast. So
Some of the best change work that I've learned is because I've been able to apply it to myself.
yeah.
And then again, like I said, I got lucky through like the deeper work in hypnotherapy, like my anger. Dude, that went all the way back to when I was a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
And I don't remember. I didn't have memories of being 2 years old. I had dreams about something that happened when I was 3 or 4 years old that I didn't think were real.
Mm.
And so what the
This is
long
this is
story,
talking about like locked away memories, kind of. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And these are all theoretical frameworks because I believe in something called katma. And a lot more people have heard of dogma.
Yep.
And Robert Anton Wilson was the one that really explained this in some down to earth terms. So, you know how a dog is loyal, it follows rules,
Hmm.
right? And it wants consistency in its life.
Yep.
A cat does whatever it wants, and the cat can change its mind about you at any moment.
Okay, I see where this is going.
So dogma is dogmatic thinking where whatever the truth is, we're going to keep doing it this way.
Yeah.
Katma is I don't care how well established this is. We now know better. So the catmatic thinking, katma, is something I think we should do more. So what happened was, and this is how I explain hypnosis because it's also how I teach it. Like, so I said like IIH, a natural yet altered state of mind. In ICBCH, we don't have one definitive definition of hypnosis because every time that you present one, we'll find a countervailing theory. Because as much as we know about hypnosis, we still don't quite know what's going on. The same way that we can point to places where memory is stored in the brain,
Hmm.
but we still don't fully understand it. The same way that we can still say, I am, so I must be conscious. You feel like you are, so you must be conscious. But we
Yeah.
don't know what consciousness is. We're like, oh, microtubules in the brain. We got to figure it out.
Yeah.
We still don't know. So we know how to do the techniques that get a certain effect. There's even a concept that comes out of the hypnotic and neuro-linguistic programming, where some people are going to recognize that term, others aren't. We could call it kind of waking techniques of conversational hypnosis.
Okay.
And so, and it's a whole broad spectrum of techniques, some of which do have scientific backing, others of which don't. Um,
Well, there's a lot of
and
theories that are scientific that don't have backing, but eventually become scientific. So.
And so that happens
Yeah.
too. Like sometimes you'll read a study and you're like, that's just common sense. How could they not already know that? Well, because we never studied it.
Yeah.
So we needed to, and then sometimes we think is something is common sense. We find there's a bias or it's not working the way it seemed
Yeah.
that we perceived it. So here's the deal is one of the things that we say is that the communication that you give is only as good as the communication that's received. And it doesn't matter what your intention is if it's not received as you intended.
Okay.
And so,
Right. Well, I mean,
you
that's
know,
that's like it's like getting a text message or like sending a text
Yeah.
message, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
yeah. There's no tone. It's just flat paper. So
You are missing anywhere from 70 to 97% of that of the context of that.
yeah.
That actually, it has happened to me a day ago. This guy, he had a close family member, is like his niece. She's going to school, and he gets this text message, and it's like, oh my God, she passed. And he read it like that. And here in my tone is how he read it.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh no, my niece. Oh my God. Oh
Yeah.
no. And then he read it again and he's like, oh, it was that really important test.
Oh my God. It's like
See,
he literally died for a few seconds there, like inside.
so maybe I could describe so there's a hypnotic process.
Yeah.
It sure does seem like some spooky stuff can happen. Way back in the day, this dude named Mesmer was like, I can control the magnetism in the air because we thought magnets were magic. You could take these two stones and they would magically stick together. So I shoot magnetism out of my fingers. I can magnetize a tree even. So I'll magnetize you and you'll be healed.
Mhm.
I'll magnetize a tree and you'll be healed. And people were getting healed.
Mm.
Of all people on the team of people that he was the king of France, I think, was going to give him this stipend. He's like, if you got to give me a stipend, give me twice as much or give me nothing. Don't say that to a king. He gets this team of people to debunk his ass. And one of those people is Benjamin Franklin. And Benjamin Franklin said, this guy doesn't have magical magnet powers. Those people just believe they're being healed, and he believes he can heal them.
Yeah.
And even when I say heal, I'm using those old terms because, again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not practicing medicine without a license. And even though I have taken somebody who they had this, their back was shaped like a C. And I don't mean backwards like forwards, I mean sideways. He'd been in this nasty motorcycle accident
Mm.
and the muscles are pulling his spine over. And I remember this because he was helping me said he could fix a toilet. He's a good friend. He's deceased now. God bless him. I love him. Miss him. Really cool guy. Would have loved to be on this show. He would have loved the show. Um, really would have been right up his alley. And so he's like going to pull the valve off the toilet, and there's this weird cover thing on it. He's like, well, this is either the right part or we're fucked.
Yeah, it's
He
the
pulls it
ball
out.
cock. That's what they call that.
Well, he pulled that thing out. He pulled that thing out, and water started spraying everywhere.
Oh
So
no.
we're fucked.
Oh no.
And he had that back like that. So he's trying to fix, and that's not the only time he fell downstairs another time.
Yeah.
He was actually like, and this is also the thing, like, so it's not like I have amazing powers to take away your pain. It's that you have the ability to control your pain, but it works within a certain social context. It's even an outward signifier to other people that there's danger.
Yeah.
So that's why you're supposed to hit something and go, ow. Now you can tell your small group, your tribe, this thing hurts, get away from it. You stepped in an ant pile, you're jumping around, you're grabbing it. Yeah, it's a reaction to get the stuff off you, but it's also a social reaction to tell other people, don't do this, you'll get hurt.
Maybe that's why
Don't stick your hand in the fire.
Maybe that's why I keep bumping into the coffee table. It's because there's nobody else to tell me that. Nobody else to hear my screams. So I keep bumping into
There
that
you
thing.
go. And what do
There's
do?
no social
What do
aspect.
You personify it. It's the coffee table's fault
Oh
somehow,
yeah,
right?
totally.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I definitely shouldn't slightly move it forward.
And so there's a mental model.
Yeah.
There's even this, like, things should be a certain way and they're not a way and they conflict. And then there was this guy who, back when this, Freud was doing his thing, doctors were using leeches. One of the first things hypnosis was used seriously for, because it wasn't magnetic powers. Ironically, by quote unquote debunking mesmerism, which was the precursor to hypnosis, Benjamin Franklin was actually pointing out what we do as modern hypnotists.
Mm.
We're using the belief system.
Yeah.
But we're also proving it, because if you wouldn't need my services if you could believe that you can control your pain,
Yeah.
your bodily sensations, even stuff as wild as if somebody with HIV, their fucking cell count, their viral load
Yeah.
can go down.
Well, what is that?
We've seen
Wim Hof, right? There's a lot of studies on him with the.
Yeah, so there's a lot of studies on Wim Hof.
Yeah.
I both can. He's in the right area, but he's done some irresponsible things, and some people have been hurt or died.
Oh, okay.
And that's the thing. So here's what I'll say about hypnosis, and then I'll walk it back up, but I'll take this a little aside, that I ran my own spiritual and holistic center. I'm a holistic practitioner. I'm also somebody with a nursing education. And I even talk to an entire spectrum of people. I talk to very scientifically minded people who only barely believe in the power of mind and need me to explain that hypnosis isn't fortune telling or magic or even what you saw on stage. It's something we all can do. My job is to coach you, guide you. You put the right words in the right place to create this phenomenon that will then allow you to take control of your physiology or your mental state in a way that you could not by yourself.
Yeah. And so I was starting to think about this in the way that you know, because I watch your videos. I looked at the website, and it kind of turned into at least that version of hypnosis versus like what I think the general consensus is. Like it's like, oh, it's woo woo. It's like, you know, magic, like you're talking about there. But from what it seems like is it seems like that hypnosis is more of like a, I don't know, subconscious I don't know, exploration of like that kind of stuff to bring it forward so you can actually look at it as the person that it's happening to, and like these are like these subconscious thoughts or ideas that they're clearly affecting you, but you're exploring them now, like you're making them visible, and you're that's kind of what hypnosis is sort of getting you to a point as the individual is you have these things in you. Let's bring them to the surface so you can explore those and figure out what to do with them.
So this is where, again, I talk out to the audience, right? So first, is this idea that anybody who sent a text or used a keyboard has noticed it's not an ABC order.
Yeah.
The keyboard that we use is called a QWERTY keyboard, QWERTY. Now, there's an alternative keyboard design because the QWERTY keyboard is from like 1850, 1875.
That sounds about right.
And it was designed at the time. Some people say it was designed to keep the keys from sticking together on a typewriter. The latest that I've read about it is actually it was designed because the keys that they needed to translate Morse code tended to be in that kind of order. So it's designed that you'd have those in the right locations where they're easy to reach and find. So what was happening was that we had this keyboard and we had one way of making a keyboard, and now we have a computer. And whether it is because those keys stick together or because of Morse code, we don't use either.
Yeah, well, you know,
what do we use for?
Sometimes they stick together.
Well, and so that, you just use a little alcohol between the keys and a Q-tip, and that'll break up the proteins. But aside from your keys sticking together, it's not efficient for your finger layout. Now, I type 70 to 120 words a minute on a QWERTY keyboard, but the world record is on what's called a Dvorak keyboard. Dvorak, if you find a Dvorak, you're not going to find DVORK. That's the name of the guy that made it up. I can't remember the year. You do your internet, waste a lake on ChatGPT if you want to know. But the bottom line is that it's 12% approximately more effective than the QWERTY keyboard to type on a Dvorak. Now, if you're like 12% isn't that much. Like if I pay $100, $12 isn't that big of a difference.
But if you're a writer,
what if I told you? What if I told you as a writer, every 10 pages that you wrote, you get a bonus page?
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah,
that's But what would happen if we switched keyboard types right now? What would happen to every computer, every keyboard, every texting system, all of their software and hardware? How expensive and, here's the key, unprofitable would it be to switch keyboards? So this is something called path dependence. It was discovered or really pointed out, because this is some of those things, like you think about it, it's common sense, but it really wasn't pointed out until an economist pointed it out in the 80s. And he said, this is happening all over the place. There are things that we do, things that we've designed that we've gotten used to.
Okay.
And so
this is a path dependence.
Path dependence.
Okay.
So back when Freud, the cocaine addict obsessed with nose operations, not appropriate with all of his patients, and just didn't study enough hypnosis or didn't like it, he picked other modalities, and we pursued those. And now we've thrown so much of what Freud's was doing out. We're not like, actually, not everything is because you want to bang your parents. It's actually this, it's not just Freud was a little, he was right in some ways and then very wrong in other ways.
Yeah, I think that's a huge disadvantage as much as the advantages of literary theories. And like, it's kind of like becoming a spin doctor in a way, Even
the spin will concrete itself.
Yeah.
It will become dogmatic.
And you start to believe it.
Yes. And then it's 3 generations back. It's being taught at your schools. And I'm saying this is not for me to throw out psychology and psychiatry. Like I said, a lot of people are like, oh, it's a bunk, or they're not wrong, and the therapy takes so long. give them more money and give them more boots on the ground training and more time and more respect. And the thing about a psychiatrist and a psychologist compared to me is they have more of a Swiss Army knife. And that even if there's like a part of the brain isn't missing, or somebody is in a suicidal, or that schizophrenic guy that I thought was on acid,
Mhm.
we need a psychiatrist or a psychologist. We don't just need, call the hypnotist. No, don't call me.
Yeah.
My main job is to get you from your normal state to an even better state, because actually there's a lot of things that we do that are not good for us mentally or physically that
Mhm.
we're technically allowed. You're not allowed to blow your brains out or do something awful to yourself, or they'll put you in, like they did for me. I tried to hurt myself. They'll put you up for 3 days in a place where it's not going to go well. That's not funded enough,
Well, that
and
also
you're not
doesn't
going to get the care that you need.
that doesn't seem like enough time. 3 days, only three
That's not.
days. Like, it's
Nah, it's
is
it's
it
almost to take the public liability out. Now, what it does though, it gets people out of the acute stage.
okay?
So
And what
you're
do you
like,
mean
oh,
by
it's
that though?
right. Well, so we'll even take a little aside here, and again, this is general knowledge that I've derived from most of the resources out there. This is not my medical advice that I have personally for you. This is common knowledge that you look up a guide on it to tell you about people when they're suicidal. If you know somebody who's really depressed and you're worried they're going to hurt themselves, and all of a sudden they seem like they're on their way up, they're doing good,
Mhm.
they're having a great day, they're laughing with you, they come to visit you, they give you a call, they offer you like, oh man, it's my comic books, I've had them for years, they don't mean anything to me, I know you like Spider-Man,
Yeah,
have my comic books. Or just to talk to you, dude, you've been such a great friend in my life. Or just to say, man, I'm having a great day.
yeah,
Watch them.
yeah,
Watch them real close. Because the thing is when somebody is super depressed at the very bottom of it, and I speak from personal experience,
yeah.
they're too down to hurt themselves.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting place for them to be in, because there is a reality to that being a great day for them. Like,
It is, in a way, it's a
so
release,
yeah. So
Yeah.
they've accepted the problem
Yeah.
as like, this is it. That's like, it's too big for me to handle, and so
Yeah.
that is a huge release for them. It's I don't know. That's really interesting how that works. Like, it's just like they are being honest with you in a
Yeah.
lot of ways. So
And so maybe one of the things I want to dispel pretty quick, because I either get people who are like, you're definitely not a psychologist or psychiatrist and you don't know anything about the human mind,
yeah,
or they just think I'm just the same thing. And it's neither. Very
yeah,
specifically, if I'm working with somebody who is dealing with a major condition or crisis, I want somebody who has a knowledge of it, not just of what it is or even the general symptoms as I would as a nurse, but the pathophysiology of the condition.
mm,
It's an important thing, and we need these guys. But what happened is we split teams
mm-hmm.
back with Freud. The other big guy that's considered is two dudes. It's total sausage party in a lot of psychology until we get there later.
A lot of sword fighting going
Um,
on.
that's right. And it's literally with Freud.
Yeah.
The other guy was Carl Jung.
Oh, yep. Okay.
Jung's like, you're spooky. It's like he's a psychologist, psychiatrist, but he's like, no, you're talking to astral entities in your dreams. Like what? He's like, yeah, your religion and your spiritual belief is part of your day-to-day psychological experience. We're like, what? Where? Weird. Whoa. Let's go back to Freud. He's very scientific with his cocaine nose,
Yeah.
banging your siblings, kind of whatever stuff he thinks.
he's
Very daring,
he's
and
got the good vices.
yeah, yeah. So
The taxable
uh,
vice.
yeah, well, there you go. So what happens with this is that Jung was also a hypnotist, and he was experiencing great results with his clients,
Mm,
his patients for him, because he was a psychiatrist, and everybody was your patient back then. You could even just say, you didn't even have to really be educated back then. It helped to be, but you could just say, I'm a
mm,
psychiatrist. I am a natural philosopher back then. It was okay. But what would happen to him is he had all these weird phenomenon that were hard to explain. It seemed kind of almost supernatural. He's like, I'm talking to somebody, and now somebody else is talking that's not them.
mm,
What's going on? Again, I put them into trance and I say, you will do this. When I snap my fingers, or you open a door, or you try to do the thing that was bad before, and now you do the good thing. And then I wake them up and they barely remember and they still do it.
mm.
Wow. It's magic. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it. Again, if you read into Jung, very scientifically minded, and he was just somebody he realized that consciousness is just a small pilot in a very big ship.
Mm.
And if you're like, no, I'm a conscious person, I think and do everything I want to think and do, your feelings come up on you and you interpret them. And they come out of unexpected places. Why am I sad? Why am I happy? Why am I so obsessed about this? Why do I think about this over and over again? That's all unconscious, man.
Yeah.
It
Well,
comes to your conscious. You're like a movie viewer. You're the observer of these things that occur that arise from a brain that's a lot
mm,
more than this little guy watching out of his little window.
yeah. Well, it's being able to ask those questions, like, why am I sad?
Yeah.
Like that, you're almost on like you're kind of like you're on another platform of that situation. And it's
Yeah,
and
and
it's you get it's you're not yet like I can ask this question, so I've acknowledged the point, but you're not quite at the next level yet where it's like, oh, I'm actually able to ask this question. It's like that's a really weird place to be.
but it is a better place than just to be I am the angry guy, I
Oh
am
yeah,
the sad guy, I am the happy guy, right?
yeah,
Where you're just convinced that your feelings are you,
yeah.
that your ego is you. And
That's
this
drunk
is how
me.
Jung viewed it as well. Well, yeah, sure, man. And there was a feeling that you had before you got wasted. And that feeling was not a comfortable feeling.
Yep.
And you didn't want that feeling to be there anymore. So you did something about it.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, oh, it's not logical. These people on drugs, these people eating too much food or whatever. Dude, it's the scariest thing in the world that it all makes sense, that you don't need anything magical for it to happen.
Yeah.
It's just human nature that you feel bad, you're traumatized, that you're not connected. And all chemical, this is again theoretical, whatever, again, entertainment, educational purposes, but not medical advice, is that drugs replace brain chemicals.
Hmm.
So, as powerful as Coke and heroin and alcohol and weed and even a cigarette or caffeine are, none of those can replace the power of a hug from somebody
Mm.
who loves you at a young age when you're still imprinting. Because the things that you remember, here's a good one. So, you know what to do at a red light?
Stop.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
So, do you remember the first time, or go faster? I don't know if it's um,
Is it
do
is
you
it in a small
remember?
town where nobody's
Yeah,
there?
yep. Do you remember the first time in your entire life you saw a red light?
No, I don't think I do.
Now, it's possible. There's probably a few people out here who are listening who are like, you know what, actually, I do.
Nah.
But we can take another step back. Do you remember the first time you understood the concept? It might have been when you saw it and then you had somebody identify it for you, or first you heard about it, saw it, read about it, and now you know what a red light is and then you saw one. Do you remember that?
You know, maybe, but in the context of kindergarten, playing red light, green light.
Yeah, so you maybe
So
been at a game and you're like, oh, that's what the red light is.
yeah,
That's why I'm supposed to stop.
yeah,
Oh, okay. So and then also, so some people when I say that, they'll hear red light, green light.
yeah.
Somebody else is going to see the other kids running around. Another person's not going to remember. Some people, I have some very early memories. I think my memories start when I'm about three or so years old.
Yeah, I got one
Um,
that's I'm at around 2 or 3, somewhere around there, when I was on an airplane going
I
either to from
There you go.
Okinawa or from Okinawa, one or the other. I was real
Oh,
little.
that's yes. That's and there are people who have conscious pre-birth memories.
Mm.
It's wild, but it's rare.
Yeah.
So now let's take another step back. Do you remember learning the color red?
Oh, I definitely don't remember learning that.
Now, there's even a few people out there. I've talked to people who are like, yeah, I remember looking at this book. I remember it makes me think of preschool, or it makes me think of my mom or my uncle or somebody, or it makes me think of fruit punch or lollipops.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a few people out there, but it's a lot less than the first red light, or and pretty much all of us know what to do at a red light. You see how it keeps
Yeah.
we keep getting more and more unconscious here. And even when you're consciously remembering, you don't remember what happened that whole day. You remember red light, green light.
Yeah.
You remember you remember a perspective, certain feelings or imagery, but you don't remember the whole picture. A lot of that's buried in your
Mm.
unconscious. And then when we take a step back, where the color red, well, then we'll take another step back. Do you remember what the world looked like before you knew what red was? What did you interpret fruit
Yeah.
punch to be? What did you interpret if you cut your finger? What was blood?
That's, it's interesting because it's different from, so when it's kind of like the opposite problem of when you're trying to we'll talk about meditating later, but to kind of caveat that with this is like when you're trying to meditate, it's actually in a lot of ways more productive to focus on the thing that you're trying not to think about, right? And this is kind of like the opposite problem. I'm trying to think about that first memory of red, and it's
And
like
you notice how
I'm trying to manifest it, like, and it's like, and I'm creating things that I don't know if those are real. So,
and we can talk a little bit about that, because this is another thing that
Yeah.
hypnosis is like. We had in like we had alien abductions and the satanic panic. We had hypnotists who were like, okay, tell me when the aliens took you. Tell me when they
Mm.
took you to the satanic camp and the secret underground. Well, that's the thing though. If I say, tell me where this thing happened, I could actually begin to implant that memory, and then you'll confabulate what isn't actually there.
Mm.
And so anybody can learn hypnosis very quickly. I learned it when I was 14 from one page in the Anarchist Cookbook, and I did it in a noisy gym.
I still have one of those. You still have
There
your
you
copy?
go. Yeah, don't keep
Silence
that
there.
around so that way I don't go on any lists. Um, and so,
It was legal when I bought it.
but well, there you go. I put it up on a school server, and it was so bad that I got in less trouble than I should have, because they didn't want it to go public.
Yeah, that's a great book
And
to put public. Yeah.
we
Well, I
were
mean,
printing off
if I'm being
for
honest, like it really should be public, because I'm very much against the taking away information. But
get you in principle.
yeah, in principle, yeah. But I do understand.
So, so the bottom line though is that if we go far enough back, right, we reach a point where your knowledge or experience is not conscious. In fact,
Mhm.
let's fast forward back to your life. And now, how many things do you do unconsciously? Well, when you walk, do you go, I'm going to lift my left foot up. I'm going to move it about 3 to 6 inches forward. I'm going to set my heel down. I'm going to roll my foot. Now I've got all my weight down to my toes. Now I can put all the weight on that left foot. Okay, we're ready. We're clear. Right foot up. You would never cross a damn room if you had to think like that.
Yeah, only when
You
I'm
can't
high.
logically. There you
Yeah.
go. And that's easy. So your mind state changes,
Yeah.
and some of your unconscious things, you don't have that unconscious reservoir, and so you have to do it consciously. When my niece was learning how to drive, start stop, start stop,
Oh yeah.
start stop. When everybody learns how to drive, right? Because they hit the brake, hit the gas, hit the brake, hit
Yep.
the gas. There's no smoothness because they're trying to do it consciously.
Yeah.
We found that whether we were talking about martial arts, and we talk about any martial arts weapons, we'll find, or we talk about a car, we talk about our clothes on our body and how we interact with the world around us. Even the fact that we could have like that coffee table hurt us on purpose, right? Our brain maps out the world, and we give attributes to, like, so if we were to scan your brain the way you use that stick or whatever,
Hmm.
then actually your body treats that as an extension of itself.
Mm.
So when you get good with a stick, when you get good with turning the wheel in the car, you're the car. Like for me,
Yeah.
what'll
Yeah.
happen is, like, if you're gonna, I've been through a lot of Florida. There's a lot of critters on the road in Florida, and you have to make a decision, especially if there's other cars on the road or it's raining. Are you gonna swerve around it?
Yeah.
I got in a lot of trouble when I was a kid in driving school because I swerved off the road to not hit a turtle. They think I just wanted to save the turtle. I was kind of worried that the turtle, if I hit it, we'd slide. Either way, not good.
Yeah.
But you have to make a choice. And one of the choices you can make when you think you're going to hit a critter or roadkill, or especially something alive, is technically, even if it's, especially if it's small enough, you can actually just drive the car over it and make sure it's clear of the wheels.
Mm.
But when I do that, I lift my damn feet up.
Yeah. Interesting.
Something tells me.
Thinking you're Fred Flintstone?
That's it. I'm like, yabba dabba doing.
Yeah.
And it's not conscious.
Yeah.
But it is because I associate part of myself with that vehicle. And I think I got to lift my feet up
Yeah.
to clear this thing that's underneath me. Like I'm making a big jump.
Yeah. What, you know, okay, so it kind of goes with like everything outside of us, like mechanically that you connect to, you know, whether that be a weapon or, you know, like a gun or a stick or a car, right? It really is the best way to use it or respect it, or, you know, whatever it is to become one with that item. It's an extension of yourself versus, and that's kind of always the like, oh, that person is very comfortable in that. And there's a Valentino Rossi, motorcycle MotoGP guy, which I don't know if he's still racing, but you know, he's like basically the best guy. And I heard, I didn't see this, but I did hear that they were like testing like the pulse of different racers, and like when something crazy would happen, like the bike could go slightly out of control, and then they get the control back. And like the pulse on most people, like the average, you know, racer, it's like there's a giant spike and it kind of like stays high for a little bit, and then it slowly gets back down as they get back into the rhythm. But his was like there was a sudden spike, you know, in the moment, and then it went right back to it.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, he's clearly one with the bike. Like,
yeah, he has unconsciously adapted.
Yeah.
And in fact, you're gonna talk, when you're talking to your advanced martial artists, you're talking to your advanced drivers. Almost anybody who has an advanced skill, they're not thinking about.
Yeah, they're on autopilot.
They're embodying it. That's what flow state is.
Yeah.
Is that you're embodying, you're not consciously thinking.
Yeah.
So the thing about hypnosis, and then this is like, and it's what I'm also doing is I'm doing something called closing loops, because all these different things that we talked about, if I left the topics open, there'd be this party that has this little itch.
Okay.
If I'm like, and then I go to the red door and I opened the red door and I never tell you what was behind the red door.
Yeah, it's just like watching a modern movie.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, what happened to that guy? Like, it's like, oh, that guy's part of the story. He's done. Like, wait, no, it's important.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
So, you know, what's behind this red door of, in this case, is that we chose the blue door for psychology, psychiatry. We chose Freud more than we chose Carl Jung. And Jung probably would have kept hypnosis more closely with the psychological world. But instead, psychology goes, and again, you know, they have their own techniques, whatever. And even we've cribbed from each other's notes. You know, whatever we're legally allowed to do, and that's my official word for it. But the thing is that when you think of any alternative practice, if it is not regulated, then a lot more ideas can get in. And that means all of the good ideas and all of the not so good ideas get lumped together.
Yeah.
NLP is a technique of working with people. NLP is modeling how somebody thinks. And so, you know, if you wanted to use NLP on that driver you were talking about, you'd be like, what is going through your head when you are driving? What is going through your head when something is suddenly in front of you and you have to swerve? What is it like for you?
Yeah.
And he'll tell you what he thinks and feels in his mind. And in NLP, these guys, Bandler, and I can never remember the name of the other guy. Please forgive me, NLP people. There's a few of them out there. There's a whole dude universe and a side thing of anybody who studies any of the, because it's just a unfortunate part of our thing, and it's unfortunate for different reasons. If you ever want to talk about it, or we talk about it here, is the whole relationship and how to talk to girls sphere. A lot of that's NLP.
What is the acronym there? NLP. What is that?
Neuro linguistic program.
Oh, okay. Neuro linguistic program.
So these guys would go around and they would go and they're like, okay, so you used to be scared to death of spiders.
Yeah.
And now you're not. What did you do?
Yeah.
And this person's like, well, I remembered that when I was a kid, I got attacked by a spider, or it was crawling on me in my crib or something. So I played it backwards in my head. And it unbit me, it unattacked me, it uncrawled on me. and now I'm not scared of spiders.
Huh. Interesting.
And so then they talk to
Without
them.
actually having interactions to come over that fear. It's the just thinking about it in reframing that situation mentally versus actually like handling a spider would be where I would take my mind to like, oh, that would be the way to do it. But in this case,
Imagine running a John Wick movie
yeah,
backwards. He's this miraculous guy that can pull
yeah,
bullets out of people and bring them back to life.
okay, all right, there we go. Yeah, yeah.
So there's a mental thing that happens when we have this, and it's even the concept of rewind didn't make sense in the 1800s as
Mm.
much as it makes sense now. In the age of VHS and after, we know what it's like to rewind or run something backwards.
Yeah, I miss those days.
Yep. So now that we understand that concept, it's easier to explain to somebody.
Yeah.
And you need more than that to undo your fears. So while you can do maybe a mental exercise
Hmm.
to try to take something that you didn't like that happened and you can to pretend you're running it backwards, there's more to it. I think it's perfectly safe,
Mm.
to play around with an idea, and I'm not doing anything beyond that. To say that if you have a psychiatric condition, you go see a psychiatrist, psychologist, somebody who is qualified to deal with that, or
Yeah.
you get you get a referral before somebody like me can help you.
Yeah.
But there's a big difference between I'm scared of this and I have a diagnosed phobia.
Yeah.
But NLP, the thing is that actually, so I'm gonna open another loop. I used to hot car wax at gas stations. It was canned car wax.
Mm.
And so I would come up to you in your car, and I'd even have like some fancy ways of saying it, which are not totally unrelated to some of the things we've learned about NLP, which is why it comes out of like the relationship. Here's how you could talk to a girl and convince her to give you your number or whatever, right? And by the way, so I'm not going to villainize those guys. I'm not going to say they're heroes. What I'm going to say is that whether you like it or not, have you provided them with an alternative?
Mm.
If you're worried about incels or whatever, are you going out and finding lonely dudes and going, dude, let's get you out of the bar and get you laid or get you a friend or just talk to you and find out how you're feeling? Or are you just villainizing them and making bad comments about them on the internet?
Mm.
What are you doing to help?
Yeah.
Because if you're not, there's somebody else who's going to want to make money off of them is like, here's how you talk to chicks. Be real mean to them.
Well, in a lot of cases, it does work. I've tried them.
Well, but you can be realistic.
Yeah.
And then you can just be negging and be soulless.
Yeah.
And there's a big difference between calling somebody on their shit, which we should do for males and females and whatever you want to get
Yeah.
or be with, whether they're your friends or your family or you want to bang them. It doesn't matter. It is that you can be authentic.
Mm.
And by the way, if you say you're keeping it real, you are not being authentic. If you're just saying mean shit to everybody, that is actually just, you just found another way to convince yourself to be an asshole and you're justifying it. Because if you're not like, you can be mean in 1 minute and then the next minute you're like, that's a cute puppy. If you can't stand to say something else, you're not actually keeping it real. You've just decided to take this little sliver
Yeah.
that serves you because clout, man, everybody will do everything for clout.
Oh yeah.
Clout sucks, man. Clout's not worth it. Be genuine, be yourself,
Yeah.
man. It's so much more, it's more powerful.
Yeah. Well, it's a lot,
So
lot
let's
easier to
see.
get yourself out of a jam if you've just consistently been honest with yourself.
That's the thing,
So-
yeah. Because if you lie, you got to keep track of your lies,
Yeah.
and you meet even a good liar. If you're around him enough,
Yeah.
you'll find the inconsistency, and it'll break down whatever little thing they built up around them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, I gave that little aside, and then we're talking about NLP. But what it is it's a large pool of techniques. And so I used to hawk this canned car wax at gas stations. So NLP has everything from like the high quality, really good wax that you actually want to put on your car
Mm.
that's going to give it a great finish and protect the paint or whatever. That I don't know enough about car wax. I only know how to sell it. To everything to this shitty ass canned car wax.
Mm.
Because with the car wax, what happened is I walk up to you and I'm like, we're doing, what did we say? Oh, we're doing demos for NASCAR.
Mm.
And we've got this amazing product. And for free, while you're pumping your gas, we'll check out your headlights. See those little cracks in it? Watch this. They're gone. Whoa, what? Yeah, look, your headlights are clear.
Oh yeah. I remember this.
Dude, you just
that
did
stuff.
that with that? And then so you go around their car and you do like the circle, and the circle is where you do a demo and then you talk about the product,
Yeah.
and then you do a little demo and then you talk about the product. And what you do is after that circle goes around enough times, it elevates their mood. It proves over and over again. You get them to even say yes.
Yeah.
Is it a nice day? Yes. Is the sun out? Yes. Do you like the way your headlights look? Yes. You got $10? Yes. Then you want a can of this car wax? Yes.
Mm.
It's called a yes chain. That also comes out of NLP. NLP is informed sales. It's informed, again, it's informed the whole relationship sphere, the healthy and unhealthy part of it. Because I think there are healthy parts of it. There are dudes who don't know how to talk to chicks, who need to read books and study it because nobody else helped them and they don't have that social cohesion and group.
Yeah.
But you can use your powers for evil or good.
Yeah.
That's what an alien told me, because I hypnotized a close member of my family, and she became possessed by this entity that proceeded to tell me that the aliens used to take me when I was younger, and that I can use my powers for whatever I wish, but they prefer that I use them for the forces of good.
Yeah.
But hypnosis can get a little odd because weird things come out of people's mouths and their minds. Now, you think about it, though, it's a model and that's just their belief, but what does that represent? But to take a step back from that, so that it's an experience somebody had. Did that family member actually get taken by aliens? I don't know.
Yeah.
I was scared to death of that stuff. A lot of people are scared to the devil's going to get me, or it's whatever, a Ouija board's gonna. No, I was so scared aliens were
Oh
gonna get
yeah,
me. Was that
I'll
Whitley
take
Strieber
I'll take
movie?
a demon any day over an alien.
That's it. And again, just to add that caveat, it is my very firm belief that even if there is some supernatural whatever out there, the greatest evils that I have seen have been perpetrated by human beings.
Yeah.
We
We're the
are
worst.
scary. We're the best. We're the worst. We have the potential for both. We have heaven and hell in us. And also, if we're delaying everything we're doing for one or the other one, we're being very dishonest. We can build either one right here.
Yeah. Well, it is interesting because
assets.
we are just potential.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Like it doesn't matter, there's a difference of what direction that goes in, but it is just complete unlimited potential. And we are the order and the chaos.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
you have that choice, right?
Yeah.
And you have that choice in every decision and action that you make.
Yeah.
But when it has all this context to it, that's where you get stuck in a cycle of bad decisions that aren't serving you, that feel bad to do, or it seems like you feel good because you made the other person feel bad. I'm going to give you a big secret. If anybody ever makes you feel bad, no matter how much it seems like they're self-satisfied and smug, even if they are happy in that moment, there's some bad stuff happening in their life and they don't always feel good about it.
Yeah.
Or they're a sociopath and that's not pleasant for them either because they're missing out on a chunk of human experience.
Yeah. You ever hear about that the book The Work? Was that Byron Katie or something like that?
I'm not familiar with it. No,
Yeah.
what's it about?
Well, in a nutshell, like it's so she got herself out of the funk, and that's kind of how her method came about. And she'll talk to people, and then they'll go through their problems. It's like okay, what are you angry about? It's like, oh, my wife, I come home and the dinner's not ready, or she hasn't cleaned the house yet, and it's like, but I've been at work all day, and or the opposite, like my husband expects me to be have the dinner ready and all these things, and then she's always like, okay, I understand, now turn that around.
Yeah.
And you have to say, oh, I expect my wife to have the dinner ready when I come home. Oh, I expect my husband to not expect me to have dinner ready when he comes. And it's like,
or to know what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I expect my husband to know when I'm mad.
Yeah.
And when I say it's okay, he needs to know it's not okay.
Yeah. And it's like now you're the turning it around is they're not meeting your expectations, which means it's your problem.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a little empathy and a little change in perspective goes a long way.
Yeah.
So here's the thing about all the alternative practices. Again, I'm kind of coming full circle. So we know the understanding that there's this thing called path dependence.
Mm-hmm.
We have the official thing that we've accepted. There's an official design for the keyboard. There's an official computer language that we use, and it's officially binary, and it's officially this kind of code and all of that. There's cars on the road. We don't do trolleys and trains. We have cars on the road. There's no other way we could do this. Everybody has to have a car. And all those cars have to run on gasoline. And maybe they do. I'm not saying all of these things it's always bad. There's a lot of good things that we've established that we want to keep doing. But look at like tipping at restaurants. It's so weird. We don't do any of our other products like that.
Yeah.
You don't tip the landlord.
They're starting to bleed into the people that don't deserve them.
Well, and so there's that whole other thing, right? and then I can't blame them for asking. And then,
Yeah.
yeah. And so like, and then again, it becomes this whole ugly thing. And it's that there's a system and it started this cycle, which does that
Yeah.
sound familiar? Just like on the personal level, the decision's been made, it's been concreted, and now they just keep doing it over and over again
Yeah.
because it's dogmatic. We're no longer being catma, we're being dogma
Yeah.
about this. And so what happened was all these alternative arts, some of them are good, some of them are bunk. I'm not going to tell you which one is which. The one guy that I work with, he's incredibly logical, and he's got a system that just science, like it has a form of science, or he's a chiropractor, or they do massage or whatever,
Mm.
right? It's very scientifically proven. This can help you. It's an alternative and complementary therapy in medicine that is recognized and within its wheelhouse, highly respected.
Yeah.
Then on the other side, there's this person who says at 4 p.m. you'll feel a tingling sensation, and wherever you are in the world, that's when I've begun my work with you. And by the way, that person who does the tingling sensation, there are
Yeah.
people who swear cancers have disappeared and that their kid behaves now
Yeah.
and all of this stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I have an advantage in the whole holistic sphere as a hypnotist, as I believe in belief.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's like the placebo effect. Well, it's not just amazing that there are medications that are supposed to have an effect on the body that are beaten out by the placebo.
Yeah.
It's that if you think it's silly, how amazing is it that with somebody with the right authority can give somebody else a sugar pill and it will actually cure symptoms because
Yeah.
they believe.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Like this guy's a
wild.
doctor. He said that it'll work. It should work.
Yeah. And so for the doctor, well, the doctor's like, well, because I have all this research to show you that this, and even the placebo effect is proven, so we can
Yeah.
do that. And in hypnosis, well, we believe in belief.
Yeah.
And so what happened though is in all of these different alternative therapies is that, well, it's more about you are doing it, you are helping, you are healing, but also
Hmm.
people are making money. People are even selling a technique. So it may be that this one form of hypnosis or different forms of hypnosis work, but this other guy has got, well, this is finger wiggle hypnosis and this is conversational hypnosis. So they'll do like and then all these different modalities pop up and they're not regulated.
Mm.
So they don't suffer from dogma. There are dogmatic beliefs that are floating around because it's human nature, but what works comes right out alongside of what does not.
Mm. Okay.
Because in the natural world, there are things people are saying and doing that are helping. And then a lot of also because they can't operate in the deeper medical sphere of medicating and doing whatever, that they have no choice but which is good in some ways to say, well, why don't you eat better
Hmm.
and take care of yourself on a daily basis, emotionally and mentally, and exercise. And actually, well, that's good advice. I wish medical would do it, but we bring in, it's kind of like your car, right? If
Yeah.
you did the maintenance, you wouldn't have to go to the shop and pay $300 to have your water pump replaced, and the damn thing wouldn't go out in the middle of the highway
Yeah. Yeah.
because you had an eye on it. And before it got bad, somebody's like, this is leaking, this needs to be
Yeah.
fixed, and you'd have an.
Yeah. We had a
But we
whole
don't do
podcast
maintenance
about
here.
car maintenance. It's real important.
Yes. Yeah, so that's why,
Yeah.
and I want to harken back to that, right?
Yeah.
So, and I took like a long time to say that the path dependence is what has occurred in hypnosis. And then there were times when we were basically supported by stage hypnotists.
Mm.
Stage hypnotists, it's like, oh, they can make you think you can take invisible shots and you'll feel drunk. They can make you think. My favorite is the laughter police and the shoe thief. So at the laughter police, you tell one person, you're like, you are the laughter police. You're very serious, and your job is to maintain seriousness all around you. So whenever you hear the sound of laughter, you can't touch anybody, you can't get off stage, but you will do everything in your power to tell them and convince them not to laugh because this is serious business. As the laughter police, you take your job seriously.
Yeah.
Awake now. Now, you over here, you are a professional shoe thief. When somebody's eyes are closed and they're obviously in an unconscious state, now is your time to get their shoes. And when you get those shoes, you have a special place you put all the shoes. Awake now. Okay, everybody else, since we've got this guy up here, we're going to have everybody else go to sleep. And you put all the other people to sleep on the stage. And then the shoe thief shows up. And what does the audience do?
They start
They
laughing.
laugh. And what does the laughter police do? They say, stop laughing.
Starts being an asshole.
They're so convinced. So what it is actors do this on the stage. They get very emotional. But what it is that an actor has to train in this. The hypnotist, you have an excuse for why you're doing all of these silly, embarrassing things because it's the hypnotist's fault.
Yep.
So you're actually getting free reign. You're getting a social out to frankly have a little bit of fun. And maybe if you loosened up a little anyway, you could actually have a little more fun without worrying about all the clout and all the things we worry about. People don't care as much as you think they do.
Yeah.
But, and then the other power of the hypnotist is because they give you that context and they really step you into that belief, is it removes stage fright.
Yeah.
So it's not, oh, go ahead.
No, well, also there's a bit of a, they've given you a purpose as well.
Yes. Yeah, they've given you a
which
purpose.
Which is a strong motivator.
Yes, and we've proven to you something more minor, that we could stick your foot to the ground, we could stick your hands together, that we can stick your eyes shut. And if we could do that, well, now you could possibly be the world's greatest shoe thief, or the laughter police, or that you could be drunk all of a sudden, that you could be dancing slow in slow-mo. Time is slowed down for you and nobody else. Oh, it's so slow. I don't know what's going on. You speak a foreign language and you are their translator. Neither one of them knows the foreign language. Okay, well, we have the diplomat from Mars here, and we have the only person who knows the Martian language. And the guy's like, and the other person's like, oh, yes, His Majesty would like to thank all of you for being here today. And he is so amazed by your amazing, and they just do this whole goofy, silly thing because they're in the act, they're in the play. One person will tell you after the fact, it's really interesting. You'll interview them. One person's going to say, well, I knew it was all fake, but I didn't want to mess up the show. Another person's going to say, I knew all of that, but it was like there's this other thing that was happening where, like, I really just couldn't say anything about it, but I knew everything that was going on. And another person's like, I was the ambassador for Mars. It was so wild. People looked weird to me. They looked like alien and stuff. It's so cool. And so these guys propped us up, and actually because they were hypnotizing large amounts of people and large groups of people, that they actually empowered hypnotic techniques, because the original hypnosis, it took a long time. This dude Esdale was working in the 1800s. These guys, I think in India, were getting nut cancers, testicular cancer. We're talking like literal nuts in a wheelbarrow. They had these, it was a parasite actually that was blocking it and causing giganticism. It's not easy to work on that. Earliest use of hypnosis, aside from like Mesmer or whatever, which again, people were getting headaches and other issues cleared just through belief. But yet when we were starting to get away from this magical magnetism, we're starting to realize it's our words. The history of hypnosis is an elimination, because hypnotists were hypnotized too. At first, we thought we have to have magical magnet powers or an object that does it. Then we thought you have to have a light, because this one guy's sitting there and he has a bright light on to examine his patient. And then somebody else asks him a question in another room, so he walks out. He's been studying hypnosis, but everybody still thinks, oh, it's all hokey. So he kind of studies on the down low, because he's a real medical guy who does medical things. But he comes back in the room and his patient is just like staring at that light and just not responsive. And he's like, oh my God, I hypnotized him without even doing anything. It must be the light.
Must be one of those dentist lights. That's how I feel when I'm looking at those.
Yeah. Well, because what you have is you have a point of fixation. And so the next person that comes along that advances it beyond this goes, actually, you can use any point of fixation. And that's where people are swinging watches. Look at my fingers. Look at this magical medallion. Look up at this thing on the wall. And then we finally realized it can even be an internal point of fixation. And close your eyes. Look up and in at that blue-black space in your forehead. And some people out there might have tried that. It's kind of trippy when you just had that point of fixation.
Yeah, I definitely have done that, meditating for sure. Like
your eyes naturally kind of roll up.
Yep.
You activate those muscles, it changes your state of mind. And so, and again, I'm just going to cover this so we have the whole picture. So number one, psychology, hypnosis, everything used to all be a part of the same pool back when doctors were using leeches and Freud was doing coke with wooden teeth. Everybody was figuring stuff out. Even Freud advanced medicine and psychology and psychiatry. He just didn't decide to advance hypnotism.
Mm.
And it separated and it put hypnosis and what I used to think it was only a disadvantage, but really it also gave us the freedom to not be as dogmatic. Maybe there's a lot of things that we wouldn't have learned and we wouldn't be able to do in this day and age if we didn't have that freedom and everything was only taught one way in every medical school
Mm.
and hypnosis was only ever done one way.
Right. Yeah.
So we have this big pool of knowledge, and to be as gentle as possible to anybody in the NLP hypnosis sphere, some stuff works, some stuff doesn't, and generally my hypnotists are going to agree with me. And actually, what I've learned from hypnosis is that the most powerful thing is if you believe it's going to work, even if it doesn't work for other people,
Mm.
if you believe enough, that's incredibly powerful. That's about as powerful as that doctor, because his authority in giving you, he or she or they, whatever,
Hmm.
giving you that pill, it's that authority and that belief, even if it's sugar pill,
Yeah.
that could take real symptoms away. Well, that's part of this, like, the things that make hypnosis work is authority is a big one. Belief in the person is
Mm.
also a big one. And so even somebody who has this technique that any modern hypnotist would go, well, you're just doing mesmerism and it doesn't work anymore. You're just staring at them. They're like, yeah, but I stared at them and their headache went away because I believe that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I had my doctor's note for it. Sure, I'm working within the system. I'm doing what I'm legally required to do. But still, this thing happened that seems like magical and is very different from any other medical or psychiatric
Mm.
process. And so there's this big pool of knowledge, some of which has some very effective oh, that's what happened to my buddy who said we were fucked. I'm gonna close this loop. His back shaped like a C.
Mm.
We got to go to the ER. We're in the ER. They're going to give him enough Dilaudid to put down a horse. And he doesn't mind. He's going to get high or whatever. But I'm like, doctor, before you give him this, he has a pain of an 11 out of 10. Technically, you're supervising. My name is Don Ray. I'm a clinical and interpersonal hypnotherapist. Can I just do something for like 2 minutes real quick? And he's like, yeah, okay. He didn't. I wish he could say he was enthusiastic. That's why I'm not going to name names. But really, he just kind of seemed tired and he's like, sure, whatever.
Yeah. I got to take a piss. I'll be
Yeah.
back.
Well, he had to be there for that. He had to
Yeah.
supervise. I just run my fingers in front of my buddy's eyes. And I even made him feel the pain a little bit. I'm like, feel that pain. But you know the power of your mind. Because you know the power of your mind. You know that mind can change.
Mm.
You can change your mind about anything, even the things you didn't think you could change your mind about.
Yeah.
How do you feel right now? I feel like shit. I feel like, I feel all this pain. I feel like a dumbass because of the toilet. How would you rather feel? I'd rather feel good. I'd rather feel like no pain. Instead of no pain, how would you rather feel? I want to feel good. Okay. You start to feel good. You can start to take whatever that stuff was. If there was any pain, imagine it's a different color. If it was red, start to change it lighter and lighter. And I basically just take that mental concept and I take the bad stuff and I turn it good.
Mm.
And within 3 minutes, his pain went from an 11 down to a 1.
Mm.
Same thing happened. He takes a tumble down the stairs and we did a totally different hypnotic process. He, from his point of view, this is what he told me. He could see the pain and he changed. Like I did kind of that there was a technique in it, but he could see it. Oh yeah, actually, no, I'm sorry. This happened multiple times. He's actually this is somebody like I'm doing a lot of hypnosis with him. This is somebody who has this amazing ability because they believed, they were willing to do the process, and again they had a lot of practice by going in and out of hypnosis multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
So it was actually his torn rotator cuff. So it was when he fell down the stairs is when and again this is where I basically just kind of got a carte blanche. Again, I'd love to say it wasn't from apathy, but I think the doctor was just like, well, I wouldn't even say it was apathy in this case. It was that the doctor's like, this is what the patient wants. I don't see any harm in it.
Yeah.
It's at least he's not coming to me for pain pills.
Mm.
So we've kind of got carte blanche. You can work on this patient for pain. And I'm like, okay. So with the elbow, we just changed the color of it. With the torn rotator cuff, I didn't tell him to do this. From his perception, he floated out of his body. He turned around and he could see his shoulder. The rotator cuff was a different
Mm.
color. And this is what he told me. He says, I made it the color of the sky. And what's real wild is when I realize he's like, I'm like, wake up, you need to come up, and he's not coming up. And he's like, I'm outside of my body. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I do technically know what to do with this. And this is not me saying astral projection is real. And it's not me
Hmm.
saying it's not real. I'm saying this is what the human mind can do.
Yeah.
It may be that there's a model that we have of the world. People looking, a lot of people see the flip top head. You and me see each other, but you
Yeah.
see me on a
Yeah. Yeah.
screen. I see you on a screen. Well, that's a representation. What we don't realize is what we see in the quote unquote real world number one, if we really saw what we would see, everything would be upside down because that's the way it actually reflects into our brain,
Mm.
is it's upside down. So our brain flips it over. And also we see about 15 seconds into the past because our brain does all this processing. And we also see if we recognize an object, we see it a lot clearer.
Mm.
Like when the first ships came into like the natives, in the Americas, the natives could not see the ships, and then some of them saw clouds that floated on the water. They didn't know what the heck they were looking at,
Yeah.
and they had no context for it, and it was a lot harder for their brain to understand. You do like a double take when you just see something out of the ordinary. When it's in the ordinary, you'll fill in the gap.
Mm.
And if you try like with a dog, pretend you have a ball and pretend you threw it, the dog will think that you threw the ball and it'll
Oh,
chase
yep.
it.
Yep.
We're all programmed like that.
Yeah.
So there's a persistence of vision. So I don't know if he was working with his internal model of the world and then he used that to have the idea floating out of his body, or his freaking spirit comes out of his body, turns around, changes that shoulder to the color of the sky. Torn rotator cuff does not feel good. You can barely lift your arm over your head. You can barely lift it up to your, like, you barely lift it.
Yeah.
When he gets back in his body, he was still having trouble. It took him a while, and I went ahead. There's some things that I could do, but also sometimes I've learned in hypnosis, the unconscious mind, or even the conscious working with the unconscious mind, will do its own thing. So I just gave him some time. There's no real worries, maybe to dispel some things because we're about to talk about what hypnosis is for people or whatever.
Mm.
You can't get stuck. You don't get stuck. You can't be made to do anything you don't want to do.
Okay, so I'm not going to end up on the corner, peddling my butthole for for money.
Well, no, you did with the mustache and the trench
Oh, yeah,
coat.
yeah, that's right.
Because something inside of you wanted to do that, and you owed me rent for the motel room.
Yeah,
and you owed me
but
for a bowl of butt
I
ice
was
cream.
high when I did that. It's fine.
Well, so you felt better, so that's what counts.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I'm
the
real
point
loose
is
now.
that you can't be coerced.
Mm.
And in fact, if you're like, well, I think people can be coerced. Well, sure, man. Did you know that Starbucks sells coffee? Did you know McDonald's sells hamburgers? Why do they have to keep telling you?
Yeah, right.
You're being actively programmed, and it's
Yeah.
not by me. The vast majority of my job is to dehypnotize you because we all hypnotize ourselves to believe things from a limited perception and limited beliefs and feelings that limit us that aren't pleasant.
You're talking about words, and that just reminded me of the essentially how I quit smoking, how I quit drinking. It was the same methods, which is basically reprogramming your thought process on it, and the what's the opposite? The marketing of those products, right? And it's like I'm a smoker versus I'm not a smoker.
Correct. Yeah, you're
And
redefined.
it literally is the difference of being a smoker and not a smoker. Like there isn't really like an in between, because if you're in the in between, you're a smoker that's currently not smoking.
Yeah, and so this is where I said, don't curse yourself, right? Don't say I'm an idiot. Don't say I'm bad.
Exactly.
Don't say right. Well, don't say I'm a smoker, because you are hypnotizing yourself. And hypnotizing in psychology, we're all describing an elephant. I'm like, an elephant is this big old tree looking thing. It's his trunk. Oh, it's his legs. Oh no, elephant's like a big wall. That's the side of the elephant. The blind man and the elephant.
Yeah.
Elephant is a deep, stinky hole. Get your arm out of there.
Yeah. Ace Ventura.
So, yeah. The miracle of birth.
Yeah.
So, I talked, so don't curse yourself, right? Realize that your beliefs, as you reinforce them over and over again, are infecting your world. They're creating your perceptions,
Mm-hmm.
your feelings. And that even just like one trauma imprints itself and you can't consciously think about it. Now you're thinking and feeling things that you don't even know why anymore because you can't remember when you learned the color red or what the world looked like
Yeah.
before you had this perception birth. It generally serves us for good. It's how we walk, it's how we talk, it's how we drive, it's how we do so many things. The best things in the world are being done unconsciously. All of our art and our music, it's not conscious.
Yeah.
It's like this sounds good, it feels good. Okay, cool. But then occasionally it's also how we've imprinted something, how we've you know, shuffled something from our conscious mind to our unconscious mind. Even if we can consciously remember and explain it, we have not unconsciously, or we have not brought to consciousness the feelings that keep us repeating that process, even if we can explain why we do it, how we
Yeah.
do it. There's still like we're still a tip of an iceberg. There's still this part underneath it.
Yeah.
So we've got the path dependence. We've got it where, frankly, it's not even that I think that hypnosis should be an alternative or a complement to psychotherapy. I think it should be a first line for a lot of things like pain control, because even Advil isn't the best thing for your liver.
Mm.
It should be the first thing for somebody who can't sleep. Even a mild allergic reaction, we can see if we can remove it psychosomatically, because Benadryl is not good for you to take all the time.
Mm.
And there are studies to back that up. This is not my medical opinion. This is me citing my own personal opinion from experience, and that there are other studies out there that can show people are having
Yeah.
memory issues, people are having cardiovascular and nervous issues from taking Benadryl.
Mm.
So what we're talking about is that we, as hypnotists, anybody can hypnotize. You can learn to hypnotize. You're already hypnotizing yourself. It's easy to learn how to do a real basic form of hypnosis, but you need to spend some time, boots on the ground, doing a lot of hypnosis, evaluating your work before we can do hypnotherapy, and that we can do this deeper level of work. And you need to be honest with yourself. And
Mm.
again, if it's something where it's like somebody's suicidal ideations, or a disease like, a disease process or mental process like schizophrenia, again, pain. Like if I take away your pain in your leg and then you go run a marathon and we find out that there's a ligament torn or you broke your leg, the pain, losing pain is not actually going to help you. It's going to make things worse.
Mm.
We need a doctor on board. We need a professional on board. I get
Yeah.
it. But also, if you tell me it's just that there's some discomfort or there's a feeling I don't like having, and a lot of us go through that. And frankly, I think that there's a low bar. And I also understand though, because once we say something is a medical illness, well, if we say mental illness is a pretty ugly word. In hypnosis, we don't like
Mm.
diagnoses, not because, we understand why they're used, but we also understand as soon as a doctor tells you you have 6 months to live, as soon as a doctor tells you you're depressed,
Yeah.
you believe it.
Yeah.
They have a lot of authority, just like that sugar pill.
Yeah.
And all we're asking is, as a first line, use a couple hypnotic techniques so that you can positively frame things. And a frame is just a way of thinking.
Mm.
And I learned this actually in nursing school, is that our nursing instructor, when I was going to be a vocational nurse, a licensed practical nurse, which is going to be called a 1 year nurse, or the advanced is an RN, and then they keep going after that. You had a couple years every time. You get a little more alphabet soup. But what she experienced, because in nursing, a lot of ladies, that's ladies art, and that's glad they need a place. They need jobs where, um, and again, they work hard. God, anybody who tries to tell you you're not tough, being a nurse,
Yeah,
dude.
dude.
Oh
I've
God,
I've
your
never been
heart,
a nurse, but
mind,
I
body
completely see it.
work nonstop. We're working like
I don't have to
a
get past
waitressing or a
bedpans.
waiter's
Like
shift.
the
Yeah, yeah,
bedpans
exactly.
pushes it
Oh,
over for me.
dude, yeah.
That's
No,
enough.
you need to work in oncology, where that stuff, if you make contact with it, it's not just nasty,
Oh,
it can give you cancer,
yeah, fuck that.
because there's chemotherapy drugs and the stuff coming out of their body.
Well, just like there's needles everywhere. Like, come on, man. Like, as a
Well,
day.
that's the motel business, man. I'm cleaning out the bathroom, and they got that little
That's the
thing where
Jersey
you
Shore.
put those toilet covers, and I pull the toilet cover, and a needle flies out
Oh,
of my
Jesus
face.
Christ.
Yeah, so that's everywhere. So we have the path divergence or the path dependence, and go one way, and we're very dogmatic. And again, some of the dogma serves us. Even some of like what Freud said or his format has served a lot of people. If you're seeing a therapist and the therapist is helping you, keep doing it. but we had to go a different direction.
Mm.
And we even have a different answer. So the, psychology, psychiatry, we're like, this is what a healthy person does because we understand this is the model for a healthy person. In hypnosis, we do understand something about that, but what we really care about is what is the behavior you want to change?
Mm.
How do you want to feel versus how do you feel now? Or what do you want to do versus what you're doing now?
Yeah.
And we take you from the thing that you don't want to the thing that you do want.
So okay, so how does someone get to asking the question to get to the answer of the thing that they need to figure out? Does that make sense?
They're sick of it. Usually by the time they see me, the hypnotist, I'm not the first person that they've seen.
Okay, so by the time they've gotten to you, the reason they're coming to you is because I've got a problem and I need help.
The bread and butter of a hypnotist, there's a lot of hypnotists out there doing well because they're doing weight loss. They're doing smoking cessation.
Gotcha. Okay.
The sports, Mike Tyson, hypnotist, did kind of a reverse of parts work. I told you, even back in the day of Jung, oh, this other person's talking. Well, we're kind of a culmination of all the different people that we've ever talked to. We're not just this one ego, this one mono person we think we are. We store a memory holographically. When I take somebody back into a memory, I don't just like what you remember and what you perceive. I'm like, be this other person in the memory, talking about taking on different roles. Be the person that attacked you. How do they feel when they're doing that? Oh, I felt good. I felt right. This is messed up, but I can't help it.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened to them? Oh, I had a messed up childhood. That's why I'm hurting you.
Yeah.
Oh, why were you mean to me? Why were you this? We'll take on their role for a little bit. Oh man, suddenly it makes sense. Oh man, they even felt good doing it. And all of a sudden I'm emotionally detached from my whole victim. It's a mentality. It's not, sometimes you do want to be right or do you want to be happy?
Yeah.
You hurt you was bad. I'm not, this isn't to justify anything. This is that part of compassion is understanding. Part of love is acceptance and forgiveness, and all of that might come from seeing things from a totally different, realizing that people are either they're going to look for love or they're going to get away from what hurts them. And even if it's in a really messed up way, I will ask somebody like, there's part of them like, I get so mad, I want to reach out and choke somebody. I'm like, do you have a particular plan to choke anybody? And I'm like, no. And I'm like, good. So we don't have to call a psychiatrist or whatever until you have a specific plan to hurt yourself or somebody else. And we're okay to operate there. So now tell me that part. Let's call it your anger. Let's call it choke a bitch. Hey, choke a bitch. Why is it that you want to reach out and choke somebody? What's your highest intention? Well, this person that I'm a part of, they've been walked on their whole life. And I'm the one that finally said, that's enough.
Yeah.
And I don't even have to choke anybody, but when they see me in their eyes, they back off.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, is there another way that you could do this instead of reaching out to choke people? Because the first time that you do that, they're going to go to jail. Do you really want them? No, I don't want them to go to jail. No, I just don't want them to get hurt. They got to stop letting themselves get walked on. Would you like to help them be more confident instead? And maybe, that feeling that you were having that was so intense, maybe it wasn't as intense before, but you weren't being listened to. What if instead you're that feeling that pops up that says, hey, this person's walking all over me. I got to set a boundary or get away from them, or I got to tell them no.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if they would listen to me and do that, but they never do, they just put their head down. You switch out. What would you be? Yeah, no, I hate it when I put my head down. I feel like crap, and then I get real angry and I want to choke somebody.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, because this started making me think about you were talking about being able to hypnotize yourself into these things, and it kind of sounds real similar to things that I've been using, which is kind of going back to the car thing again. Is okay, I feel a certain way about something. Okay, why is that?
Yeah.
Okay, and then I keep asking why until I get to a point, till I get to an answer that I'm willing to address.
There you go.
It's kind of, I just keep going backwards. Okay, just why this? Like, okay, I feel depressed about something right now. I don't know what it is. Okay, why am I depressed?
Yeah.
Okay, if I logically figure this out, I'm depressed probably because it's bill time. I got to pay the bills. It's the end of the month. Like, okay, why is that making me depressed? Okay, well, that's making me depressed because this month I had a lot of expenses, and then all of a sudden it's like now I've also got to pay my bills, and next month's gonna be real rough. say, okay, well, why is that bothering me? And then, keep working and working and working that way down. And then eventually I get to the point where say, okay, well, I'm willing to make adjustments next month. And then that's where kind of like it stops the process there, because now I've gotten to a point where I'm willing to take care of this problem. And that sounds really similar to the thing that essentially that's how I've been like digging myself out of many, many holes, is doing that backwards thing. I'm here, I'm alcoholic, all right. Why is that? Okay, well, here's the umbrella of reasons. All right, well, which one of those am I willing to keep asking that why question? And eventually I get to the bottom of that one, I fix it, and I go back to the top. Like, okay, still haven't fixed the main issue yet. All right, there's still problems. All right, and I just kept working backwards until I was eventually got to little areas where I was able to, it's like, okay, I'm capable of actually handling that problem. And then I take care of it and go right back to the process again. Let's start at the beginning. Where am I? Why? Does that sound kind of like what this process is like?
Well, how many people can you see where like they're either telling you stories or they're telling you about a problem, and you could be like, man, you're the common factor in all of this. It's because you blah blah blah,
all
right?
of them.
How well do they?
Yeah.
How well do they take that? How does that feel?
Well, that's exactly the problem there is, and since I've been doing that process where it's like, it's complete total, what is that? Total responsibility of everything. Even if it's outside of me, it's like, okay, this guy, came out like a bat out of hell and, cut me off or something. It's like, well, that's still my problem.
Yeah.
In the sense of like how I react to it. I can't do anything about how they're doing, but, so I've kind of looked at it as like, I don't even approach the subjects anymore with people. I'm just kind of like, I'm just kind of like, oh yeah, that sucks. It's, how's it make you feel? And I kind of go down that road of like, kind of what you were just talking about there. Like I'm almost asking them in a way of like I'm trying to just hear you. I'm trying to let you talk to me, because I know, having done all this shit myself, it's like this isn't going to help me if I say, oh, you should. It's like, you know what you need to do? You need to exercise to lose weight. Well, obviously,
yeah.
like,
why don't you just exercise? Why don't you just eat less?
Yeah, it's the real thing is you let them talk, and maybe they'll get to the point of, why don't I exercise? And then, okay, I don't exercise because I feel like my shoulder hurts all the time. Like I can't, like, okay, well, I can't do those exercises. Why can't I do other exercises? It's like they need to go through that process. And so I've kind of like definitely made that switch where it's like I don't try to help people anymore. It's just like I just ask them questions to listen to them. And it's not only helpful for them, I'm assuming that it is, but it's definitely helpful for me, because I'm also, it's like, oh, okay, they said this thing, which means they tried that and it didn't work for them. Have I tried that before and it didn't work? Or if I haven't tried it before, put it in the toolbox. Like I'm gonna give that a shot. Maybe it didn't work for them, but it might work for me later. So it's like being selfishly, always being selfish in conversations in a way that it actually is more helpful than if I were to try to help somebody. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. And I was going to add to that. And even I'm trying to be careful not to do that, right? I'm like, I have an idea. Oh no, he's got something.
Yeah.
Clear it, open it, listen, right? And it's interesting. It's cool that you've come to that. I believe that given more communication, that a lot of these things that we've had to study or do studies for, oh, that's just common sense. If we would talk to one another and listen to one another, the whole thing of I've got to solve this person's problem. So we have something called Dunbar's number.
I've heard of it, but
yep.
Yeah, what is that?
Maybe 75 to 150. That's how many people you actually know. And it's not
from your
always
video.
the same.
That's what I remember.
Because I talk about it.
Yeah.
So Dunbar's number is to say that after you get to the edge of your Dunbar's number, which could be 25 people, it could be 125 people, 150 people, your close friends, your family, then some other people that you know, maybe from school, maybe from your work, and then some people from your neighborhood, your locality, and then maybe a couple personalities, but you've either met them or just you've watched so much of their stuff. It feels like you know them. Once we get outside of your Dunbar's number, Your brain cannot remember 1,000 people,
Mm.
1,000,000 people. You can even maybe, there's a way you can remember 1,000 names or 1,000,000 names, let alone 8 billion. Sooner or later, you start applying templates.
Mm.
And you'll even do it. And like, you're not totally wrong because you're like, I've met this kind of guy. Oh, he's really outgoing. Here's that weird guy that always tells the jokes and seems kind of like an outsider,
Yeah.
really loves humor, but sometimes he goes too far and sometimes he's really funny. Here's this other person that's real quiet.
Mm.
And sometimes like, oh, I know, like here's the raver chick. Okay. And you start, so, even if you like, you can be kind of right
Mm.
about them. They can also be prejudices. They can also be stereotypes and
Yeah.
generalizations because we can't go outside of that. And the reason why we have a Dunbar's number is, well, our brain's only so big. And then also the reason, this is where I'm headed with this, is that it doesn't matter. And this is I deal with a whole range of people. Like I said, I deal with the very logical person. I deal with the tingle lady. Um, and even like I said, the tingle lady gets results. How am I supposed to complain about
Right.
that?
She can tingle
And
me
so
anytime.
Hey, it's up to you. It's going to cost you about 10 grand, buddy.
Ooh, that's
Um,
steep. That's like Pretty
yeah,
Woman
that's
prices.
steep. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. If you look at that, he actually got her a discount by paying her by the day or whatever.
Ooh, I'm gonna come with the
Um,
Groupon then.
there you go. The thing is that whether you read the Bible or
Hmm.
you read pretty much any origin story after people got made out of clay or there's a giant flood or whatever, or we talk to an anthropologist, everybody actually says the same thing about humans a few hundred to a few thousand years ago.
Mm.
We came out of small groups.
Mm.
And in that small group, you had a role. If you're the one that gets water, if you're a hunter, if you help to make sure that my freaking tent doesn't leak, that's a pretty important job. And if you don't do it, we're all going to notice.
Hmm.
And we're going to shame you, or we're going to be mad at you, or we're going to reinforce that role. And so, what happens to us in our modern time? That guy cut you off in traffic, you said, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Did you honk your horn?
I would have back in the day. Now it doesn't even bother me. It's just like
Back in the
I'm just
day?
like whoop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Back in the day when you honked your horn, do you really think you learned a lesson? He's never going to do that again.
No, but I felt great.
Yeah, you felt good. You got a little,
Yeah.
so you got that chemical boost because it's a natural thing that
Yeah.
humans do,
Yeah. Horn go
right?
honk.
And if we don't, yeah, and if we don't learn better and it feels good because that chemical release is meant to train you to correct others. Because if it was a small town and we see that asshole every day, I honked at you, Gerald. I honked at you,
Yeah.
Beth. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't be cutting me off again. I'll honk again, or I'll kick your ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because in small communities, maybe we can do that, but the fact is most of the world's open ended now.
Yeah. Well, is that part of the problem? The fact that we don't have jobs anymore that are communal. You know what I mean? Like
we don't have communal, we don't
like
have extended families. We don't have a
yeah.
village where we live within half a
Yeah.
mile of where we were born.
Yeah.
And so the need to correct others, the need when somebody talks about their problems for you to give them a solution comes from, number one, the problems were more serious back then. That was a survival problem.
Yeah.
I don't like walking to get water. I feel bad. Well, the village needs water.
Yeah.
You got to get your ass out there. My tent's leaking. My feet smell nasty now.
Yeah.
Fix my tent. Get us a damn mastodon. We're freaking hungry.
Yeah.
So it was important stuff. We had to reinforce it. It's even that we were simple creatures. And if you look at animals, whatever you think, whether you think we came from them or you think God just made us one day, doesn't really matter.
Mm.
It's that even if God made us, God used a lot of the same engineering and templates, and ancient people were more requiring negative feedback, pain, anger, suffering in order to reinforce because the stakes were survival.
Yeah.
We don't actually need that. And my personal belief is that you have two choices. You can keep doing that. And there is whatever you can call it, an evolutionary force. You can call it God's will for us. If we won't raise up, it doesn't matter. It's the same answer. One path is that we continue to say, you do this. Don't should on me. I won't should on you. Because when you start shoulding on everywhere, you shouldn't everywhere, It
Yeah.
does not. It's a mess, right? Don't shoot on anybody.
Yeah.
Um, and so that's what Matthew Brown says. My spiritual and hypnosis primary teacher there. That's what he says. Don't, and he got that from somebody too. So anyway, but the whole point is that we have that, and I think so. Again, I don't know. Is it God? Is it our master control program?
Mm.
Is it that we just contain this weird part of the mind? Is it that there's a method that's none of that, and it's almost like by happenstance that some old school monks figured it out? I don't care. The point is that if we focus on peace and communication and understanding and acceptance, if we do, yes, I'll say it, dude. So you hope your dick doesn't fall off when I say you got to love each other. Fuck, dude. And I'll tell you, man. Yeah, just angry. You can. There's a guy. He did this prank. It's a TikTok prank, and the prank was he's like, all right, so this is for guys. It's a guy prank.
Mm.
So I want you to call one of your close guy friends, and I want you to wish him a good night. So you think
That's
about it,
it?
I just call you out of the blue. And I'm like, hey, Dick, it's been a while since we
Yeah.
talked. I just want to say, sleep tight. Good night.
Yeah.
You have a good night, man.
Yeah.
You're like, dude, we haven't talked since middle school. What are you
Yeah.
doing?
Are you about to kill yourself? That's what we might.
Yeah.
How you
And so
doing?
so you get different
Yeah.
reactions, right? So that's a pretty empathetic reaction.
Yeah.
But you also notice how we have that pretext of, well, that's kind of weird. Now, there's a lot of, the
Yeah.
ladies out there.
Yeah.
And for like dudes in tune and whatever else and other spectrums or whatever, if one of their friends called, I just called to wish you a good night. I just wanted to say have a good night. Oh, well, you have a good night too. And it's no problem for them. There's no pretext or no context. And this guy, whether he did this prank guy to guy, he had all kinds of reactions. Like some people are like, why are you wishing me a good night?
Yeah.
I don't have a good night. I dream about work. That's what he said. He talked to like, dude, I have bad dreams. What are you talking about, sweet dreams? Right? It was anything from like, it was either you must be in crisis, you must have lost your mind,
Yeah.
to like, are you trying to say something to me? You trying to get something off on me?
Yeah.
And he said that the craziest thing, and it's rare, but it would happen, is like every once in a while somebody would call and say, man, I just want to say, have a good night, sleep tight, don't let the bed bugs bite, or
Yeah.
whatever. And the guy on the other phone just sit there for a second. And he'd be like, that's real nice, man. I hope you have a good night too.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man. Nobody ever called me to say that. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. Yeah, you have a
It's like-
good night. I hope you and your family, right?
Yeah.
But it was so rare.
Yeah.
And so many other people, there's all this pretext to it, right?
Well,
so we,
does that have anything to do with because you mentioned like in the context of like girl to girl doing that, they do kind of have an expectation for that kind of talk versus men don't
I'm not
really have
saying,
that expectation. So
one of the things I really like about your podcast
Mm.
is that there is like a group of people who thinks, well, all the manly men and the men who want to do any testosterone and everybody who's ever watched an action movie and thought it was cool, they all need to go.
yeah,
Nobody
go see
needs
more
to
action
go.
movies. That's what they need to do.
There you go. Well, it's just another part of it.
Yeah.
And exclusion, lack of communication, unwilling to see other views, attempts to hurt people for clout
Mm.
isn't going to serve any of us.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying all the dudes need to soften up entirely, but I am saying that there are some pretty thick walls, and they come out of this like tight-knit community. Also, we are pre-wired for tribal warfare. They've taken like 8-year-olds and they had like one camp. It's like I think they did in the 50s. They had one camp and they had another camp within a couple miles of each other, not even a mile each other or so. And what they found is just they left the kids alone, and the kids started meeting up, and at first they'd kind of play games and do things, but then they'd blame things that happened in their camp on the other camp.
It's like Lord of the
And-
Flies.
Yeah. And without any prompting, they had to stop the experiment. It became less and less ethical because those kids started throwing rocks
Yeah.
at each other. They could start hurting
Stealing the
each other.
conch from each other.
And so what was happening is basically like that's what I said, those behaviors that we have when we're younger, there are things that we do that are learned behaviors, and they're inherent human behaviors.
Hmm.
Dunbar's number, the lack of understanding, it's a survival mechanism, and it was successful back in the day.
Mhm.
And it's still successful if you're willing to hurt other people to get more resources. You can get a lot of resources.
Mm.
So we have two things. We have two choices. We can participate in that. In the dog eat dog world, we can be the bigger dog to eat the other dog. Or we can tap into whatever the heck this thing
Oh, I think I lost you. Oh, there you are.
weird.
I lost you for a
there
second.
you go. Oh, no problem. It was God. God did that.
Yeah.
So
See what
it could be,
God just did?
yeah. So no, God didn't do that. You're a freaking narcotics agent. Yeah, I know that. Call the police. We need help.
Yeah, it was all that talk about the anarchist cookbook.
That's it. That's right. Hey, I'm not going to tell them about the bats. So basically, and this is, I would say it's a matter of faith, but it's also, everything that I talk about in hypnosis, I've also experienced.
Hmm.
So we're gonna, let me see. I'm gonna make sure I close all the loops here. You're never gonna know what's behind the red door. That's your imagination will fill that in.
I've been thinking about it since you brought it up.
I know. Yeah, isn't that interesting? So, and I can't help it because hypnosis, when I was 14, it felt like I was moving objects in the air. I don't know what the hell was going on, that I was talking. I'm hypnotizing two girls in a noisy gym and waving my fingers, but in my head,
Oh, I've been
it's
there.
like this thing's up in the air.
That's a cool club.
Yep. It's it was this thing in the air. When I moved into another place and it popped back into place, they were hypnotized.
Hmm.
I still, there's an intuitive part of it. The thing is, okay, so let me make sure I cover those bases before I go here. Because I'm getting a little serious. I still want to have some fun. Please, crack any joke.
All right.
Is good too. It's good to lighten up.
Yeah.
It's good for people to take a breath before we go back in. It's even actually powerful in hypnosis for you to go in and out of hypnosis. Actually takes you deeper. That's called fractionation. And you wake up.
Fractionation.
Fractionation is like, I woke you up, but now it's like a roller coaster. You start whoosh, and then you start doing the little whoosh, or it's like that part in the movie. You get a break, and then the next scene's going to have even more impact.
Okay.
So, and you're going to, if you were to analyze how I'm talking, I'm not consciously doing a lot of this stuff. I'm trying to communicate. I'm trying to get ideas across. I am trying to close loops because, well, if you don't know what's behind the red door, you're going to keep thinking about it.
Yeah.
I could even start attaching other things to the red door. I'd like you to attach good feelings to it and positive things. Maybe on the other side of the red door is some goal that somebody out there has been working on that they'd really like to finally manifest in their life. And they're starting to see it and feel it on another level instead of just consciously thinking or saying one day it'll happen.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll open your red door tomorrow, even today, and begin doing whatever it is you're always meant to do. However, so back in the day, it splits off. We've got the stuff that works, but we really have this whole wild, wild west of ideas out there that are hypnosis in all these different forms. Some people have spent a long time. Anybody can learn to hypnotize. I can teach you how to hypnotize somebody in about 30 seconds to a minute. And that's only because I have to use words. I could probably do it even faster if we didn't have to communicate 10, 20 words. Really not that difficult. If you were really paying attention this whole time I've been talking, or you felt even slightly in an altered state of consciousness, you have heard all of the pieces and parts you would need to do hypnosis. Anybody in most states is allowed to do hypnosis. Like the aliens told me, I will tell any and everybody, you can use your powers for whatever you wish, but I prefer you use them for the forces of good. So, we split off. We've got this big thing of knowledge. Now, hypnotists, and this is what I teach my students too, they start off thinking magic, magnetic fingers. They can actually probably go back, and all this idea of magic, Egyptian sleep temples, and all these things were probably like, I got to have the special wand. I got to have the magic words. I got to play the music. You got to shake the maracas. You got to put on the special paint. But all
shake
of this,
it, baby.
Yeah, that's it. You shake it, baby. It's very hypnotizing. And so now we go rolling down and we realize we're starting to do a process of elimination. Benjamin Franklin, the lightning guy, was right. It's just belief. But we got to take all those pieces out because even hypnotists had to dehypnotize. So much more of hypnosis is dehypnotizing. And so we go from it's a bright light to it's an object of focus to it's an internal focus to is there even really any focus? Focus on my words, focus on yourself, focus on the blue-black space in your forehead with your eyes closed. What do you notice? What's different? When we even just engage in conversation and that conversation dips into where you're not fully paying attention to everything around you, the people listening to this podcast, that's why I keep just kind of like, I kind of touch on them and I go back out, is that I'm going to say, you're going in and out of what we call alpha. So beta is like, I'm totally wide awake. I'm totally conscious. It's a normal day or whatever. even something as simple as cooking a meal, driving the car, having a deep conversation with a friend. You start to kind of phase other stuff out. You're just hyper focused on something, and the world kind of narrows a little bit, and you focus on a few less things. Now you're in beta. If we were looking at, we'd see your brainwave shift, or sorry, not beta, you go into alpha from beta. You go into alpha. Now your brainwaves have shifted a little bit. Now you're a little focused, an internal state of focus. And then, so what happens to us every day? We cross a threshold from consciousness to unconsciousness, and we cross a threshold from unconsciousness to consciousness because we wake up
Mm.
and we go to sleep. And so as you're going to sleep, even some people notice this. For me, it's pretty intense. Is I'll start to kind of have dreams, like especially as I'm waking up, I'll still be kind of dreamy. I'll either see a little bit of the dream or just looks a little weird, and I'm
Mm.
still like kind of groggy. And so we call that hypnagogic and hypnopompic state. The hypnagogic is I'm going out of my conscious into an unconscious state, hypno being sleep, because we used to think hypnosis was sleep. Well, it's related in a way that you do shift over in the process of going to sleep. You go
Mm.
into what we call theta.
Okay. Yeah.
And a sign that you're in theta is that you feel pretty altered in your state of consciousness and you barely even notice. You're kind of more starting to not notice.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what happened to a lot of hypnotists. And that's why even like when I do a session and I'll even tell anybody, like if you even felt slightly like I was in an altered state of mind, you can and will remember everything we've talked about today. So if you put that suggestion at the end or in an important place during the hypnosis, you remove what we call hypnotic amnesia. Now, some hypnotists believe you should actually
Mm.
keep the amnesia because if people are too consciously aware, they'll go back in the conscious zone, and that's where all their complaints are, their
Mm.
problems, and programming themselves to do the thing they don't want to do. I don't see that personally, but I'm not gonna like go tread over somebody who thinks it actually serves a purpose.
Yeah,
But
because the
fact
way I
is,
see it
yep,
is like I started having this thought about procrastination as like obviously it's got a stigma, right?
yeah,
It's like I'm a procrastinator. And it's like, well, are you really? Because anywhere with pro at the beginning is usually a positive one, right? And then so I started looking at it, procrastination as like you don't quite you're it's impossible to procrastinate on something unless you know that you're not doing it.
it's also impossible to procrastinate if you are not, in fact, doing nothing instead of your task. You're
Hmm.
procrastinating on the specific thing that you want to do, but you're also doing something else. You're like, oh, instead of working out, I get on my phone. Well, you're
Yeah,
still taking action.
yeah. Well, here's the way I started thinking about it is like it's not that procrastination is not the not doing the thing. The procrastination is my brain saying this thing is important and you need to take care of it. And so what I've started to do is like, okay, and I write it down, and I'm like, all right, I need to do that, and then I go take care of it. And it's like, and I've started looking at it in that kind of way. It's like, if it comes up and then goes away, well, I'm not thinking about it anymore, so it's not that important. It's just something that I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to do that. But if it's there and it just continues to stay there all the time, and I just keep getting reminded of this thing, it's bills will do that, right? Because they're real important. But it's like
Yep.
you're not procrastinating, because if you were procrastinating, you'd be doing the thing. And so the labeling is really important. Like you were talking about the words that you use for it, and it's like breaking down that word into the the segments that it actually is. It's like, well, pro is a positive thing, so why am I thinking about it negatively? Like it's there because I need to do it, and so I'm just gonna go do it, and then I won't think about it anymore. So that's the advantage of actually doing the thing, and that's been a huge like shift and change for me. And it's now I have lists, and like I'm super organized, like to the point of like where I don't have to think about the list anymore, because I just go to the list and I do the tasks on the list now. And it's just simple stuff like laundry and all that stuff. It's like, because I had to start real low on the bar there. It's like, first I was like, okay, well, I'm not doing any of the things I want to do, and then so I'm gonna be like, okay, well, I brush my teeth, so I'm gonna put that on the list because that's something I can check off every day. It's like I started at that, and it was like, I'll put some things on the list that I know I'm gonna do, and then as I start thinking about those other things, I'll put them on a list, and then because I'm checking off the other ones, I'm getting positive reinforcement, and then I'm like, okay, this thing is still something I'm thinking about, so I'm gonna do that one first. Vacuuming tends to be the one that I still do that with. Like weekly. It's like that's the one I'm
Oh,
always
that's yeah.
like fuck, I don't want to do that. So it's like that's like the first thing I do instead. So I just knock out the one that I don't want to do first, and it's like building habits. I get it kind of sounds similar to your with the hypnotizing. You're kind of you're breaking through the walls that are like covering problem, and then you're building the habit of doing that action, like keep breaking the wall, getting to the problem, break the wall, get to the problem. Because the way that you were asking those questions, it kind of sounds like that kind of process that I've been going through. I just, I guess, stumbled upon that process, right? Like, and just my basically, I started treating myself like a scientist. Like,
Okay.
is like, all right, I'm gonna hear a bunch of theories that I think might work, and then, so for example, you get all the advice of, you got to wake up early and like own the morning. It's like, well, I tried that for like 3 years. It didn't work. So instead of that, I own the night. It's like I stay up late. So I started doing all the things at night, and it's like, okay, well, that's bad advice for me. This works. But it was kind of like, just cognitive reframing, I guess would be kind of in that realm. Right. So it's like,
so that's definitely a
yeah.
reframe. Also, you're doing like, I love how in your process of self-exploration, even just being honest with yourself and spending time instead of ignoring the issue to work on it, even when it's not an immediate success, a lot of the principles that you're using naturally arose that other people have to learn. Even me as like a hypnotist, or now somebody who works a lot in like that kind of self-organization. It's because I had to apply these things to myself. I got really sick in 2023, and literally my memory didn't work the same, and I have to have a lot more reminders and lists, or the things that used to bother me all the time and stick in my brain, just I won't go to work, or I won't get up, and
Yeah.
I'll forget.
Yeah.
So there's a difference between writing a list. So this is even for anybody out there who's like listening to Dick right now, saying, "Well, I write lists too." This is the same. This is what I would do. I'd write that list, and now it's out of my head, and I'd have the list, and I put the list aside, and it's totally out of my head, and I don't got to worry. I don't got to do shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's the difference is that you're taking action
Yeah.
on the stuff on your list,
Yeah.
which is so much more powerful. Is you have a list of daily actions. You've created daily habits or weekly
Yeah.
habits, where now it's going to feel kind of weird if you don't do the things on that list. Something's going to be missing from your life. It's like you
Oh
didn't
yeah.
brush your teeth today. It feels like, for a little kid, I don't want to ever brush my teeth. I hate it. And as an adult, you're like, oh God, my mouth is like, oh, I didn't brush my teeth.
Yeah.
Ugh, I gotta
Yeah.
brush my teeth. It tastes horrible.
Yeah.
I didn't get a shower. I stink. You just,
Yeah.
even so, and this is also again to reach out to the audience, to anybody out there who is, I've got dude friends who don't like showers. I've got dude friends who don't like brushing their teeth. I got dude friends who make lists that never follow it.
Mm-hmm.
I got people who need to vacuum and do basic stuff, take care of themselves. And that's one of the things is I'm like, find actions
Mm-hmm.
that you can take. You can even have a couple throwaway actions.
Yeah.
If you can't do any of it, my exercise is that I will say, okay, so let's put some actions. Like, do laundry.
Mm-hmm.
And while we're at it, let's say, okay, you want to wash the dishes and you want to vacuum. Okay. So those are three things you want to do, and you don't on the conscious level want to do any of that shit.
Yeah.
So what you do is you're like, okay, now let's put flip a quarter until you get heads 3 times. Okay. Now let's put um take two, like pour water into one glass, get another glass, and get it until the water is perfectly even in both glasses.
Mm.
Okay, now snap your fingers 3 times. And you write all those down, and you think about these little strips of paper, little pieces of paper, put them all in a hat, shake them up, pull something out. Now, those things I just told you to balance a cup of water, well, number one, makes absolutely no sense. And what it means is that you don't have any of those weird attachments you have to
Mm.
vacuuming or taking a shower or whatever the hell mental process is. That's like this whole thing that's so much more than what it appears on the surface. Anybody else will tell you, just vacuum. Just, well, if I vacuum, it does this, reminds me
Yeah.
of this, it feels bad, it pisses me off, I hate vacuuming. You don't have any of that. I'm just taking a glass of water and I'm going back and forth until they're nice and even.
Yeah.
It took me 20 seconds.
Yeah. It's much more fun than vacuuming.
Because it's neutral.
Yeah.
It's not good. It's not bad. It takes very little effort. I reached back in the hat. Now I picked up wash the dishes.
Mm.
And I'm like, okay, well, that's not the worst thing. And what'll happen is that if you have And if if it's really bad, like, and you're
Mm.
really just not working for you already, then you have a bunch of those little useless things.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm gonna click a pen 5 times. I'm gonna roll a dice until I get a 6. I'm gonna balance a cup of water. I'm gonna sing happy birthday. Dumb little thing, but what it's going to do is it's going to train you to take action,
Mm.
and it's going to build discipline without the emotional attachment.
Yeah. Well, it's a trigger because every time I do that, I do action.
Yeah. And
So
now every time you reach in the hat and you pull a little note
yeah,
out, every time that now for you, you went ahead and you did the more advanced. I'm just saying this for somebody out
yeah,
there who has to build it. Some people, including me, have had to build myself at times from the ground up.
yeah. Hmm.
And so that's the most basic level. And that's what you did, right? You took your list and you took those actions and you made it where you are doing those actions so much, it's going to be kind of weird if you don't.
Yeah, yeah,
And that's what I hear you saying. Now you do a couple that you build up your esteem, build up your
yeah,
discipline. And now that thing that used to be harder, well, you've already got enough steam going.
yeah,
You might as well do that too.
yeah. And the interesting thing about it is the it kind of it's kind of like the rules of the universe there. This doesn't have anything to do with the Fibonacci thing that I saw in the background of your thing, but for whatever reason that popped in there. But it's the things that give me the most momentum are the things I want to do the least. And it's so like vacuum is vacuum is a little bit less on the list now, but it's still something that comes up where it's like, oh, I don't really want to do that, so I just go ahead and do it. But like I fucking hate doing laundry.
Okay.
And the reason I hate doing it is because it's something that I press a button and then I gotta fucking wait. Like vacuuming, I've got full control over the timeline that takes. It's like I'm gonna do this for like 10-15 minutes and it's done. But the laundry, I gotta wait.
Yeah, what if you're doing laundry since you were a kid and it was just something like, and you have really fond memories of it, or you live in a village of people who do laundry and love laundry,
Yeah,
right? It wouldn't have the same context to it,
yeah,
but our mind has like the limited beliefs, and then even like our risk reward,
yeah,
and it's all screwed up because like our attention span is shrinking down.
yeah,
And so that's where like when you're thinking a thought, and then even as you think that thought, who is it that's analyzing when there was the drinking and the smoking or whatever?
yeah,
Who is it was analyzing that? Who is it when you have a feeling or a thought can actually take that observer perspective? That's so interesting. Who's
yeah.
listening?
Well, it's kind of hard to explain because when you're I don't know if this is for all alcoholics, but at a certain point you're so good at drinking that you remember everything. Like, and it's like you're just you're in an altered state of memorization. It's weird. Like you're just very functional, as they call it, and it's like in a lot of cases you're just doing things, and you're like incredible things in some cases, and you have a complete recollection of everything. You can just rattle on as if you were just a normal person going through the actions. And like, so I think in some cases you have to hit the bottom, right? You have
Yes.
to like and that's one of the things like that I've starting to look at is when you're falling, you're like you're wobbling, right? Like there's nothing for you to lean on or anything like that. But once you hit the bottom, you've got a foundation underneath you.
You do.
You've got nowhere else to go. So that all you have to do is stand up. Like, and I actually got that from an idea from a jiu-jitsu guy who's talking about, there's a position called turtle where you're kind of like in the fetal position on your hands and knees.
Yep.
Yeah. And somebody's behind you and they're trying to, choke you out or whatever. And his strategy, he's like, you just stand up. And he's right. Because every time I've done that in that position, the person, you can just kind of shake them off because they don't know what to do. They're like, oh shit, what? Like, well, now I can't do any of my moves because so they essentially, unless they know what to do, they got to kind of let go or try to move around, and you just shake them off. And I was like, oh, it's because you have the ground that you can do that. But if you, it's like it doesn't have anything to do with anything else. It's like, so I started thinking about that as while I was drinking, I was like, oh, well, I've actually hit a point where I'm so good at this task of drinking that I can remember everything, which means I'm conscious even though I'm hammered all the time. And then like, I'm like, okay, well now I can start working this out. And then It took me about 5 or 6 tries, relapsing and going back and forth. But eventually, it got easier each one of those tries, even though I was drinking harder each one of those terms. Yeah, it's kind of weird because it was like as it got worse, I got better at figuring it out, and then eventually I got to the end where I was like, no, I'm done. That's it. And it was it's instant. The second I was done, I was done. I went from full on drinking hardcore to that second not drinking anymore. And same thing with smoking. Smoking 2 packs a day at bare minimum to 0 cigarettes a day, like within an instant. And it's totally a mind thing there, where it was like I had to say that I was done and believe it, right? But it took the cigarettes was really easy. That was instant. The drinking one, I didn't believe it those 4 or 5 times before the final one where I did believe it. But I had to work on it. I had each step of the way. I had to like observe it, and then in the moments of time between where I'm not drinking because I'm at work or whatever. Then I'm like, okay, like I've got some work to do here. I've got the ideas. I put it down on paper, and kind of journal it out, and then you just kind of work backwards from there. It's like, okay, well, I tried that didn't work. In fact, it got worse because of that. Okay, let's put that aside. All right, what didn't I try yet? Okay, I haven't tried that. Let me try that. And then it just kept going and going until I figured it out. So what I actually figured out, I couldn't tell you, but the shift did happen, and it was just a matter of trial and error.
And so I think that we have like a lot of what we would call our problems in our lives. There is that shift. There's something in there. I even hear you saying, well, you did it. And you're like, I can't even consciously tell you exactly what it was. I can tell you what's around it.
Yeah.
I could tell you the process I was doing, which is that you're putting a lot of not even willpower, but real effort is just over time.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just going to stick with this. And I'm, even trial and error. And so in hypnosis, one of the big concepts that we have is we know we're in beta. Now you and I have been just mostly chilling in the alpha zone. Everybody listening to us is too. They're in an altered state of mind and focus. And then again, we can go from the alpha into theta, and people probably dipped up and down into it. Even when I say the word hypnosis or sleep, it has associations with it. When you think about what's behind your red door, you're a little bit in theta. And so in hypnosis, one of the concepts is we have this part as a critical part of your mind. Critical part of your mind is really helpful. I'm like, join my cult, give me all your money, let me move into your house. You're like, no, okay, good. Critical part really served in that time. However, when you look in the mirror and you say anything, but that guy's awesome. He's doing awesome things. He's got people that loves him. He's a good guy. He's a good person. I like you, buddy. I love you, man. How you do? I hope you have a good night.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any of that stuff, right? When there's any of that's criticism, well, that criticism applies to yourself. That's the critical part of the mind that is like, I'm not going to quit. I'm going to keep doing. I am this. I'm bad. I do the thing that's bad. I do whatever that's not serving me, and I'm going to keep doing it. When I try to do something good, no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
And it's a survival mechanism. It's a comfort mechanism. It's actually survival that even though you do these other things that could maybe be better, they're also more risky than what you're used to. So your mind keeps you in homeostasis, keeps you running the same patterns over and over again, even if you're miserable, because there's a chance that if you take a risk, well, your mind is still thinking in that old village. You're not going to get the water. You're not going to match the tent. You're not going to hunt. And that's not true anymore.
Yeah.
There's another way.
Yeah.
And so one of the ideas is that when we take you from alpha to beta, and then I say from 3 to 1, when I say 1, you'll be in the theta state. Ow, deep hypnosis. What we've also done is we have bypassed the critical part of the mind, because the critical part's very conscious. It's very, you'll get somebody to consciously talk about their problems. They'll tell you all the reasons why they should or shouldn't, and it'll just yada, 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 yada. And then every once in a while, you'll see they go a little deeper. You can literally watch, if you watch somebody when they're talking about something they do or don't care about or whatever, to talk about their problems, talk about what's going on in their life, you'll see those little unconscious moments. You'll see them naturally. Trance isn't like we do definitely. I have to induce trance. There's actually like this guy Erickson. He was paralyzed with polio, and he was in a situation where he was just watching people talk, and he'd see their facial expressions didn't always match what they were saying,
Mm.
and he started to spot these unconscious moments, and he learned how to do it conversationally. This is the guy, I do understand, even just for the sake of my clients, I kind of make it official that we're going to do hypnosis, and we might do like we've done some conversational stuff here,
Mm.
but ethical, like, self-requirement, even, to not do certain things just using that conversational technique unless somebody has entered into a contract with me where now we're working on that issue.
Mm.
And even then, I'm going to do what's called ratifying it. If anything, that's because it helps me because I don't know how many people I've helped where I didn't ratify, and they're like, I don't know why, but 3 days after a session, I just decided to start doing this or stop doing this. And I'm like, that's really weird timing. Do you don't think I had anything to do with that? Nah, I just decided on my own.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but and I'm
It's
like,
like, well,
so
whatever
you
works
don't
for you.
yeah, and I'm like,
Yeah.
well, I guess I got paid, whatever,
Yeah.
but man, it doesn't really help my profession. So
Yeah.
I ratify. I'm like, after the fact, I'm like, hey, well, remember that you couldn't open your eyes? Remember
Yeah.
when your hands were stuck together? Do you remember how you felt before? How do you feel now? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
When at what point did you realize you were in hypnosis? And then they finally can kind of consciously realize, 'cause otherwise, we'll just unconsciously fix it and we won't even
Yeah.
know why. So we take it, and this is again, it's a theoretical framework because we do not know for 100% sure why hypnosis works. We even know that techniques that we can straight up say, nope, this doesn't work when I look at it using any of my knowledge of hypnosis. This is old, it's hokey, it doesn't work, it's silly, but this guy really believes in it and everybody he does it to,
Yeah.
they feel better. Well, it's because we don't 100% know, but this theory that when we bypass the critical part of the mind, all of a sudden, all that stuff that we've been saying consciously that was bouncing off that little wall we have
Mm.
in our head, well, the wall's down. And now that the wall's down, and in what I do personally, you could have like, well, everybody should have this suggestion or that suggestion. Generally, I get everything from the conscious mind. I'm like, what do you want to do? How do you want to feel doing it?
Mm.
I want to do my laundry. I want to vacuum my floor. I want it to feel like a good, and I've had the sense of accomplishment.
Yeah.
And then when we take that wall down, then we can be like, then I see yourself. You're vacuuming the floor. See how clean the floor is. See how much better it feels. See how even like the sound of the vacuum and
Yeah.
the feeling of moving that thing around. And we can, and then, if we got to go deeper, and sometimes it's easy even to say you like vacuuming, you enjoy vacuuming, vacuuming is fun. You like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is repetition.
Yeah.
I'm going to do the same thing that McDonald's and Starbucks did to you, but at least instead
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
craving something, you're going to crave something that improves your life. And then sometimes we got to go deeper. There's a
Yeah.
part of you that wants to vacuum. There's a part that doesn't. Let's talk.
Yeah.
And then sometimes we'll go into theta state because you have access to parts of your memory that you do not have consciously. With the caveat that because of what happened with alien abductions and the people that, the satanic panic or whatever, that if you pre-suggest stuff, you can make it happen. So it's not that I don't believe or disbelieve the story. I've heard wild stuff. Like I
Mm.
said, an family member is possessed by an alien that tells me they used to take me away
Yeah.
and then I can use my powers for
Yeah.
whatever I wish for the forces of good or bad.
It's like, did they
Okay.
tell you what powers I had? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, so apparently I have hypnotic powers.
There you go.
Because, and so what happens then is that when we go back to that memory, is that we can resolve the emotion. So it's what happens. What matters to me, it's not even the story. I don't make the story happen because that's a lie. If I try to correct the story, I'm like, it didn't happen. You see where you're being, whatever. Now you can have a moment where you get to do things in the story that you didn't get to do.
Mm.
Those things are not to say it didn't happen or I beat everybody's ass instead of they did whatever. Instead, it's more to say, okay, well, you have that moment. Let's go ahead and it's almost like you're practicing. What is it you would do if somebody was attacking you like this? What would you rather you have done in that moment? Feel it. Feel what it's like to have been the person that did that.
Mm.
Get off me, get away from me. I punch him in the nose. I yell at him. I tell you ever do that to me again, and I'll fuck you up. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
We're not. That's not the end all of it. But the fact, even just to take that assertion, but you know what a lot of people are looking for is, and this is where it gets kind of wild. So, the fact is a lot of people have been hurt and they've been hurt
Mm.
bad. They've even been hurt by somebody that they loved. And you'd think they want to talk to the attacker. And we talked already about the person that attacked you. You can get in their mind. And
Yeah.
when you get in their mind, you see how what they were thinking. It suddenly dispels that I'm only the victim, they're only the attacker.
Mm.
They were a victim too, or they don't know any better because they were never taught, or this other whole mental process. They're just missing this part of their life. Okay, well now I can empathize, and that kind of breaks it up. But the fact is that so much of the anger, the sadness, the fear, isn't about the attacker or the person who did the
Mm.
wrong thing. It's about an authority figure between the ages of 0 and 8. It's an authority figure. It's mom, it's dad, it's grandma, it's the adoptive parent, it's the close family friend that they trust. Why weren't you here? This person hurt me.
Mm.
This thing hurt me. What you said hurt me. Why didn't you know? Why didn't you understand?
Mm.
Let me express my hurt without you saying, shut up, or ignoring me, or not understanding.
Mm.
Where let me say it hurt, switch places. Okay. Yeah, they know it hurt.
Mm.
Switch places. Okay, don't hurt me again. Switch places. Okay, well, I won't hurt you again. I'm sorry I didn't know. Or even if they don't say they're sorry, I have regressed somebody where I regress them and they're talking to like their mom, grandma, whatever it is, family member, and they're not budging. They're not apologizing. They say,
Mm.
you deserved it. You were a bad kid. And I'm like, this is going to be wild. And I'll even tell them that. And I'm like, now we're going to regress them. And so I've regressed somebody and it's weird because when they talk as other people, when they go back to a memory within a memory, because we're talking like we're regressing somebody's mom, somebody's grandma, somebody's dad, some friend they barely knew.
Mm.
But now we can see something from their childhood. Is it real? I don't know. Some of the stuff they say, it gives me chills, and I don't know. But it's not my objective to say it's true or not. My objective to say what is the emotional content. And almost always when I regress, the character, the person, the holographically stored, not you in the memory, they either they themselves have the screwed up childhood and they're getting traumatized, and then they
Mm.
externalize it and act on others, or the exact same thing is happening and the person before that doubles down and won't give it up.
Mm.
And then I go back a generation, they're like, oh my god, my great grandma was doing this to my grandma,
Mm.
my grandma was doing it to my mom, and my mom did it to me. Can you see how that pattern just keeps going back?
Yeah, and
Can you see
it
how,
it definitely it is that like you keep going until you land on the actual core issue there. Yeah.
And it's not to say, oh, now it doesn't happen. No,
Yeah.
it happened. In fact, a big part of it, we call
Mm.
it the Foucault formula. Because just the way it's spelled, and then somebody like we already had the letters, and then somebody like pointed out to the instructor, like that's fuck all. That's Foucault.
Yeah.
But it's something that's really serious, a very powerful thing.
Mm.
You gotta help somebody get their guard down, help get that critical part out of the way. It's forgiveness,
Mm.
it's understanding, it's compassion and acceptance, and with those, it is love. Because all things in this framework, what is true, what is not, dude, it's that I get results.
Yeah.
It's that people, it's that for me, my anger, dude, there was this down there. What was happening to me is I'm going to Fort Myers because I'm gonna have a spiritual center down there. And I drive up and it's 2, 3 a.m. and I'm alone on the road. And yes, for anybody listening, because my sister loved pointing this out and it used to really piss me off. She's like, well, what lane were you in? I'm like, well, I guess I was in like, you were in the left lane. So I'm going like 80, 90 miles an hour. I'm going fast. And this other car comes up, like going another 30, 40 miles faster than me. And because I don't get out of their way, they ride up on my ass. And once you're up on my ass, I'm not going to turn because I already know how squirrely people are.
Mm.
About the time that I decide to get out of your lane, it's about the time you try to go around me.
Yeah.
So I'm like, no,
Better
dude,
just to wait.
okay. Yeah. Well, I'm not, and so I wait. So I'm like, okay, they'll go around me. And that's already given up because I'm not speeding and I'm not hitting my brakes all passive aggressively. I've already given up some ground in the ego. I'm like,
Yeah.
I should be manly and right. I'm speed more or slow down and make you get,
Yeah.
I don't do any of that. So I'm already giving up some ground, which can be painful if you're doing it that way. And if you don't truly believe it in your heart, when you're like, I'm still angry and I apologize. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. And you got that look on your face and that tone in your voice. It doesn't feel good, right? Well, I'm doing the same thing. Oh, well, I'm not going to speed up or slow down. I'm going to let them do it, but it sucks. That's already not a great frame of mind. And this person, they go around and they go up a little bit and they cut me off.
This
We're
strikes
the
2 and
only
3
two
right there.
people on the road. Well, it is. Okay, because here's the thing, man. Like, I worked security for 10
I'm a
years.
man.
You know what? You know something about the private investigation industry. You
Oh
know
yeah.
when you can get somebody's info, and also, fucker, you're gonna have to get gas or stop sometime. And it's always that guy. You're like, that guy's like, I would have kicked his ass. You're like, Cletus, I've never seen you stand up and punch somebody when they said something mean to you.
Yeah.
Why the hell do you always say, I would have kicked his ass if I was there? It's not true.
Yeah.
But as guys, to protect our ego, we do that,
Oh
right?
yeah.
And I've got a good one, man. There's a move you can do where you can kind of ratchet the arm, and they got to sit up, but they're in the car,
Mm.
and they got the seat belt, and whether the seat belt's on or not, you can grab it and wrap it around their shoulder or their neck, and they can't do shit after that. And then it's just like a punching bag. And I'm thinking all this dumb stuff in my head. And that's not how that works, by the way. You'll just get shot.
Well, it's so funny how like how clumsy fights are, like in reality.
Yeah.
And like,
Oh yeah, yeah.
how
You're never cool.
yeah, and it's like I've got this great move, or I've done this move 10,000 times, so I'm a master at this move, which might be the case, but as soon as a fight goes, like, their environments are part of the situation, right? This always talking about, like, in the movies, like situational awareness. Like, well, rocks have destroyed many of good fighters. They step on a rock or something, like, oh
yeah.
shit, or like slip on a rock or something, like gravel. It's so unpredictable that the best solution literally is to just not get into it. Like, be better at talking. So
that's it.
yeah.
Or again, to avoid it, or to let it go when they cut you off, even
Yeah.
if you had to slow down. I didn't want to do all of that. And I've been working on myself. I've been, I'm a professional hypnotherapist. I could help somebody else through this. And here I am, dude. I'm a figure, dude. It could have been a chick. Some dumbass in a truck. They're already all over the horizon. They're gone.
Yeah.
They had their fun and they're gone. And I'm still like, I'd kick their ass, that dumb son of just so pissed off. I'm pissed off the whole drive back, thinking all these things. They don't even know. They're probably not even thinking about it
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah.
If they're like,
Oh yeah.
either way is not good, right? And then again, I'm not like the biggest, baddest dude, but on average, I'm bigger than the average person, and I know more. I feel like if you weren't in your truck and we were standing face to face, you wouldn't feel so, and all that stuff, right? All
Yeah.
that stuff you tell yourself. What do they call? The French call it stairwell wit.
Oh
You didn't
yeah.
say the cool thing.
Yeah.
You didn't say the cool thing, but now you think about it in the shower.
Yeah.
So, so they go over the horizon, and I go back home, and I'm mad. And it happened to be I'm working with another professional hypnotherapist who is very good at what she did. And I'm like, you know what? Anger has been following me around for a long time, because there was a time when I tried not to be angry and I tried to do the nice thing. I even think I was kind of trained a little bit, yeah, family members who think, oh, I taught you how to fight. I'm like, you really didn't. You taught me how to talk to people and be nice. But you also gave me a little bit of an unrealistic view as to what happens when you do that. You're going to be holding in a lot of feelings
Yeah.
unless you really mean it and you've done emotional processing.
Yeah.
It's going to hurt your pride, and it hurt the hell out of my pride.
Yeah.
And I remember so many fights when I was a kid. I get hit and it didn't physically hurt, it emotionally hurt.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I thought getting punched hurt more, but it didn't hurt me much. But it hurts me this person's being mean to me.
Well, it tends to hurt, like physically hurt, the older you get. The emotional hurt is that pretty much sustains its level of severity. Maybe even that gets worse too as you get older, but because you don't want to get knocked out as an old man. So, but
so playing the game
mm-hmm.
of like trying, I don't feel this. I'm not angry, but I am, and denying it. It's an illusion. I was angry.
Mm-hmm.
Now we get together, and I mean, this is like, I mean, anger and fear were bad. Like I was about like 12, 13 years old. I went out of field and tried to shoot myself when I was
Oh
18. I cut myself,
yeah.
I'm glad I was bad at it.
Yeah, right.
And then also, like, in high school, nobody ever screwed with me, because you're talking about a change. It was the day I'm like, the next person that fucks with me,
Yeah.
I am going to beat the shit out of them. All of the sudden, like, I'd be walking through the mall and the crowd would part.
Yeah.
There was something about, and I never understood it, because I used to act angry to try to get them to leave me alone because I was sad and scared.
Mm.
You see the difference?
Yep.
None of these things served, by the way. because none of them were healthy. And if I'd even leaned into that fear, like I said, it would have concentrated into anger and a big adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have served me either, because then I'd have an anger reaction. And here I am in my freaking 30s, and I want to beat this person's ass for cutting me off in a truck. They've wasted 5 seconds of my time.
Well, more than that now.
Now, because of all the emotions,
Yeah.
I've wasted my own time. I've wasted hours or days or weeks or months or my whole life. Right. So we work on it. And I'm looking up, and my hands are balled up next to my chin, and I'm looking up into the air.
Mhm.
And I don't know why am I doing this? Why am I talking? She's on the screen in front of me. Why am I talking to the air? Why am I looking up? It feels like she's up there talking to me. Who talks like that? How old do you think you are? I'm 2 years old. I don't remember being 2 years old. I'm 2 years old. What happened? My dad's changing me. He pulled down my foreskin because doctors back in the day thought that you had to do that to make sure it was healthy, because
Oh,
it could get stuck. It hurts so much.
and you like
I was
remembering
three
that.
years old. When the only conscious memory I had that I hadn't thought of since I was like 4 years old is I had a dream that my dick was ripped off.
Well, that makes sense now.
It didn't make any sense at the time. I'm
Oh
like, what
yeah,
a
for
weird
sure.
dream. What a weird person I am.
Wait, was that Lorena Bobbitt time? Around that time? Around the same time. That correlates too.
I have worked with other clients, and I would never name any particular client. I just know I've worked with enough people that I can kind of spread the knowledge around, so I'm not pointing anybody out. But I've worked with people who, at that young of an age, somebody did something on purpose,
Right.
and it's ugly stuff, and it sets a trauma that defines their whole life that they're not even conscious of.
Yeah.
Now, for me, because I have enough of the history and even just kind of the knowledge of like even what they're thinking or whatever, I think that it happened. I can't be 100%, but even just based on the kind of dreams that I was having when I was older. And what that was is that was pain and fear. And that's where my anger began. And that's why anger for me, that's even like, I didn't realize when I was a kid and when I got older, anger was so deeply ingrained in me, I was scared of it. Fact of the matter is I pointed that gun at myself when I was a kid because I was afraid I was going to take it with me. I've been fucked with so much. I remember one day, like a kid just, somebody thought it was funny. He's like, I want you to meet this kid. And I'm like, what? And the kid's like, just spit all over me. And he's like, yeah, he's been saving that up for like half an hour. And then he
Oh,
walks away, and
geez.
I just stood there.
Yeah.
So much anger.
Which is really interesting that it takes so long to build up to a certain point when like it doesn't take long for the things to happen. You know what I mean? Like you have this like I don't know, compounding interest in a way of anger or situations that build into this tower of anger there, but it's so quick that once it comes together, like it's like Voltron coming together, you know, like but the bad one,
Yeah.
like Bizarro World Voltron.
The theoretical framework of hypnotic regression is that there's an event that becomes the platform that you build everything else on. So like I lived with a friend, still a good friend, and but my job was to take out the trash. And so what would happen is that, we had a teenager, and then we had my friend who's supposed to be my age, but I felt kind of like we had two teenagers when it came to the trash. Because you can fill up the trash can, but man, once the trash can's filled, what you're going to do with the trash? What you do is you push it down, and then you put some more trash on top. And then what you do after that is you get a pizza box or something, so you put that on. And then after that, it's this kind of game of like reverse Jenga, where they're just shoving stuff in, and they're shoving food and stuff into it. And so by the time I get back to that trash can, man, I got to remove, I got to glove up, grab two more trash bags. I got to box up. It's all nasty food in there. Who the hell wants it? I don't want to move that.
Yeah.
Screw you. What's all this trash? Well, it's because the can was there. There's a platform, and it's got two sides. So the platform's there. If the platform was the only thing there, you could still stack some trash, but the trash would start to spill out, and you'd probably just wouldn't be able to, you won't be able to hold enough trash.
Yeah.
But then you put the walls up, and now you got more room for trash. You got a whole can of it, but now you're so used to filling that, and it's not your job to empty it. So you stomp it down, and then you put the boxes on top, and you start stuffing, and it's so nasty.
Yeah.
You don't want to change it, and it takes so much more work than if you just pulled the damn bag out
Yeah.
when the can was full. And if we were to take the bottom out of that thing and we just had a trash chute and it went down to a larger receptacle, you'd never have to do that.
Yeah.
So when we take the platform out from underneath that feeling from where it happened
Mm.
at one of the stages between the ages of 0 and 8, and if you believe in past lives, then sometimes that's what people come up with. Though generally I'm like, dude, don't just blame everything on your past life. You'd be like, I cut people off in traffic because I was a Viking. Don't find
Vikings didn't have
justifications.
cards.
Yeah. I was cutting them off in boats for my horse, you know. That's they deserved it. I got to be at the head of the line because
Yeah.
I'm the king of France, you know, whatever. So, but you know, it's that when you take the platform out and that platform to that Foucault formula, you take those walls down. The next time that feeling goes through, it just passes through.
Mm.
We're not. We're meant to have feelings. We're human beings. We're meant to be angry and sad and happy and scared, but we're not meant to hold on to it. We're not meant to build a
Mm.
platform. And the little green guy was right. The little green fucker is like, how fear leads to anger. Well, yeah, it does. You don't get everybody
Mm.
wants. Oh man, I'm tough. I'm angry. I'm sorry, dude. You had to get hurt first, and you had to be sad about being hurt.
Mm.
You had to be scared you were going to be hurt. And when all that stuff concentrated, that's where you get your anger from.
Mm.
And for some people, that's even hard to hear. And I'm even, you know, my compassion goes out to you if it still hurts to hear that.
Yeah. Well, it's like you gotta treat these. Your walls need to be like Pong, you know. So as the ball goes book and hits the other wall, you get better at it, and they get smaller, and then eventually the ball goes through. Oh wait, did I lose you? I think I did.
Whole, you know, if we get into meditation, oh, you lose me.
Yeah, I think I did. What was the last thing you heard there?
Bouncing around.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I was thinking like you know, you can either have a wall or you can have the walls like Pong, where it's like bouncing off it, and the better that you get at breaking down the wall, it gets smaller, but the ball goes faster. So eventually the ball's gonna get through, and then now you're good. Like,
And so it's to not bounce, you know, if you bounce around a little bit, it's
Yeah.
okay. It's when it just keeps bouncing
Yeah.
around in there, when
Yeah.
it's like a snowball and it keeps getting bigger and bigger, or it's like that can filling up. You know, we can do whatever we want to with the metaphor. It's just the basic idea. If you hold on to the stuff, it's going
Yeah.
to concentrate, it's going to rot in you.
Yeah.
And it's going to leak out and it's going to affect other people in the world.
Mm.
And ultimately, it's just not going to feel good through and through.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, it's funny that sometimes I can do a lot faster. So you were talking about the trash analogy there, and I remember working at the movie theater AMC, and that was the worst part of that job, was getting that trash out of the bin after like just a day of movies. One day,
Oh God, yeah.
one day it
Yeah,
would
I
smell
worked in a movie theater
horrible.
too, yeah.
Like, and
Yep.
it's so heavy too because there's like liquid in there. You know, it's the worst. Well, there was also I thought about this just before we got on the podcast, and it was just kind of like it popped in there. I was like, oh shit, I gotta write that down. So there's something that gets like turned on in the moment when I just, you know, I'm sure other people are like this too, but when I just, you know, it's kind of like that fuck it moment, and I just go do the thing, you know, and it's things that you're typically pretty scared of doing, or like, you know, the anxiety building up or whatever that is. So for example, when I took drama back in high school, you know, I had to do the play, and at the time I got a fairly big role in it. You know, it was a lot of scenes, a lot of talking, and I'm doing that in front of like the whole school, you know, and it was literally one of those like, you know, building up to the moment, and then it's like, oh my God, I gotta go do this thing, and then as soon as I walk out there, and it's just like, it's fine, like something turns on. Right. And then, you know, the same thing happens when, so when my grandfather passed away, my sister had like the dotes to do the eulogy, and, you know, she's ready to go, and I'm, you know, just there. And then when it comes time to do the eulogy, she's like, oh my God, I can't do this. Like, can you do it? And I'm like, sure, but I have no notes. I have no idea what the hell I'm gonna do, and it went perfectly fine. Like, and it was just a matter of like I'm in the moment and I'm already like I'm on the stage, lights on me. I'm ready to go. So, what is that turns on that allows you to do those things? Because I'm not really overcoming anything. It's immediate turning on. Like it's just like it's the equivalent of saying fuck it, let's do it. But I'm not really doing that. There's no time. It's just all of a sudden I'm doing it. So what is that, and then how do you tap into that? It seems like something that would be in this realm.
So to be tapped into, that's the flow state. That's what we call the flow state. And that's what you were able to do. And so we can do that in certain situations. And then that's where you're like, I don't need the hypnotherapist. I don't need the therapist. I don't need to do this long process of like trial and error, because even if I have whatever other, limiting beliefs and feelings are associated with this, that other part of me, that other drive, is willing to push above that, break the surface and just do it. And once you break the seal, once you're in the flow state, you can stay there through that process. Like I was nervous and I used to think, oh man, all my videos, all my talks have to be scripted. And then finally I'm just like, just sit down and just talk. And stuff just started coming out of me. I just talked about the thing and I'm like, how did I know all that stuff? How did I know this person? I talked about this person, this person was thinking about this and I talked about it. What's spooky? Whoa, what the all this, it's just like, and again, I can't tell you, this is not where I'm like, now it's psychic, the alien powers. It could be. It could be my alien powers. Watch out for my alien or it could be that I was able to unconsciously read cues that I couldn't consciously read, but it's in those areas where you were able to break through that. But there were other things that required a more objective, long, even again, like you said, trial and error process. So, that again, if you want to describe it, I think you really got a pretty good grip on this, just doing self exploration. It's only to say that somebody who wants to trigger that, it is sometimes just to throw yourself out there and to take out. So again, in that small group, if you screw up, you're going to hear about it there. You can imagine like with close family, or if you live in a village of 15 people, you'll always hear about that time you spilled the bucket of water.
Yep.
I keep talking about it.
Like, you remember that time you did? It's like, yeah, we talk about that every Christmas.
Yes, exactly. So you see, it's just an old way of doing things. It's just not as effective. It's effective in a survival situation. It's frankly not for the more advanced modern, people that we are. And so, you can break free of that, but sometimes it is do the thing. So like one of the things that we learn like in marketing and when we're teaching other people to do whatever they want to do is that there is perfect, which only exists in your head, and there's good enough, which actually exists in you taking action. And a lot of the things when you're like, I'm never going to get it right, I've got to get it right, oh, I've got to do this again, whatever. If you would just iterate, if you just do it, even a miniature version of it, and just keep doing it, or just get out there and do the talk, and whatever happens, it's going to be that much easier the next time you're faced with a challenge and those old preconceived notions, those false beliefs and limiting feelings are coming up. You can actually go, you know what, it's fuck it mode, let's go. Well, enter the flow.
Well, it's interesting because I had the two different channels, and there's two versions of this like battle essentially. So the Hard on Reviews channel, that's completely scripted. It's pre-recorded, so I can make adjustments to it, right? Like I can get the as perfect as I can possibly get it, because of that, right? But those take me so much longer to organize, where I don't necessarily think it's because the podcast is unscripted. I actually think it's because once I hit go live, like there's no, like, going back to the trash can, we'll use that analogy as a different kind of thing here, that platform has disappeared. I'm live now, and like, there's no going back. Like, it's already started. So like I have no, I'm in survival mode at that point. in a sense.
Yeah, and you see
I've
how
fallen through that hole of the garbage chute. You know?
you perform, right? They're
Yeah,
like, the
yeah,
bell is here. You're in the ring. You're not gonna
yeah,
leave. You've got to
yeah,
go. You got to take your best shot. It may not be the very
yeah,
perfect shot. You may slip on a rock, but man, you're gonna go for it.
yeah,
What's gonna happen when you go through the red door? What if you close it behind you?
yeah. Well, let's answer that question, I guess, huh?
I
Well,
think you just did. Yeah,
I'm
from
gonna
like
remove the platform
2 hours.
from the other channel and make sure
Oh, okay.
I'm as active on there as I am on here.
Very cool.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
there's
you
no
got to
point of no
go.
return, essentially. I'm already in the
Well,
trash
yeah.
chute.
Commitment looks like that.
Yeah.
And then again, it's to shake free of some of these things that are a natural part of us. It served us at one point, but we're ready to move
Mm.
on to a higher echelon. And some of that takes it's a personal responsibility, it's discipline, it's all those boring, frustrating
Yeah.
things. And we hear that, we don't want to hear it, and we want to run away and procrastinate. And yet, if you can reframe that into this is a positive experience, it
Mm.
actually feels kind of thrilling
Mm.
to get out here, and it's to be wrong. My lesson one for my students isn't any magical technique or anything. It's I don't know.
Mm.
And the first thing I do is I reframe I don't know, because I don't know. There's like this social embarrassment. Well, if I do this thing wrong, if I don't do the technique perfect, if I don't do great hypnosis the very first time, I suck and everybody's going to think I
Yeah.
suck.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't know. You
Yeah.
don't know. And we have this whole thing called in fact, people who know, that's called the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Mm.
That's the hold my beer effect. That's the guy's like, I definitely know, and then blows his fingers off with a firecracker,
Yeah.
or, it pisses off the wrong guy while he's driving out of Fort Myers.
Yeah.
Which by the way, just to put the cap on that, that guy cut me off, or it could have been anybody. It could have been the same guy.
Yeah.
But it's the exact same situation. 3 a.m. in the morning, they cut me off, and all I could feel was, "You've got somebody who cares about you. I don't care who it is." Even when
Mm.
I was saying that earlier, we had a little talk, and I was like, "Everybody, even this person who doesn't have all the friends and family, there's somebody who'll miss them. There's somebody who cares about you."
Yeah.
I got that from that moment when that truck cut me off, and the anger just wasn't there. We talked about pretty early on here,
Mm.
well, what's it like when you don't have that feeling? And
Mm.
like, it's surreal because you expect a different reaction.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you've really made a change and your internal landscape is different, it's undeniable, even if it's brand new territory.
Yeah.
And it just changes everything about your perspective. What's going to be different about your perspective when now that you've stepped through, now that you've closed the door
Mm.
behind it, now you've even made this commitment today,
Yeah.
what's going to happen next with this, right? And then also the thing about, so this is what I learned, this guy who could just do amazing. He could talk, and whether he was doing hypnosis or having a conversation, it could just change your mind about things. And I'm
Mm.
like, how did you do this? How did you learn how to do this?
Yeah.
And he just gave me a short little, it was like a little video reply or whatever. And he's like, I do it every day.
Mm.
That's it. It's like, God, Albert Einstein. Oh, it's a really smart guy. If you actually listen to the way Albert Einstein talks about things, he started a lot of his ideas below, not above, where we think about
Yeah.
how things work.
Yeah.
And so he was like, what happens if I'm with the light and the light moves? He just thought about it in ways that we didn't, because he took more time with it.
Yeah.
He had to put things together in his mind that we all take for granted and
Yeah.
just assume. And that's how he came. He built from he went down to the bottom, and he
Yeah.
built a heavy foundation from there, and suddenly everything that he built after that was so much stronger, so much more
Yeah.
amazing, and changed the world.
Yeah. But it's
Dare I say.
the Doc Brown situation, right? Like, he makes
Oh yeah.
literally the most incredible thing ever created, but that's the only thing that's ever worked. So
Yeah.
yeah, and he's like an old man by that time. So yeah, and it's just a weird kind of realm to be in. Is this so there's like when you know what the problems are and you can't quite figure out what the path around them is, and it's a jiu-jitsu thing as well. As I learned a lot in that, and it's there is a solution. You just got to keep getting fucked up until you figure it out.
Yeah.
So like it's just one of those things. You just like it's like I'm gonna get armbarred 1,000 times before I figure out how to get out of it. You know?
When you're conscious and you're trying all these little moves to get out of the armbar, you don't. And then one day you just relax
Yeah.
and you can feel where the armbar is, and then you make this little shift, and all of a sudden you're not
Yeah.
on the armbar, and you're like, "Whoa!"
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I did have like that exact situation in competition where like I got put in an armbar and like I do remember thinking about it, but I wasn't actually doing like controlling the motion. Like I remember thinking about, okay, here's where I am, and it was like time was like real slow for me, and it's because I
Yeah.
was like way ahead of like what was happening, and then basically so like I mean I'm locked in. He goes to rock back, and at that moment I just like I went with his momentum and like flipped my legs over,
Yeah, yeah.
wrapped back around him, and then now I'm in the dominant position and I've got him like ready to do an Americana on him, like about to snap his and then the
Nice.
the buzzer goes off. I'm like fuck, like I had him, you know. And then sure enough, I'm with the professor, like the main one, and this guy's like number one in Asia essentially, like in his bracket, you know. And like you know we're rolling around and he gets me an armbar. I did the same exact thing and it worked again, and I'm like it's proven. Like it wasn't just like that guy didn't have a good armbar. It's just that works. And it was um I was thinking about like I had been in so many armbars before that situation happened where I got out of it in that particular way. You know, there's other ways to get out of it, but like that was the first time I'd ever done it was in competition. So it wasn't like something I had practiced, you know, and then I subconsciously did it again when I was rolling around with the professor, and I'm like, oh shit, like you know, it's ingrained now. Like it's something that just happens. So like it's you just kind of have to keep getting fucked up until you figure it out. Let your body figure it out. Really is kind of what it is. Like
Yes. As your body thinks too. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
There's a principle of it's inverse of like effort to success.
Mm,
If you try really hard and you study really hard, it's just like this is a when you hit meditation, we can roll right into that. Just relax, change position, and
mm,
again that blue black space in your forehead or whatever you want to do to focus. But the thing is like it's in the Zen monastery, and you got the student, and there's you talking to the master, and it's like, how long do I need to reach enlightenment?
mm.
And the master's like, oh, it'll probably take you about 10 years, and the student's like, well, what if I study really hard and I
Oh
read
yeah.
all the books and I do all the exercises? And he's like, oh man, 20 years.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, what if I do even more than that? And I'm the most amazing student you've ever had. He's like, 30, 40 years, maybe never. My Wing Chun teacher, I'm like, well, what if I study really hard and I learn all the forms and I practice every day and like really, really work hard on Wing Chun and he's like, oh, then it's going to take you like 20 years to master. And I'm like, oh, what if I am the best? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
That there's, conscious effort. It means something to an extent, but there's an unconscious factor, and if you just unload yourself and even you're stressing yourself out through the whole
Mm.
process, it's kind of like if I tell you to concentrate and you think I'm going to concentrate by squinting really hard. If I tell you to meditate, you're like, if I close my eyes really hard and I breathe really, really dramatically, then I will meditate harder. It
Yeah.
doesn't work like
Yeah.
uh, you got to tap into the unconscious, and you noticed, you put all this conscious effort into like, how are the million ways? That's how you see like those guys in martial arts. What if the opponent does this? What if the opponent does that?
Mm,
Well, they're working on individual techniques instead of relaxing and allowing principles to manifest.
mm,
I've learned some of the best martial arts come from that interaction with, the person practicing with you, and then you feel that movement, that thing that you're
mm.
ready to do, that shift in your thinking, and then you build the practice from what arose from that interaction
Yeah.
instead of trying to come into the interaction with all these preconceived notions about how it's going to go, the perfect move. If you're thinking about the perfect move, you're never going to pull it
Yeah.
off.
That's why you got to let children play. The acquisition is very important. if not the
Oh,
most important.
incredibly. Yeah.
So
Y a stick, so you don't give them, like, an easy bake oven, you don't
yeah,
give them.
yeah.
I mean, it's cool to have the whole
Hey,
GI Joe
rub
set,
these
I
two
had
sticks
that or
together.
whatever. Yeah, well, you can do that too, my first fire, they got that, but it's that what it is, we found that, like, and again, somebody else can hit the study or whatever, they can, I don't refute it, but I doubt it, it's from what I've read is that, when you give the kids a stick and they've got to make rules, even when they're really doing the whole cops or robbers, well, I shot you, well, I got armor, or they're like, this is the fort, you can't get into it. Well, I got a grappling hook.
Yeah,
But they didn't go out to Walmart and buy the toy grappling hook
yeah,
and the toy fort. They're like, it's some sticks and a rope or just
yeah.
imagination. That is so much more powerful because it's that exchange, it's that dynamic
Mm,
thinking that benefits us so much, and we have everything so pre-done for us, our parents trying to get us like programs and applications and shows that are going to help us, and it's also pre-written, preconceived,
mm,
that nobody's really learning as much as they would if you just let them think, make mistakes, be wrong. Like I said, the power of I don't know is
yeah.
amazing. You reframe it as it's not a dumb thing to be made fun of. It's the state of learning in
Mm.
an open mind. The Zen masters don't know anything. They just do.
Well, isn't it part of the irony of the asking them questions, right? Is like
Oh yeah.
it was that the gurus, like they're always like giving you that look, and it's like that look really isn't like I can see through you. It's it's more of why are you asking that fucking question? Yeah. Well, man, we've been talking for a really long time, and I do want to ask you a question. I think would be helpful for just in general. Before we finish off, the conversation here, and basically it would be, what are some very crucial habits that you've implemented to get yourself to where you are now that you cannot see yourself in the future ever getting rid of?
So instead of that laundry list of all the things that I might do that I put off,
Yeah.
I have a very short list. I have a short list of daily
Mm,
actions that build on one another. So it's interesting that I use that technique and you arose on that on your own. I also, as much as I read other materials, it just kind of naturally flowed out. So it's cool when
mm,
I think that within us are those, like, those kind of common, better things to do. But that's what I do there is I'm like every day there's a meditative practice. Every
yeah.
day I actually play music. Oh, here's an interesting thing. We were talking about working out. I learned the principle of you release growth hormone even just by imagining working out, let alone even lifting the weights. Because I'll
I
go to the
heard that.
gym and
Yeah.
yeah, I'm at the gym and I'm like, oh, I haven't worked out in a while, so I'm only going to do 2 sets of my biceps.
Mm.
And my biceps were fine. My tendons, however, I looked like a T-Rex for 2 weeks. You think I went back to the gym?
Nope.
No, because I didn't ease into it.
Yeah.
I overdid it. I even thought I was taking a measured approach by only doing 2 sets.
Mm,
But what would have happened, and it's how it works now, is if I'm not already doing an exercise or I want to move to the next level, I'll do even a basic version of it that's going to get the growth
mm,
hormone, acclimate my body to it. And it's also what I learned from like that guy. Like I said, he starts pumping light weights and now he pumps maxed out on the back, on the shoulders, on everything, but he's still doing a massive amount of reps. He didn't let me go to failure when we first started working out. He gave me about 2 months before I
mm,
was allowed to fail at anything. He would only just lift this and stay way under and
yeah.
do less sets, but do it every time that you're going to do it.
Yeah.
And so that's the principles that I learned, and it applies to so many things in my life now.
Yeah.
It's that there's an under threshold that won't overload you or kick your survival reflexes in and make you stop doing the thing.
Yeah.
When I teach meditation, I'm like, don't sit there for 3 hours and go, I'm meditating, and then punish yourself mentally because
Yeah.
you didn't. You can have half of a half of a half of a second
Mm.
of peace. You constantly experience them throughout the day. Just become conscious of the times when you are clear minded
Yeah. Well, that's
and
part of the
start to
meditation.
wedge. Yeah,
Mm.
wedge and expand that thing until, like, for me now, it's like every hour on the hour I'm going in. It's almost like, this conversation. I'm aware of those times when I'm
Mm.
like, well, no, I'm in a conversation right now. There's no need to punish yourself. And
Hmm.
there's no need to be like, I'm not trying to show off to somebody. So I'm like, hold on, I must meditate. I'm not going to do that
Right.
crap, because I know it's ingrained, and it's just like
Yeah.
brushing my teeth, taking a shower. It's just a part of
Mm.
my life. So having a few set of activities that are part of my life, I've learned also it's a Joe Dispenza technique. Is that it's even like a Course on Miracles, like this whole spiritual like practice that you can do. And again, if you want to read the Course on Miracles, you're like, oh, is that God telling you all to do that, or are these just practical things that work well for the human mind? I don't know, but it works well either way.
Yeah,
If
I'm all about the explore until you find something that works for you,
yeah,
no matter how ridiculous it sounds to anybody else. So,
Atma, man, serves me a lot.
yeah,
When I'm like, this is or isn't. No, it's just
yeah,
what's the actual experience of it. When I get
exactly.
into a meditative state in the morning and I clear my mind, it sets me up for the rest of the day. When I imagine what I'm going to do the rest of the day and how I'm going to feel doing it, that's the Dispenza technique. It ends up happening a lot more in my
Mm,
day. When I go through my day with gratitude, I generally feel better when I stop labeling things, and when I'm like, oh, that irritates me, and I realize that irritation is my own and I take ownership of it.
hmm.
And I realize like the only person I can really be mad with is myself. My anger,
Yeah,
it could turn to action, but otherwise the anger is all contained within me, the frustration, the sadness, whatever it is. And so I'm like, okay. And then if it does seem to be coming from somebody else, I'm like, well, if that's somebody else and they're giving me a cold shoulder or being mean, that's not actually about me.
yeah, yeah,
It's about them.
yeah,
It's about them. If you could spot it, you got it. But also, if again, if they're doing that, we tend to just, oh, that must be my fault. That must be no. Let all that stuff go. Let the anger go. Let your frustration go, and you start to see the truth of the world, which isn't one thing or the other. It's not all the meanings we attach to it. It's the experience in the
hmm,
moment. The longer I experience life in the moment, the easier life gets. Everything falls into
yeah,
place. The hypnosis, dude, I mean, there are things that all of us can do. Either they're building up in us or just we just have this urge that just are natural to us. I say that, from my understanding of them, they're of service to others.
hmm,
It's not just about you, and you have something like I could have been a hypnotist and a professional hypnotist much earlier in my life. Here I am with like patients who have dementia. I'm using a hypnotic technique to make them remember me unconsciously and calm down when they freak out on everybody
mm,
else. Here I am saying I'm a nurse. I'm a hypnotist. Here I am with these stories alive in my head and going, I have to go to work, and I never write down any of my stuff and explore that. And I'm like, we did this. We did this exercise. We stripped down my brain and just, what are you? Who are you? I'm a writer. It came out of me. It didn't even know where the hell it came from. And
mm,
it chills down my spine. It felt good. But it's all this background noise, all this stuff, all these people like you knew when you were a kid so much about yourself.
mm.
And then everybody is like, you're not that, you're
Oh
this.
yeah,
And there's a need to conform. There's a need to, within even Dunbar's number, even out of 150 people, that's a pretty tight knit group. And you
yeah,
want to follow all that. You want to conform. Society wants you to conform. Your boss and your workplace and the economy wants you to conform.
mm,
They want you to work for cheap. They want you to do what they say, and they want you to not complain about it. And
yeah.
none of those things are going to be of service to you. And this is a weird concept. This is so important. It seems like, well, so many people get stuck like, I got to help this person. It's wrong of me to say I want this and to do this. If you don't take care of yourself first, you can't take care of anybody or anything else.
Oh, 100%. That is my philosophy through and through. Like when I was talking
Yep.
about like the being selfish with like the way that I approach everything is very selfish, but it's in the way of so for example, if I'm in a conversation with somebody, I'm in that conversation looking for, what am I going to learn from this person that's going to benefit me? And in doing that, I'm actually actively listening to that person really intently. And so in having this selfish
Yeah.
approach to that conversation, I'm actually being more involved in that conversation with this person and giving more to them in order to, get that selfish return for it. So it's, I'm looking at it in that sense of, I need to help myself before I can help anybody else. And so that's kind of like where I came out with when somebody does have an issue, and instead of like, oh, you should do this. And like, now I'm like, oh, well, that sucks. Like, well, tell me more about that. What happened? Like, how did it get here? And then, and we're almost like working backwards because I'm like, this is going to be valuable if I'm ever in this situation. You know, and it's like taking that approach allows me to be a lot more selfless. You know, it's very weird how that works.
Open doors for people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I learned a lot of that through like teaching. Yeah, because when you're teaching, if you want to be a good teacher, you want to get as much information, as useless as it sounds when you get it. This weekend they're going to Universal. Okay, well that sounds pretty useless as a teacher. It was like, well, that's actually pretty valuable, because the next time they come in, I can remember that they said that, and I can ask them about it. And not only is that going to build rapport, but that's also going to give me even more information about what this person's like. Like, oh, do they even ride roller coasters? Because some people go to Universal, don't ride anything. You know, they just go there for the scenery or whatever, or the characters, whatever that is. And it's like, okay, well, now I know they've got some kind of fear with that. That may or may not come up later in a lesson. And I started like developing that skill through teaching, which is like, I'm going to not only learn about them, but I'm also, because I'm in Japan doing this, you know, I'm listening for places that they've been in Japan that I haven't been to yet, you know, or like food I haven't tried yet. I'm like, oh wait, let me learn more about that. Like, tell me what kind of food is that? Where do I get it? And I'm mentally taking that note, and I'm gonna go to that restaurant, or I'm gonna go to that place. So it's like I'm looking for things that are gonna be valuable for me later, and I found that to be the best way for me to communicate with people. Yeah, I don't know, it just works.
No, it's a really good approach. Benjamin Franklin, the same guy that simultaneously, like, you know, what did I say? Debunked and rebunked hypnosis.
Yeah.
He would have people. He'd have somebody do a favor for him. Can I borrow a book, man? Can you tell me that recipe? And it would create a closer relationship, because it would be more reciprocal than it is to always be either the person that gives or the person that takes.
Yeah. Well, you've created that the Dunbar community there.
Yeah, well,
So,
that's the difference. So you build your own village, you
Yeah.
build your own community. You don't just accept what's around you, that we can actually take advantage of the situation, that we're getting atomized, split up, and distracted. Well, now's your opportunity to take a little more conscious effort, and even, you know, to program yourself unconsciously to start to do these better things that serve you. Selfish, man, for me, I get that, like, there's not even a limit in words, but that doesn't sound selfish at all. It sounds like you're taking care of yourself. It sounds like in that process you're actually benefiting other people. Selfish is when it's more limited, instead of, again, like I said, man, you're opening doors for people, and you're not telling them what has to be behind the door. You're letting them come to that conclusion, and you're just opening those doors and expanding that space for them. And that's really good. Again, like I said, I love all the stuff that's just arisen organically from the intention to improve yourself and others, and to explore these spaces. That's really cool.
Yeah, and it's spin doctoring that word of selfish. You know, it's like I'm making it a positive word for myself, and it's kind of like that's what I'm doing on the podcast. Like, I'm very selfishly talking about things I want to talk about. You know, and in doing so, like, I find it to be there's going to be some value for somebody out there, for sure. So eventually it's going to get there. Like, if I just keep going on the course, you know, stay the course. You know, there's going to be some veins that get hit. So, yeah. Well, Don, thank you so much for coming on here. I think we'll cut off for the show, but we'll definitely chat a little bit afterwards. But for now, I think that's probably a good stopping point for, you know, what is it, 5 hours now? Been going.
Oh, dude, I'll just keep going. That's forget, man. Hypnotize myself.
Yeah, right. Well, we got in the zone there for at least 3 hours of it, if not more.
Yeah, no, it's I go in out of trance when I start. You know, and I'm reciprocal. Yeah. Anyway, very cool, man. It's been an honor being on the show. It's always fun. It's good to talk to you for a while, too.
Absolutely. And you know, it's kind of like it's interesting because we've been talking over text, and like to actually like have a conversation, like a real one, and actually see each other, but also doing it, you know, in the context of like selfishly helping other people. It's pretty interesting. All right. Well, that's it for today. And, you know, we'll see you the next time. And don't let your meat loaf. Podcast coming in
coming at you. Talking about Minnesota. If you don't like it, you can go to hell. Mailman podcast coming at you. M-A-L-E man coming at you. Ooh.